It folds to the small blind, who rips in on me for 30 big blinds, and I look down at ace queen suited. So ICM stands for the Independent Chip Model. It only applies to tournaments, not cash games. Let's say you have 20 big blinds, there's 100 players left in the tournament, 50 of them are gonna get paid. If you double up, if you double your stack exactly, the dollar value of your stack doesn't double. And part of the reason why is because if you get one chip over the line, you get that min cash. It's very, very complex, and it makes for some wild plays, especially on bubbles and final table bubbles. And sometimes you just have to get put in the blender and fold lots of hands, and that's just the way it is. When you have a short stack and you're getting closer and closer to the money, you've kind of got to try and assess how likely you are to get into the money based on how tight you can play. So surviving is really, really important. That doesn't mean you don't play any hands, you just have to be more selective with the hands that you do play. So can you just fold ace-jack here and still get into the money? Or are you in a situation where actually, I'm gonna need more chips to be able to survive into the money and I have to play this hand? We've all seen tiny stacks multiply into huge stacks. It happens in tournaments all the time. So if you can get into the money with just a few chips and then you've got the opportunity to spin that up as well. If someone makes a silly play on the other tables, the short stack can just keep doubling and your stack can keep getting more and more precarious, and then you find you've got to constantly reassess the situation you're in. ICM for the chip leader is so different than for the short stacks. It's so much more fun because you get to play lots of hands. You've still got to be a little cautious because if you clash with like the second biggest stack, then you can find yourself as a mid stack or even a short stack. But your opponents have to be really wary of confrontations with you because you can knock them out before the money. And like we were saying earlier, if you just get one chip over the line, you get into the money and you can spin that chip up. So it's so valuable to get into the money. As the big stack, you get to apply lots of pressure. Now I see mistakes from lots of players, even really good players. They'll start adding in hands like 4-5 suited, 3-5 suited. If your opponents are at least somewhat competent, they will fight back. King deuce suited actually becomes a much more valuable hand. You've got the suitedness, so there's a bit of utility to fight post-flop with the suitedness of the hand, but the real value comes from the king. It blocks them having king-queen, it blocks them having king-jack, ace-king, pocket kings, all that kind of thing. You block their continues. Those are the hands that are really profitable for the chip leader on the bubbles. Middling stacks are probably the trickiest stacks to navigate on bubbles. If you end up in a confrontation with a short stack, you become a short stack. You're not out of the tournament, but then you've got to reassess where you are. However, you're also covered by the bigger stacks and they can knock you out. And it really depends where you're sat in relation to all the other players at the table. So if you've got the big stacks on your right, it's a lot easier because you get to see what they do first and you can opt into the confrontation or not. If the big stacks are on your left, your marginal hands all of a sudden become unplayable because they can 3-bet mercilessly and you are stuck with having to fold all your marginal hands. So mid stacks are probably the trickiest to play because they're so easy to fold their way into the money. It's a little frustrating because you end up having to play so few hands when there are players who cover you behind, but that's just the nature of the beast. ICM situations are rarer than your usual tournament situations. You only get to bubbles X percentage of the time, and you only get to final tables even rarer. So making ICM part of your regular study routine is really essential if you're a tournament player. When you get to a final table, you really want to be prepared. You don't see people celebrating coming 10th. It's really in the top 3 where all the money is. There's various software out there where you can do drills and practice, without any money on the line, get the reps in so you can get used to the kind of situations you're into and the kind of folds you have to make. If you really care about the game, you're fascinated by the strategy of it, make time for the ICM study because it really pays dividends. Knowing when to make a critical fold or knowing when to apply the pressure in the right spots on final tables can be worth so much money. ICM being such a difficult concept and quite a stressful concept in-game when the real money's on the line, the better prepared you are when you get into that situation, the better you'll perform. There's been some crazy spots I've been put into over the years. One that comes to mind was being on the bubble for a 30K package. It folds to the small blind. They just open rip for 30 big blinds. I looked down at ace-queen suited. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a really monster hand, blind v blind. Am I really going to fold this? But then again, we're one away from the money. Should I be folding this to survive? I did call. They flipped over 3-4 suited, which I'm a 60-40 against, which is a disaster in satellites being in that situation. They turn a flush draw, and I thought, just the horror in my gut when they turned that flush draw with a 30K package on the line. River bricked out and I got the package. We analyzed it later and it turned out it was a fold for the exact reason of how much equity a hand like 3-4 suited has against ace queen. Sometimes mistakes, you know, they do work out. And we learn from them, so I got the most out of that, really. Because, you know, I ran well and then I won't do it again.
I made many final tables in the last few years, and without these tips, I couldn't have done it. The mental game is really important for making deep runs, because if you are not well prepared mentally, you're gonna suffer a lot. At the first problem, you're gonna quit. So to be able to go through all the downswings, you need to understand that you're gonna lose more than you're gonna win, but in the long run, if you are good enough, you're gonna win. So, okay, you play bad one hand, you make one mistake, maybe you realize after that or think that could be a mistake. It's okay, everybody make mistakes. That's not what it matters. What it matters is what you do after that you made the mistake. You cannot have that hand there. Otherwise, you're gonna be on tilt because you knew what to do, but then you didn't do it for whatever reason. And then you're gonna become angry and upset at the same time, and then you're gonna be making wrong decisions, one follow to the other. So it's very important to be prepared and knowing that we all make mistakes. Reading opponents, if it's not the most important, is the second one, because the first important thing for me would be mentality, but then the second one, or at the same level, would be reading opponents, because you can get a lot of information from the players depending on the moment of the tournament, but I would say you can get the information from the start, and then you know how the person thinks, and then you can use it in moments that are very key moments, like bubble or close to the final table, because if they know experience, if they told you this, they don't play much, or if they told you that they're not gonna make another bullet if they bust. I mean, talking, even though if it's like things outside of poker, you can get a lot of information that you can use it in a crucial moments in the tournament. If you are a big stack on the bubble, for example, you can put a lot of pressure on the medium and short stacks, because the very short ones, they don't wanna bust, because it doesn't matter for them to double up that much. They're gonna have a very, very, very strong hand. So when they go all in, obviously, you need to call very, very tight, like just with the very good ones. Even though the medium stacks, they are in a good position to double up, they also need to have a very strong hand in order to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna be able to put a lot of pressure on them, because they have people shorter than them. In the opposite side, I remember once I was 7 blinds on the bubble, and I was gonna be big blind. It was no point for me to double up, because even though if I double up with 7 blinds, I'm not gonna do much more. For me, it was more important to make the money. So I ended up winning that tournament because I knew I didn't have to put on risk my tournament. I folded my big blind because I didn't have to call. And luckily, I went into the money and I won that one. It was the high roller for Portugal. Choosing the right game is very important in order to get deep runs, because if you are playing a 10,000, let's say, tournament, and you are gonna be afraid to put your chips on risk, then that's gonna make you play bad, and you're not gonna have good results. The buy-in amount that it makes you feel comfortable to play like you think it has to be played a hand. If you have to bluff for all your chips, you have to do it, then do it. Don't think, oh, but the buy-in is 2,000 and I couldn't afford to pay again, and then I'm gonna be walking around with nothing to do and I have to say to all my friends that I busted. I'm bluffing, you know. If you think about this, when you jump in a tournament, that's not your tournament. You should go down.
Do you often fire many bullets, or are you willing to?
No, I'm never willing to fire a lot of bullets, but if I have to, I do it. Every bullet is like you jump in a new tournament. Doesn't matter if it was 3 times the same one. You need to play as much as you can when you are in a festival in order to make it profitable. So if you're happy to play 1,000 tournament buy-in, that means that you are prepared to play the bullets that you need to. There is no magic formula to make a deep runs. I think every person needs their own path. And even though I tell you what to do, you need to do it yourself. So at the beginning, you're probably gonna get tilt or upset when you bust, but if you keep doing it, and if you are strong enough, mentally strong enough, and you resist, then it will get to the point that experience will matter in this. If this happened a few years before, there's no way I would deal with this situation like I'm dealing now. So I know my progress, and now I'm like surprised myself how good I take it. Sometimes I surprise myself. I'm like, wow, I don't feel what I felt when I started. It's a path, yeah. You cannot shortcut it. You have to go through that.
If you've ever struggled to calculate your equity or pot odds in a hand, you likely need to brush up on your poker math skills. That doesn't mean you need to be a genius or make complex calculations, but learning some fundamental calculations will give you an edge over your opponents. I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm gonna share 5 poker math principles you should know. Rule of 4 and 2. One of the most important poker math calculations is knowing how to figure out your equity in a hand. This is where the rule of 4 and 2 comes into play. All you need to do is calculate how many outs you have, then multiply your outs by 4 on the flop or 2 on the turn. The number you get is the approximate percentage of making your hand. So in this example, if we flop a flush draw, we would multiply our 9 outs by 4, giving us roughly 36% chance of making our hand. If the turn is a blank, our percentage drops to roughly 18%. This simple calculation alone can give you an edge by helping you avoid spots where you are a huge dog. Pot odds. Many players don't understand pot odds and fall into the trap of wanting to be right at too high of a frequency. Let's break it down with an example. Imagine the pot is 100 and your opponent bets 100. It costs you 100 to call, making the total pot 200. In this situation, you're getting 2-to-1 odds. That means you only need to be right 1 out of 3 times, or 33% of the time, to break even. But here's the exciting part. If you're right even half the time, you're not just breaking even, you're making profit. Understanding pot odds can significantly improve your decision-making and profitability at the table. Understanding blockers. A blocker refers to having a card in your hand that makes it statistically less likely for your opponent to have a strong hand. For example, having a hand like pocket tens on Queen Jack 9-5-3 board would drastically reduce the number of combinations of straights our opponent could have, because we're holding 2 tens, and the only way they can make a straight is by holding one of the final 2 tens in the deck along with a king or an 8. Holding 1 10 would decrease your opponent's potential straights by 25%, and holding 2 would make that number 50%. With our opponent having 50% less straights, we then expect our full equity to go up considerably, and therefore could look to apply pressure. Be aware, our opponent could still have other strong hands, such as a set or 2 pair. Bankroll management. People ask me all the time about how many buy-ins are needed to be sure you won't need to reload. The exact answer to that question is fairly complex, not only because it relies on your edge, but because tournament poker can have so much variance, even over large samples. Let's look at an example of a 1,000-player tournament with a standard payout structure, $10 ABI, 10% ROI simulated for a 5,000 game sample. In that example, half the field would have been fine with a 2,000 bankroll or 200 buy-ins. But that means half the field was not. 15% needed a $5,000 bankroll or 500 buy-ins, 5% needed 7,700 bankroll, 770 buy-ins, and 1% needed 11,000 bankroll or 1,100 buy-ins. 22% of the field was down money, despite having a 10% ROI. So when some people tell you 200 buy-ins is enough, it might be, but it might not. The safest way is to be properly rolled for the games you play. Continue to work on your game. As the greater your edge, the less likely you'll be subjected to the more volatile swings, better ensuring you won't have to redeposit. But if that does happen, you can take solace in the fact that many of the best players in the world have suffered the same fate. Calculating your win rate and ROI. Outside of playing, math is important in helping you understand if you're a winning player or not. Determining your win rate requires knowing 3 things. How many games did you play? What's your average buy-in? And how much did you profit? Let's break it down with an example. Imagine you're a player with a $10 average buy-in and you've won 5,000 over 1,000 games. To find your win rate, divide your profit by the number of games. 5,000 divided by 1,000 equals 5. That means you made $5 per game. Now to find out your return on investment, or ROI, divide that profit per game by your average buy-in. $5 divided by 10 equals 50%. So in this case, you would have a 50% ROI. Understanding your win rate and ROI is crucial for evaluating your long-term success. As you can see, learning and applying these simple math calculations can not only increase your edge, but also help you get a better understanding of your overall game. What other poker math calculations do you want to learn? Let me know in the comments below.
Do you get frustrated trying to play against super aggressive players? What if I told you there are ways to exploit them? I'm Vivian Saliba, and in this video I'm going to share 5 tips to help you to play against overly aggressive players. Don't fight fire with fire. If someone is batting weaker hands more than they should, if they're bluffing more often than they normally should in certain spots, you shouldn't get out of line yourself and start making super aggressive plays. Instead, it is better to play tighter and wait for the right moment to engage in a pot together. Slow playing your strong holdings is the best way to win chips against a bully at the tables. Adjust your ranges. Aggressive players are likely to overbluff. This translates to an imbalanced ratio of potential value hands they might have to complete air holdings. Having this in mind, you should consider widening up your calling ranges. Against someone who is batting way too much in most spots, you should incorporate calls with middle and even bottom pairs sometimes. This exploitive adjustment
I'm a sucker for protocol, you know. Regulations. We all need it. We need to be kept in check.
You never know when someone's going to try
It's just anarchy, isn't it?
I've never seen a situation where someone
I don't
isn't
want
who
his
he
ID,
says, but no, he's still in town.
Thank you, Nick.
Never know who that is.
Uber wasn't picking up.
I wouldn't even have to look at him from the neck.
Good afternoon, one and all. After morning line. 5:30 custom.
No one would rock a shirt like that.
Early. I think 6:18 a.m. in Costa Rica.
That's pretty intense commitment.
How are we doing, everybody? Welcome to 888's High Roller final day. We're playing from 13 made it through. There were 9 day 2 buy-ins, which I'm very surprised at. I was surprised there was 9, but they got over the guarantee.
I think you literally just
Well done, one and all. We knew it was going to be a bit of a struggle. We said yesterday that it was going to be a bit of a struggle. But as you can see right above us, there's somebody called Nick Eastwood, and he has bagged a stack. How we made it through, I don't know. I didn't even know he was playing.
One entry, I assume.
I didn't even know he was playing, and he's ended up being chip leader. No, sorry, not chip leader, but he's made it through. He feels like chip leader. He's got 250k. He's got 2.5 stacks.
Self-proclaimed by the man himself yesterday. When he gets through on one bullet,
Yeah.
he cashes.
Right.
So there we go.
Well, there's only 44, so there's 52 in total. 52, 13, 22, 9 bangings, sorry, 53. So 53 in total, well done one and all, just scraped over the guarantee, with obviously with what's going on in Vegas, overnight in Vegas.
Yeah.
Mr. Mitch Hynam, who nearly got into my team last night. I got him on my list, and I could have picked two teams. I could have picked 2 classic teams yesterday and beat Jay with both. That should have been the bet. But Mitch finished 4th in the Invitational that they got to. They were playing in Florida and they ended up in Vegas for the final. I don't know why they did. So well done to Mitch. And also, Sinead Priestley plays every time, plays on the tour on a regular basis. She's a mainstay on the 888s and the UKPTs. Won the daily 400 for 15,000 last night.
Yeah.
Amazing start. And it's Katie Smith's birthday.
Pretty good start as well. She won her first event.
First event, got off the plane, went down to play with her sister. Sister played an event, cashed in 4th and chopped it. And then Katie went on and won the 400 for $10,000. It's a great start for the Brits.
It is.
It's a cracking start for the Brits. So well done one and all. We are now going to be live for the High Roller. As you can see right there, we have got the player list and we're ready to rock and roll. Sam Allage is with us today as Jay has gone off golfing. Sam turned up for the Fridays on all events, but he's going to be with us for the whole of Portsmouth, and he's going to be with us for the whole of Edinburgh.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to that. And we'll get you the players on who they are, where they're doing and what they're doing, and who they're sat with right now. So we're just about ready. Let's do it. We've got the sunglasses in seat 1. Jay was going to pick the Brammer,
He was, wasn't
but he got some inside information
he? Okay.
that he wasn't going to be there apart from about 3 weeks, and that was it.
Right.
So he scrapped him. Can't believe it. Can't believe he did that. He went for inside information on a load of players. So well done to that. We'll show you that video during the breaks. It's a classic. But now concentrating on the high roller. 3,000, 6,000. Good afternoon, everybody, wherever you're watching from. Let us know where you're watching from.
15 seconds pre and then post.
At this early stage, it's 5:20 a.m. in Costa Rica, as we know. We've got Chris Day with the orange glasses on in seat number 1. Wakes up with Jacks. Colin McAndrew. Unfortunately, can't see what he's got in the small.
Yes.
How you doing, Sam?
I'm well, thank you, mate. I'm well. Yeah.
good.
It's been a busy week. This is literally about a 10-minute walk from my work. So,
Is it?
Yeah, just straight down the road.
Oh, wow.
Work in the centre of Reading.
Awesome.
But yeah, welcome one and all to. Do you know? I was about to say the lovely city of Reading, but I'm pretty sure it's a town. But I'm not sure. It might be a city. Who knows?
Reading.
Welcome to Reading.
No, it's not a city. Definitely
Welcome
not a
to
city.
Reading.
Sao Paulo in Brazil is Tower 009. Very nice indeed, Sao Paulo.
Day 2 coverage today from the £1,100 high roller
Indeed.
on the 888 festival. Great numbers from the Voyager.
Yes, yeah, 243.
Yeah.
Finished around about 8:30 last night.
Yeah, we've seen winners for the PLO. There's been cash out satellites all over the place, but today focus turns solely to the high roller and some very well known names amongst the field. Our feature table at the moment, we've got Chris Day in 1, Young Al Zhu in 2, Daniel Rudd in 3, Colin McAndrew in 4, Nick Eastwood in 5, Jack Hardcastle in 6, and THGPR in 7. But yeah, going to be a cracking day, mate, to be honest. It's been a really good effort to reach that guarantee, as you said in your intro. And we are delighted to have everybody in the chat with us. So wherever you're watching from, whether you're watching on Twitch, YouTube or Facebook, 888 Poker live on Twitch.
Yes. And on YouTube.
And on YouTube.
888 YouTube as well as our own YouTube on Grosvenor Poker.
Yeah, feel free to let us know in the chat box where you're watching from. Can we beat Sao Paulo, Brazil?
No.
I suspect it's going to be difficult, but never say never.
We are supporting from Spain. Yes, indeed.
Here he is, Big Jimmy on YouTube.
There he
James,
is.
congratulations yesterday on a fantastic second place result,
He
mate.
says, you always wanted to meet Big Jimmy. He went, here I am.
I saw your interview. Saw your interview. Well done, James. Honestly, cracking effort to get second in the voyage. Really well done on that one.
Loving how Jack's made the effort with the shirt. The final table shirt, or
Yeah,
the final
always.
day shirt. Feels like Tiger Woods.
It's like that red polo, yeah.
They always
old
wore
red
red, didn't
polo.
they, old Tiger?
Yeah, he did on those final days, but
And did you know that Ricky Fowler always wears orange on final days?
Really?
Yeah. For his Florida State University days.
yeah, well, there we go. Always wears the flat cap, doesn't he, Ricky?
Mm.
He was a popular one for each way when we used to watch Masters Sunday, that's for sure. He was always there.
Valuja Beach.
Chip counts on the screen for the players at the feature table, headlined and led by the main man, Jack Howcastle, in seat 6. But some well-known names as well. I know Colin for a little while, Colin McAndrew in seat 4, lovely fella, good player. No stranger to these kind of events as well. Hopefully he can make a deep run of it today. Pretty sure we all know Mr. Eastwood. And some big names in and around the field as well. So going to be a good one.
It is. Round up 250. 40-minute clock all the way through.
Yeah, and things really ramping up now as we get to Friday. in the festival. So today we've obviously got day 2 of the High Roller, which Tower and I will be covering for the remainder of the day. Elsewhere in the club, we've got Flight 1B of the main event. That has a 100k guarantee for a 560 buy-in.
Yes. Hopefully a really busy day today, tomorrow.
Hoping to play
For
that
that.
tomorrow myself. It should
Nice
be a good one. 1C of the main event starts at 6 o'clock. And there is a target cash out Sati from 10k to 50k with 5 seats guaranteed at 8 o'clock. Which rumour has it that Les will not be in, so everyone's got a chance of winning a seat.
What was that about? 3 seats in the same
Mad.
satellite.
Mad.
Unbelievable. In the same satellite, it won 3 seats.
Could be the first time we've seen something like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it
I
is.
think of many. It's probably heard of rare occasion that people have won 2, but to
Yeah.
win 3 is some going.
It is when there's only 6 levels of buy-ins.
Yes, correct.
And it has to be
Correct.
done then.
I didn't even think about that till I heard you say that yesterday on the stream, and I thought that is even more
Yeah.
wild.
We won 2 in the first
Yeah.
5.5 levels, and
Yeah,
then we did
that's
more
it.
again.
That's it, yeah. That's it.
So we give you the eliminations around the room whenever they happen.
Yeah, to those of you who are familiar with Card and Direct setup and the coverage you provide, we'll have floor coverage from the team over the course of the day, trying to capture as many of those outer table action pieces as well as our headline feature table. Clocks to the right of the screen will be accounting for the High Roller and Flight 1B at the moment in club. So we will see how we go for the rest of the day.
There'll be a redraw at 16. 2 tables of 8.
Eastie with King Queen in the cut-off, going to come in for an open. Blinds 3k, 6k with a 6k big blind ante, so really healthy stack here, and Jack with Jack 10 offsuit on the button. Expect we're going to see a call here rather than anything else. Chris, Queen 5 of diamonds in the big blind, interesting one here. Expect we're probably awkward one to go freeway with, particularly against these two, but he's gonna defend. Take one, getting a good price here to go 3 ways.
10, 8, 3, 2 spades.
Yeah, so Jack jumping to a significant equity favourite with top pair. And one that Eastie I think is going to find a lot of checks on, probably a board that's going to favour of these 3 opponents, at least some connectivity with the big blind defending range, and going to connect reasonably well with Jack on the button here. Come straight in for some value and protection. Bet serves multiple purposes here in position. And Chris here, backdoor diamonds, just one over. Expect probably going to see him get out of the way. Does decide to fold, and kind of annoying one here for Eastie. King of spades in hand. Could see a float with 2 overs.
Off to the turn. Jack of hearts.
That's a fun one.
It is open ender for Eastie. Top 2 for Jack.
Yeah, Eastie going to check this one over to Jack, and clear bet spot again for Jack.
We'll be doing make it.
Card that's going to connect and give our opponent some pair, 1 pair hands. We can have some checks with over pairs on the flop as well. I think we want to size up a little bit. Looks to me to be 55. No sizing from Jack. Charge the draws. And what is Eastie now?
Well, if you're floating on the flop,
Yeah, but we can't fold
and
now.
now we just pick up a
We
lot
definitely
more
can't fold
equity.
now.
We've got to be.
We'll keep some strong hands in
Forward.
range as well as playing here. He's going to need.
No,
Well,
it's not.
We'll put it on the river. I think this is just going to go. checks it over. Jack will recognise that Eastie can have some overpairs in range still as played, which now do improve to beat our hand, but I think clear value bet here. 188 in the pot, 143 behind for Eastie. Just whether we really want to try and target some 10x and Jack X, just going to go for the lot.
In the bin to go from Eastie.
It's probably, you know, Eastie just taking a bit of time. Jack's certainly capable, and all the other adjectives to go with it of being able to find some triple barrel bluffs here. If he had some of this like 6-7 of spades, all of these, I don't know how many of those are in there in all honesty. It just feels like one where if we're going to be calling here, time bank used, so we are seriously considering this, and I don't think we're going to see Eastie make this call after a bit of posturing, bit of
I don't know
decision
what
time.
we're thinking about, to be fair.
Well,
Is it what's he beating? What's he beating? 9-6? 9-6 of spades?
9-6 of spades, 6-7 of spades, 8 of spades on board, bad card, king of spades, bad card to have in hand. Yeah, I think this is probably one of those. We've just got to drop off.
I'm just thinking unless he's got kings or queens in his hand. You know what I mean? We need to, I want to ask him. That was some posture and some tanking with king queen off in that hand.
Not too outrageous to be considering river decision there. We're getting a great prize. Jack is capable of having some bluffs in that spot. We've got some of those low suited connectors that flat in position from time to time with big stack.
We weren't beating much.
We were not beating much. You're correct. Yeah, but you're correct. It wasn't like we had ace queen and we beat some king high stuff, bits and pieces like that. It's just one of those where I think Eastie just took his time, decided upon a fold, and we move on from there.
No, a bad hand, not a pair. There's some worse there. You got that here. King high. A good king high.
I also think on that ball.
Well, he's
pairing
just
eight-
told him what he had. A very good king high, he said.
Yeah. Also think on that ball pairing 8, it might not be the best one to get after as Jack, because if Eastie does retain some overpairs in there, it's going to be difficult to get those off. But I think with Jack 10 there, clear value, and can you get the bad news again here, Eastie, because 3-betting coming from Jack with the ace queen of spades, I would have thought. Gonna make it 30k. Dean, ace jack of hearts straight behind makes the call. And interesting dynamic, hijack versus cut off, open 3-bet, and then flat on the button here. Chris in the small blind, queen jack of diamonds getting a really good price, but obviously
27 out of 108.
hard to see a situation where we're not dominated in this spot, as Chris tidy lay down there.
What do we stack to be calling? Really hard to do.
Young out, gets out of the way in the big blind, so back round to Eastie.
We will defend.
Yeah, getting slightly better than 4-1
He
here.
bet the 30. Not mind decide against it. Only got
I think
23.
Price tower we're going
It's,
to call.
I think he
Yeah,
will be calling.
just getting too good a price at that stage.
Flop a 2, 3,
How
4.
do you like your flop nut flushes,
When
Mr.
you've
Dean?
got the little arrow at the side of the 99, you know you've not got much chance of losing this hand. Beautiful. What a flop.
Yeah. Can we find a check back? Lovely from Dean. Lovely stuff. Get us off to a turn, which is the king of clubs.
Still nothing for either Eastie or Jack Hardcastle.
Yeah, misses both opponents, and I think Jack will be pretty content to check here. Calling behind on the button. one of those where our opponent can credibly have some King X, but may have different thoughts here. Gonna come in for a bet, try and thin out some of this exact stuff that Dean may have here on the button, just unfortunately picked the wrong suit. This one is not going in the bin. Nice flat from Dean.
Handbrake's already on from Jack.
Well, 10 of clubs on the river, and if we're going for it here, we're going to have to be trying to fold out just some single ace of hearts X combos, but I don't know how many of that there necessarily is that doesn't beat us now, especially on 10 of clubs as well. But doesn't look like the face of a man who's ready for a check.
Gonna put him in.
Just sets it, snap it off. Thanks for coming. Dean flops the nuts and gets the full double.
That'll do nicely.
Yeah, what a start for Dean, up to over half a milli.
Jack down to 810. Afternoon, Razor Kev. Razor Kev's message is pretty funny because I've read it as.
Oh, I didn't even see Kevin.
Because I've read it as. Afternoon, all. Mrs. off for M weekend, so bliss. Going to be takeaways and watching Southend versus Oldham in the Champions League final. That's how I've read it. I've read it as the Champions League final.
Yeah.
Southend versus Oldham. And then you're going to have to breakfast with lads, and then Mrs. is coming home. Have a great weekend, Kev.
I'll tell you what, Kev, that sounds like a proper weekend, that does, mate.
Old school, that, innit?
Sunday breakfast up the calf. God,
Case of course in the fridge.
Get it on.
Takeaways morning, noon and night. Southend Oldham in the Champions League. And out with the lads. Oh dear.
Is that playoff final, Southend Oldham?
Must be.
Must be, yeah.
Yeah, it must be play. I don't know if it's to get into the
Must be
League
to get
Two, is it?
into, must be to get into League 2, I think, yeah.
Wow. We're on the South End. Chef Brad will be buzzing.
Yeah, Bradders will be all over that, won't he? Hope you're doing well, Kev. Hope the family are well. We've got Colin here under the gun with pocket 10s. Pair City, Jack with pocket 5s in the hijack, Dean with 4s in the cut-off. Young Hour 6s in the small blind. Any pairs in the big? We'll find out shortly. Don't expect them to see anything else here other than call, try and set mine. Especially versus under the gun open here. Down with ace jack in the big. And a stack of 88,000 chips. Just a lot of dead money here, and you can see the cogs turning. Does elect to make it up. Now, I don't imagine when Colin opened under the gun he thought he'd be going 5 ways here.
5 ways
That
to the
is
floor.
the
The
reality
worst
of the
hand is
situation.
ace jack. 4s, 5s, 6s, 10s, ace jack, top
Wow.
pair, flop set.
Bottom set for Mr. Hardcastle here. On an ace sideboard.
Do we have to try and thin the field down for jack?
I think we could probably go 1 or 2 ways. I expect Jack's going to come for a bet, but I don't think checking's too bad.
Dean will be out of the way with the 4s.
Yeah, he'll now be out of the way with the 6s as well. And I'm not going to be passing, but won't be thrilled about the situation he finds himself here, potentially out of position to Colin, who can have some checks from gun 5 ways with his ace-X combos. He's going to be opening from there. So,
Yeah, only one over to worry about. He'll control fold if he makes it. Well, I'd like to see.
I don't think
I'd like to see him
he'll
call
fold it
once.
it will be consideration of Dan's that Jack has bet our flow here. And when we go multi-way, the hands that are going to be doing that are generally going to be more weighted towards value, I think, than otherwise. So won't be fist pump call in here, that's for sure. We'll also be aware that Jack could have the other end of the scale with some spade combos. I think this dynamic of Colin from gun does get out of the way, Dan.
Yes, away with the ace jack. That is a surprise. We could have sent it.
Back round to Colin now.
Called.
Does just drop it off straight away.
Jack's
so
won nothing.
there you go.
Wow, that could have been a huge, but ends up being tiny. Afternoon, Jeremias. It's out of Sam in the booth. Afternoon, Eddie. Watching on YouTube. And from the 22, we are down to 19.
Are we?
We are.
Who have we lost?
We have lost Thomas Clack, who bust out.
High roller specialist, Mr. Clack.
Yes, High Roller champion as well, Mr. Thomas Clack. We lost Dale Wilson. We have just lost Connor O'Driscoll, which means we're down to 19. And we are now down to 18 because we've also just lost, and we didn't get the action, we've just lost Ian Simpson. Boo!
Ah, dear. That's a
Ian,
shame.
I don't know if Ian was he was in the day 2 buying, I think he was, wasn't he? There we go.
He wasn't on that list there,
yes.
was he? Yeah.
Day 2 buying for Ian Simpson did not build his stack up. So now we're on 3 tables of 6, which is why we've just moved Colin McAndrew.
Right.
And then when we get to 16, it's a 2-table redraw.
Yeah. Well, unlucky Mr. Simpson. We've got Dean with his freshly found wealth following that big hand against Jack with the pocket 7s here opening from the hijack, and Dan deciding to take the King Jack from the small blind. Has an all in for 13.5. 81,000 chips going to the middle, decision back with Dean. Interesting one for Dean here, just always going to be one of those spots where if we do call, we're going to be flipping almost all the time or dominated, but does decide to make the call.
Here we go.
So let's go to the races.
All of a sudden, we could be down to 17.
Let's indeed. So we are going to see 5. We'll start with 3.
4 King is good for Dan.
Straight out into a massive favourite as Dan. 9 of hearts.
Needs to favour one of the 7s.
Yeah, 2 black 7s, 1 time for Dean.
And does.
Yeah, he's a spades river. Dan going to double here.
Just over 400. And a decent stack at this stage, 70 big blinds. Blinds only 6k.
Yeah, really nicely. Took advantage of folding that previous hand with the ace jack to be able to be in that spot to double there. Did Dan. Right back into things on day 2. For those of you just tuning in and joining us, welcome to Reading for the 888 Festival. This is the £1,100 high roller, day 2, playing down to champion. 53 entrants, 18 remaining.
Redraw at 16.
Off Jack 10 of diamonds. Gonna come in for an open. Dan on the button. Queen Jack offsuit. Pitch that one. This one won't be ditched. Easty, quite clean jam here, I think. With the ace queen. Does decide to go for it. Over to Jack behind in the big blind, gets out the way. Kind of a annoying one here for Young Hao. 100k, 87k to call. Don't think we're going to be calling.
No.
Just gets out the way.
In the bin they go.
Yeah, pick up for Easty. So yeah, unlucky to Mr. Simpson. One of the early bust outs on day 2.
18 players left. Look at the payout structure soon. What are they paying? Might not even paying 7. Might be 8.
It's going to be one of those just inside the final table bracket, I think. So we'll have a situation where final table may not be the money again. You might have a bubble on the F2, which is always good fun.
Indeed it. In fact, I'm going to open Twitch because Lime will be getting in touch with us today because Jay's not with us. So it'll be messages to myself.
Excellent. What could possibly go wrong?
Everything. Absolutely everything could go wrong.
Nice one here for Easty on the button, ace 10 of hearts. Come in for an open. Off for 21, Jack, ace 7 of clubs in the small blind. Just going to call. Dean quickly completes the big blind with the queen deuce of hearts. So we are going to go 3 ways to a flop.
Six, king, 3, 2 clubs. No flush draw for Jack.
Yeah, one we should be continuing as Easty, but Jack will be delighted to see 2 clubs on the flop. He's in the hand, he's got his cards just to the rear of the box, to the right of his stack. Time bank cards to the left, but just going to get after it straight away. Jack looks like he's pretty content to play for it there, and 3 bets going to get through. Tough start to the day for Mr. Eastwood.
Down to 17.
Still plenty to work with.
Afternoon with Crazy Scotsman. Hello, 888 poker, that'll be the line. Sheng and Bai. Early stages of the high roller day 2. On 18. Then we get to 16, it's cup of tea time. Just say,
Is it?
putting it out there.
Is it?
Putting it out there.
Chris in the big blind, king 6 offsuit. Only working with 16. Behind now, but you're going to see him take a flop.
Here's our flop, here's Queen Deuce.
So Dean's going to continue here. Board that's going to favour us significantly as the opener. On this texture, I don't think Chris is going to be continuing.
Think about it. Look through the orange glasses and bin them.
Yeah.
we've got the payouts on screen.
We've got them in the chat.
Thank you very much. Beautiful.
Yeah, payouts in the chat boxes.
£17,620.
Paying the top 6.
Oh, the mint cash is chunky.
Paying the top 6. 3k for 6.
3x for a mint cash.
Yeah.
That's big. That is too big. There's a mint cash.
Big.
It's normally 2x.
Well, it's big.
And 2x is always good. That's what most people work on. 3x in a 1k seems pretty chunky. But it is what it is. It'll be the payout bracket, so
FT9
whatever it
or
is.
8? FT8?
9.
9.
FT will be 9.
Fair enough.
So it'll be 9, 8 and 7 without.
Yeah.
3k is chunky.
Yeah, 3 players making FT will not be paid in this event, so plenty of twists and turns to go over the course of the day.
And we are
So
down
far.
to 17.
Yeah, we lost another one.
We have lost another one. And that was Mr. Jordan Daniels. Jordan Daniels busting out on the outer table. Table 16. And when we lose one more, it'll be cup of tea time. We guess we'll be on a break. Well, only a 2 or 3 minute break, but give me time to sprint to the tea room.
I don't know about tea in this establishment, but there is a...
Whoa.
There is... Hang on.
No,
hang
go
on, let me finish.
Go on,
Let
go
me
on,
finish.
go on.
There is
Yes.
some inside information on quality from coffee machines.
Pardon?
No, see, I'll give you the tips, mate.
Inside information?
Inside information, yeah, don't worry. After
What, in
many,
the
many Friday
casino?
nights here,
In the casino?
after many Friday nights, we've managed to work out which coffee machines give the best coffee.
Really?
Absolutely, buddy.
Oh! But to be fair, I am having a cup of tea. But I will have a coffee later on your
Yeah, that's
recommendation
fine,
from
okay,
now.
fine. Well, I tell you what, over the course of over the course of the day, if you have free coffee today, you'll be bouncing off a ceiling later, won't you? So
No, not at
probably
all. Not at all.
No.
No. But it has no effect on me whatsoever. I'm still the same miserable arse as normal.
Well, speaking of miserable, pretty unfortunate turn here for Dean on the ace of clubs. Dan gonna come out for a bet after flop checked through on 8-8-5, 2 hearts. Ace arrives on the turn, flopped up and down for Young Hao from the big blind. Dan with a bet and Dean with a call. And said this ace was miserable. Let me tell you how miserable it'd be if a 9 comes on the end for Dean, and for Dan for that matter. We might not get there, because that looks like a check raise from Young Hao. With the 7-6, trying to get it done here and now. Not going to work, I don't think, against the exact holdings that our opponents have here, but I think we're in situations where, as Dan, if we had any overpairs in range up to 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, was going to be under pressure straight away, and Dean here going to make the call as well, so Young Hao going to get the bad news that did not.
If I don't hit,
Didn't
that's
even
it.
thin 1, so 9 would be messy. 5 on the end.
So Dan with the kicker, 2 pair. Dean with 2 pair as well.
Yeah.
Young Hao has to check. Has to check.
Well,
Getting 2 calls.
it is a situation here, Tower, now where we don't block hearts or diamonds. We have our opponents range pretty well to hands, especially Dean after flatting twice. Never really has 8x. Shouldn't really have any 8x as Dan. We have the 8x.
Can
We
this
can even have some
double paired
5s
board,
with hearts.
Can this double pair
That
board work
is-
to his advantage?
Yeah, looking like he's going to try and get one through here on the river. 62k.
To be fair, 8s and 5s in the big blind range. What you say, 5,
We are
4,
the
5,
only
6,
one with an
5,
8 here,
7.
Tower. We're the only one with an 8, and it's just if our opponents want to trap him with Dan, just trying to size up his opponent there, work out what's going on, but
Good call.
does make the call.
Dean can't be calling now.
Yeah.
Can't be. He's got to be a believer.
Yeah. In these spots where we've called pre, We've called twice on the turn. If we call river multi-way, can't see many situations where we're good here.
In the bin they go, they have to. Yep. Oh. Whoa, calm down, you. Whoa, none of that. And that's a great call from Dan with the ace king, I must admit. And in the wings, everybody's waiting because Fung Lam has bust out, means we're down to 16.
We are down to
which
16.
means we're down to 16, and it means I'm going for a cup of tea. We'll leave the pictures on because it's literally only 5 minutes. But this is the state of the world at this moment in time. I'm going to make a cup of tea. Would you like a cup of tea? Would you like a coffee?
I'll take a coffee, mate. Please.
Coffee.
Yeah.
Well, how do you have your coffee?
Well, usually
Why?
you press the button and
What would you like? Cappuccino or latte?
cappuccino, please.
Cappuccino. So, every day, every now and again, we go for the orders. Would you like a drink? Anybody want a drink? Would you like a drink? Are we having a delivery? Yeah, whatever it is. So today, Mr. Michael Clark has ordered a caramel macchiato with oat milk and blonde roast and venti, if possible. What does that mean? Any of that make sense to anybody in the world out there?
Didn't even make sense to me reading it off the phone.
Why don't you just order a coffee? Can I order a caramel macchiato with oat milk, blonde roast, venti, if possible?
Wasn't possible for
I
me to.
have no idea what even that means. None at all. Why don't you just coffee, please? So while the redraw is on, I am. Honestly, I have no idea what any of that means. So I'm off to the urn to go and make myself a cup of tea.
Yeah, off to urn.
I'm off to urn to go and make a cup of char, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. We'll leave the pictures on. Sam will chat, and I'll go and get the coffees and teas, and the redraw is on.
Joining me? It'd be my pleasure, Harry. What's this, 21? Yes. You didn't think you were going over there, did you, Nick? Come on, man.
This chair is warm, man.
Swap them.
One is here.
One will be here, sir, yes. Thank you kindly. Oh, I've got all the heavy.
You got 10 bigs, though.
yeah, you don't have to think about it a lot. Yeah.
Still somehow got Jack on your left.
Are you kidding? No, not even remotely. I wish I could even make that up. What's he, sir?
6.
Mr. Luke Marsh. No, that's me there, but someone's just, rude and doesn't want to move his head.
I'm there.
Yeah, sure there. Are we ahead then? Sorry? We're 800. Hello, buddy, how you doing? Come on, Annie, bro. I know it's early.
I didn't realise it. It's always 8 for
It's a scary trend, this.
But there could have been worse. I nearly called the river a quick time. It wouldn't have been a fight.
5 chip counts.
Might as well start with me for the count, mate.
So she's got 528. Yeah, well, be there, my dear. Oh, if they've already been on the table, okay. If you've been on the table, fine. So C2 coming in. He's got 149.
No, I'm fucking. No, I'm done.
Very nicely done, by the way. So that is 244 for C3. Nick and Jack obviously already on here. Luke.
I think he's better than 3. He's fine.
550. 557.
You might own another room.
Mr. Wilkinson, thank you, sir. 154 for Mr. Wilkinson. And Harvey we set out 73,000. You got everything there, mate? Fantastic.
Your racks, please, gentlemen. Thank you.
Right, all racks to the big man.
Thank you.
Button racks.
Oh, good timing. Straight in.
He's back.
Cup of char, tea, and milk. That's it. None of this macchiato, double espresso, venti, malarkey, oat milk, and whatever. What's that about?
What's Jay's coffee? You must know by now.
Me? I've
No,
no idea.
Jay's.
No, that was. I don't know what Jay had. I have no idea. I don't get involved. Very, very rare. Only time I've ever ordered. Only time I've ever said yes. When everybody asked if you want a drink, and I, like I said, never get involved.
I thought you were going to say just never say no.
To be fair, I don't drink none of that speciality malarkey. I'm a tea boy or coffee, milk and sugar and water. That's me.
I'll tell you what. If you
So the only time I ever got involved was when Jay ordered it when we were in Luton, and it got delivered to Coventry.
Yeah.
I didn't even get it.
Yeah. It happened in Leeds, didn't it? Happened in Leeds. Mikey ordered them in Leeds and they went straight to, came to here, didn't they?
Came to Luton.
Oh, came to Luton, that's it, yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah. So the only time I ever got involved, we ordered it, well, it must have been when we was in Blackpool. We ordered it in Blackpool, I said yes, thank you very much, and it got delivered to Igor down in Coventry. And he said, oh, thanks, lads. So the final 16, who have we got on our featured table? Who have we got lucky enough to see in the seed draw? Is that Jamie Walden?
That's it. Yeah, we got Young Hao-Ju in 1, Colin McAndrew in 2, Jamie Walden in 3, Nick Eastwood in 4, Jack Arcastle in 5, Luke Marsh in 6, and Adam Wilco Wilkinson in 7.
Can you imagine as much as you like us today?
So a fun one coming up for the next session. 1-11, we lost a third of the field pretty much. Early day 2 carnage in the high roller. Should be a fun one. Looks like Harry Sanford in seat 8 as well. Playing 10 bigs. All the way up to the other scale, Jack. Back with 150 blinds, back up just shy of 900k. Luke in second place with 570k. So for those of you who are rejoining us just after that table redraw, we got down to 16 players.
We did.
2 3-minute turnaround while the floor redrew the seats. And we are back for coverage of day 2 of the £1,100 high roller here at the AA8 Festival in Reading. Lots of stuff going on over the weekend. Day 1B of the main event in the club today. There's a evening flight. Is that a turbo evening flight? Or is it just a normal flight this evening? 6 o'clock?
30-minute clock instead of 40.
Instead of 40.
Yeah, the 6 p.m. flights are 40s.
Yeah, gotcha.
The 6 p.m. flights are 30s. Okay. And the midday ones are.
And then there is a 10k to 50k cash out satellite in the club later as well. It'll be a busy one.
Ian Simpson poker.
No, Ian agrees with you.
Yeah, he's speaking to the person that you want to speak to, so.
Why do they insist on the 3x cash?
I don't know if we decide these.
Wherever you're watching from, on Twitch, YouTube or Facebook, feel free to let us know in the chat box. Love to hear from you as always. Most exotic so far, Sao Paulo in Brazil. We think it's going to take some topping to beat that, but we've got a couple of guys watching stateside. See one, and we're on the break.
I saw you, remember when we
So
reported?
they'll watch it from the States.
Yeah, and they introduced the shot. That was hilarious, man. That was so funny. It was like 77 entries, we were down to the last 7. And we knew that we're basically in the money if we get through the last hour. So like they had to bring the shot box out. I was like trying to hide the bet from the dealer.
Raise,
Like all sorts of going. It was absolute carnage.
I think we had a 7-minute hand free flop.
GP on YouTube. Hello, watching from the US. Which casino and location are we playing in? We are playing in Grosvenor Casino on Rosekiln Lane in Reading.
And which part of the US are you in? Because we've got a pretty big country.
That is true.
It could
That
be
is true, yeah.
one of a million miles. Where are you, GP?
When they were trying to do it so that it ended on some absurd line level.
I remember because Ian was in it right until the end, and he bubbled.
Yeah.
Shot week 30, watching from Cumbria. Beat that for glamour.
Yeah.
Afternoon, Mick the mod. I hope you are well, Mick.
I don't understand like what's bad and what's good structure-wise. Ian's your guy. No, it's
53 entries.
continue moaning that way because he actually is talking about it.
Not that I was bitter after having chipped me on the bubble.
Yeah.
He's now down to 16. Payouts are in the chat. They will move through as we go on. We should load it up. Let's pop it up on the screen soon. But it's about 17, just over 17,000 for first, and pays the top 6 with a min cash of 3,000. It's a bit of a steep min cash. We sort of spoke for that before the break.
Yeah,
but
we just work it on 2x and that's it, really.
Yeah, yeah, just so used to seeing the 2x, aren't we? Really, after all these years. But 3x today, and that's going to make the bubble, when we get down to it, very interesting indeed. But we are 10 players away from the money.
I can't do it personally. Yeah, that was good. I'll still just play quickly.
Colin, Jack Deuce in the small blind, going to get out of the way. Jamie not going to call the big blind, so I think just ticking now. In Georgia, GP.
Lined up in 2 minutes for the first time. 16 players left. 6 get the money, as Sam says.
This might be the quietest I've heard Wilco since before 888 Newcastle.
Well, I texted him like he texted me last night.
Yeah.
When we'd finished. We
Yeah.
finished about 8:30 last night, so it was a nice 8-hour day, 8.5-hour day. But no, it was good. It was nice. Where are you? So we're just finishing off. We're doing his Vegas teams. All right, okay. I'll see you at the bar. Okay. 20 minutes later, get to the bar. No, we'll go. Where are you? Oh, I'm going back to the hotel. I went, okay. It's a scene in Vegas. I went, right, okay. Because he's got the one. He secured his 1%.
Yeah,
Wilco.
yeah,
Thank you very much, Wilco. He says, I'll see you in Vegas. I went, right, okay. When are you going out? I went, Saturday. I went, oh, cool. He's playing poker here today.
He's flying to Vegas tomorrow.
He's flying to Vegas tomorrow. You can't play day 2 in Vegas. It's not day 2 Reading Vegas. It's not one of them. What's he doing here? He's just flicking it in. He might as well have saved it for one of the 400 dailies. He can't play day 2. If there's any dead money in here, it's him. Oh, I can't believe it. Anyway.
For the love of the game. For the love of the game.
So we're on final 16 players. 16 out of 53. Hitting the guarantee. Well done, one and all. There's old Wilco. He is quiet though, isn't he? He must have fleeced him last night. He must have, because he said he told me he went back to the hotel. And now he's sat here in the high roller. So obviously thought, I'll play the high roller today. I'm off to Vegas tomorrow. Can't play it.
Funny
Get me
Birmingham
in.
accent.
Warm up.
Yeah.
Just stop playing, I'm not you.
But he did tell me he was off home to pack for Vegas.
Still got. What is it?
Oh no, it's 13.
This time he's got the King Queen, raises it to 14.
So you know, I was stumped as well. And a call.
Jack Hardcastle calling. Started there on 950, down to 909, was up over 1 million. And lost a few. And now picks up an open ender wrapped all the way around it.
And check.
Did the live stream just die? Not that I know, Meet the Mod. We're on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. Anybody else out there having any problems?
We're down to 4.
4 of 4. You know, it's still live on mine, on my little computer here. Still there.
Just a bit of a
And
mad
there's the
turn.
board, 6-3-3-2. So it's working on mine. Meet the mod. Streams here. We're streaming on Twitch on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. Meet the mod. We don't stream on Twitch on Grosvenor when we're doing the 888s. He was just watching on Grosvenor live. Okay. So seat 3.
Yeah.
Jamie Walden.
Yeah.
What did he do last year?
I did, but then...
Won a bracelet.
Excellent.
I gets him. He's on the FT.
Yeah.
I didn't get the memo. What? What?
You can have that.
What?
You can have that framed on the home, isn't it? Framed at home.
I didn't get the memo that it wasn't bright coloured shirt day.
It might be one of the only bracelet winning photos ever where the main focus of the photo is not the bracelet winner.
So I'd walked in. Obviously had a day wandering around as you do. Got myself a new T-shirt as you do.
As you do, yeah.
As you do.
It looks pretty new, yeah.
Gets myself in. I've got my nice right shirt in. Walking down, sees Jamie.
Yeah.
He's on the FT. I thought, this is it. We'll rail it. All the lads are there, as you can see. I'm walking in. Jack Effel's walking this way. I'm walking that way.
Yeah.
Jack Effel walking.
Cool.
He looks. He went, "Hey, Phil, you been golfing?" Says Jack, "This is my attire." But that is Jamie Walden, who's sat in seat number 3, who's got himself a bracelet last year. That was epic. Yeah. And unfortunately, when the same event's on this year, Jamie was nearly in my team yesterday.
Right.
And I was looking, and I asked him, he said, "I'm actually only going out for about 2 weeks." He says, "Right late on." He says, "I'm probably playing the main and the event that I won last year." And it's that late. It's after the main event, and it's like the last 2 events of the year.
Okay.
And we're in London,
Series, yeah.
so I
Okay.
can't be there for his double, for his repeat.
But he's devastated.
But he's devastated. I might
actually
just
get
have-
a decent winner's photo this
I
year.
might have to send the shirt just in case.
That's a class photo. That's a great
But
photo.
that's Jamie Walden who won his bracelet last year in Vegas. It was something like event 98 that he won last year.
What a picture, yeah.
Yeah, and that was it. It was good old Jamie. Asked him what he did with his bracelet, and we had a little chat, did a little interview with him, got it on Grosvenor Poker, as we'll be doing a lot of social media content this year. Because so yeah, I'm doing a lot of content for social, obviously. Going to be playing the main event this year. I think there's 8 1% left if anybody wants to join in the fun. £105 for 1% of me in the main event. Jake came up with this crazy idea, and he said, "We'll get it done."
Can't have been that crazy, mate. If 92
Yeah.
people have jumped on it already, it's...
Yeah. Well, 75 spots we're paying. We're selling.
Oh, yeah.
75 105s gives us
Gotcha, yeah,
about
gotcha.
$10,400 just in case there's a change in the exchange rate when we
Thinking
get
in
there.
terms of percentage,
It's
yeah,
not
fair
going
enough.
towards me holiday. It's not going towards me cost of anything. It's literally the buying for the main event, and I get to play at the greatest event in the world. So thanks one and all, and everybody who has bought a slice and agreed to it. PK will be getting in touch with most people once we're sold out, and then we'll be getting the money collected. He's going to get himself the bank card and get it all sorted out. So he'll be in touch for everybody who has got the 1%. I think he's replied to everybody that said "get me in" kind of thing. So, and if there's any new ones this week, like there was Gav the Hat last night, Gav the Hat Manley said "get me involved."
Yeah. Anyone in the chat out there at the moment who wants 1% of the tower in the WSOP main event, let us know in the chat box. We can pull that one through for you over the course of the day.
And yeah, again, well done to Sinead Priestley, Sinead Davenport now, obviously. got herself a win and $15,000. There you go, just like that.
You got walked every hand, you'd be very rich.
Sign me up. Cheers, Mammoth. Mammoth 132. We'll be in touch. You'll stick your name down.
I'm not right.
That's Josh.
Hey, Josh. We will see you later. Are you in tomorrow? Are you in later for the 6 o'clock 6 o'clock flight? Or are you actually watching outside? Didn't see you this morning. Saw Ian and saw Nick. Obviously Nick's on the feature table now. And he's in the building in 20 minutes.
Lovely.
Nice one, Josh. Your name is on the list. Thank you very much.
Looking forward to seeing you, pal. Last time I saw Josh was on the feature in Newcastle. Well, I think there was a one-hand bullet when he had the Queens. Always a pleasure, Mr. Manley. Always a pleasure. So Harry going to take King Jack from the small blind here. And Jamie open plus on the fives. Kind of priced in, I think. He's going to make the call. So Harry going to get his spot here for a double. King Jack against fives. And big equity favourite. So there must be some dead kings and jacks, I would have thought, to be this far ahead as Jamie. But we're going to see 5 and we'll start with 3.
Ace high flop, ace 10-8.
Look at the dead kings and jacks along the top. We thought there were a few dead, but
Really half of them.
queens and 1 jack remaining. 5 outs once for Harry. Or we're going to lose another one.
And we do. Jamie Walden, bracelet winner. Takes out Harry, very unlucky Harry. Harry Sanford busting out, but not busting out in 16th. He busted out in 15th because Chris Day.
Chris Day with the orange glasses.
With the orange glasses. They're not going to make the final table. I love them glasses. Chris Day. But we jump into the main event now. Chris Day out in 16th. Harry Sanford out in 15th. Which means we're down to 14.
Down to 14.
And a long way off the money at the minute. We were only 6 game paid today.
Yeah, 8 places to go before the purse opens.
You're gonna get your wish, Josh. You know what your wish is.
So we're on 14. Good luck everyone today, says Tim. Saw him in the building yesterday. $5.3 million chips in play. You need every one of them to take the trophy. Good evening, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you will be. All the 888ers scattered around the world.
The interesting one here, Young Howe completing the small blind with the Queen 10, Colin checking option 10-8 of spades and going to a turn on Jack 8-6 rainbow after Young Howe bet out and Colin made the call with middle pair. 7 of clubs on the turn. And one that Young Howe might consider with just Queen high here. 10 of clubs in hand working to some degree. Potentially consider a double barrel on. Slight bit pressure on 6x. Some weaker 8x. I think we're going to see Colin fold this exact hand just yet. 27k is the wager.
As in fair streams.
Everyone's the same.
And just better than 2 to 1 here.
One at WTC or something, so they won't say it on the WTC stream.
Yeah. Yeah, David went in and he had like a Stars hoodie, but you know with the branding like that small.
Yeah.
And someone said, you know, take your hoodie off. We just said no. But like there was a bit of a standoff about it. Like, well, I'll just not do the commentary then.
The longer we do decide to take here as Colin, I think maybe leaning slightly more towards fold, but does decide to drop it off, and nice clean get through there for Young Hao. Going to drag in pot from the small blind. Mr. Go says we're on a break. Can confirm we are not.
No.
Can we have a quick giveaway,
Oh,
please?
no, Mr. Go must be on a break.
Oh, I see.
We'll be doing our first
That would make sense.
keyword at 1:45. First keyword at 1:45.
20 minutes time.
We will be getting Lime in the chat. I've got the whispers open today. Lime, 'tis I. I'm going to send us a whisper for the first keyword. We'll be doing that in 23 minutes time, 1:45.
I'm not sure what's going on with the floor here.
I don't actually know. So quick, so we can listen in.
I don't think I can request them. No.
They're over there, aren't they? Or are they
What's happened?
the guy who just does
Yeah, not sure on this one.
The information from the player that was signed to
Something about a time bank maybe?
We could check the
He was on the
street.
street.
You just pulled him out of his arse. He wanted some more.
What's happened?
And they said no.
I wasn't sure. Missed that one. It looked like Young Hao pulled time bank out of his pocket there, but I don't think.
And his pocket.
Well, yeah, I might have got that right. I'm not gonna. It looked like it from behind, but it might have just had it in hand and.
Selling time banks in the
Dancing
toilets.
it around.
Is that what they're doing?
Maybe just from a table move. Not sure.
Honestly, this is the reason why these chipsets, you know how they have the same colours but just different denominations?
Yeah.
What's to stop someone just taking a yellow one case and slip it in that stack?
Probably the
No one-
cameras and maybe etiquette. I don't know.
Yeah, but forget all of
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I imagine.
If I'm talking
I
about
wonder if Young Hao
classy human being,
may have used the time bank there on the turn. I wonder if
I mean, what,
it was asked for the time bank, couldn't produce one after being awarded the pot, and then where's your time banks? Oh, they may have been here from when we moved tables. Something along those lines. Who knows? Who knows? Afternoon, D. Daniel, watching on Twitch.
Afternoon.
We'll go here, cut off against Jamie in the big blind. Probably one as Wilco that's going to connect reasonably with Jamie, opposed to us, but C-bet incoming regardless. Some wrap around the 8 of clubs here as Jamie, but just decides to drop it off and into the bin.
Well, 25 minutes of this level and one more level to go until the first break of the day. We are down to 14. How are we doing, Ariane? Ariane Kashani. Come on, Jamie. Is he part of the team? Or is he just a good friend? Bracelet winner, Jamie Walden.
Hope you well, Aaron. Jack opening A7 of hearts under the gun. Young Hao Kings in the cutoff. 30k. Easty out of the way, back round to Jack.
Just shy of $1 million.
Yeah, super deep here. $500,000 effective, but Jack just gonna let it go.
Arian is one of the nicest guys in the industry and a very good friend. Nice one, Arian. He really is. Was there on the rail last year. Don't know if you saw the picture. Arian, just for you. Oh dear. That picture says it all. Absolutely brilliant. What a good time that was.
It's a great photo.
There he was. And he's going back this year to try and repeat his success. Colin McAndrew back with us after the redraw.
Yeah, opening King Jack in the cut-off here. Jamie gonna call Queen Jack of Hearts in position on the button. Jack in the big blind. Not gonna complete the Jack 7. So heads up to a flop between Colin and Jamie.
King, Queen, 6 flop. Both catching a piece.
Yeah. He's gonna see another street, I think, here, tower. Colin to start with a bet.
18k.
Jamie not going to be folding middle pair here. Nine of clubs on the turn. So Jamie picking up 10s as chop outs. I think we want Colin to be reasonably happy to double barrel. And then it's a decision point for Jamie as to how we want to progress with the hand here. $30k into 88, relatively small sizing, getting a good price as Jamie now is second pair, but one of those, as Colin, not sure how many worse hands we're going to have here. Does look like he's going to make the call. So looking for a queen or a 10 for a chop, 8 of spades on the end. And now as Colin not the best of rivers, but not exactly a bad one either. One that I think might see him. Well, looks like we're going to go for a bet here. Really small, 30k. Really trying to target some Queen X here as Jamie. Ah, wow, just goes for it. And just about to say what Colin's plan would be if Jamie decided to get spicy here. Does really go for it. And now we've got a decision as Colin. I think when we take this sizing on the river, we can never really have more than exactly what we've got here. And just in a tough spot now, world of pain.
Top pair. We know he has the check mark. We've got a bit dicey.
Yeah, just this real deviation on sizing on the river as Colin. I think Jamie's just recognised that we can only really have, at best, these one pair hands as Colin, and just going for the throat as Jamie. Max pressure. No king in hand. Unblock that king one pair holding. Jack in hand as well. Blocks and jack 10. Seems like a nice combo to do it with. Colin going deep into the time bank tank. Does let it go. Nice hand, Jamie.
Well played, Jamie Walden. That was a tough spot for Colin McAndrew. Tough spot. Jamie up to 50 bigs plus.
I think when Colin watches that back, he might have some regrets about the river sizing. It's a difficult one, but kind of put ourselves in a tough spot there.
16 minutes of this level to go.
Prop
14
trader.
players left.
Yeah, prop trader watching on YouTube. Afternoon.
Afternoon prop. Hope everybody is good wherever you are around the world. Been around the world and and we have our first keyword at 1:45 local time, so in 12 minutes time.
Yeah, Colin here. Hijack, just trying to get straight back on the bike. King, queen off, going to get through. Just I didn't want to take that one for a jam, just for the raise. That's all in. Chip counts on the screen. Jack still headlining the feature table as he has done for most of the day so far. But a few stacks on there in the sub 20 mark, so you know, we've got a tournament that's only paying the top 6 runners, 8 to go to the money, so still a fair way, but there are some stacks creeping into that danger zone. Plenty of time in these high rollers on the structure that we've got in place to be picking spots, so there won't be any need to be getting after it too soon for those guys between that sort of 10 and 20 blind mark, but we are getting there. Easty, king 8 of clubs in the cut-off here.
So them all in.
Yeah.
In the cut-off, suited king. Jack with the ace 10 and the chips as well.
Yeah.
8 bigs to call. Makes the call. East is behind.
Yeah, the blinds get out of the way. I assume Wilco's not going to be doing anything with the Jack 7 here.
So we're rooting for an 8 or a king.
If you're Easty.
If you're Easties fans, shout as loud as you can.
Yeah, we're going to need some help here as Easty. But he has got it in 44% equity here, so not too far off being a flip here.
He's like ace. He's like Colin's dealer ace.
Going to C5. We'll start with 3.
None of that is any good. None of that is good for Nick Eastwood.
Yeah, real tough flop there for Easty. Just the kings and 8's going to be working as we go through the streets.
We're down to an 8.
Yeah, can't make a king anymore. Moves the 8 of clubs.
The
Tries
festival,
to drag it into the river slot.
and it's not. He pairs the jack, he taps the table. He needed the 8 on the river. And unfortunately, Nick Eastwood busted out in 14th. Unlucky, sir. Eastley busting out in 14th. Means we're down to 13. So we lose Easty. We're down to 13. Final table of 9 and 6 get the money. We'll be jumping into the main event a little bit later, I am sure. Maybe jumping in the first couple of levels of the earlier flight with the longer blinds. 40-minute blinds.
Yeah, 5 minutes for your keyword.
Under 40 and 5, yeah. Quarter to 7 minutes for the keyword.
Cheers, Leo. Watching on YouTube, on Twitch, sorry.
888 Poker TV on Twitch.
Yeah.
Wishing you a great stream. Thank you very much indeed. This is the final 2 tables of the high roller. 53 runners in total. So a smaller field than normal. Obviously lots of players are already in Las Vegas. And cashing as well. So, going to be interesting for Portsmouth.
Yeah.
I think Portsmouth are going to have to start getting the satellites for the locals in
there will be
for the summer series.
I think they're already running. Wednesday evening satellite night in Portsmouth.
There won't be too many driving down to Portsmouth because a lot of people at that time will be in Vegas.
I reckon that festival is going to be massively supported locally.
Good.
Massively. So I have no concerns about numbers there. Pompey always turn out. Quite a 9-6 offsuit here in the big blind, just one of those that wouldn't really be wanting to complete here, particularly versus Gunn, I don't think, but does decide to complete it going 4 ways. Equities distributed nicely pre-flop, but even nicer post-flop for Luke, and a jack-high board could see Jamie as the under the gun raiser in a spot bother here. Young now checks small blind. Colin, if he hasn't already, we're certainly going to check big blind. Has done so. And Jamie with a C-bet.
Just waiting for the action tracker to catch up. Check, check, bet is the order of the day at the minute.
Yeah, Luke could look to get after this one straight away. But no.
Luke's out of the way.
Just fold the top pair.
That's 52 we did. Fold the top pair. Didn't like the sizing. Interesting.
Wow.
If Jamie Walden sees that, he's not going to stop.
I am surprised at that. Hero fold there from Luke Marsh. I mean, backdoor hearts working for us as well. King Jack. Call versus gun pre-flop, flop top pair. Both the blinds check through. Surprised to see him lay that one down. We'll go 10-6 of clubs out of the way. Young out, king 8 on the button. Looks like he's going to bump this one up to 16k, but Jamie going to make the call. We saw Jamie open the queen jack there from gun in that exact blind formation with young out small blind, Colin big blind. Not sure he's going to be opening queen jack fully from gun, but six-handed obviously is a different dynamic to when we're playing full ring. Does check the 10-7 deuce over to young out. Expect to see that here from young out. Haven't seen what we've seen so far from him. 17k. Yeah, Jamie just getting after it straight away, recognising that this board should probably be our board in terms of connectivity. 9 of spades, nice one to have in there as well, and check raise on the flop gets it through straight away. So Mr. Walden pulling out all the moves on the feature,
Getting the aggression going is Jamie, up to
chipping up
64.
nicely. Thirteen players remaining from the 53 that entered the high roller. Hand number 31 on the dirty blinds, 4k, 8k with an 8k big blind ante, and big slick for Wilco in the hijack. 130k for him. Just going to play the lot. Open jam from Wilco. Folding round, Jamie folding the small blind to jack in the big blind. Queen 9 not going to look that one up. So pick up for Wilco.
Up to 150.
Afternoon, Francis. Watching on Facebook. Hope you're well.
Afternoon, Francis. Oh, we'll see you soon.
You're always telling me what to do though. Get the beers in.
Hoping to see you soon. We are counting down to the end of level number 2. Level number 3 starting very soon.
Yeah, folding round to the blinds here. Jamie dropping the 9-3 from the button.
As you should.
Yeah, jack, small blind, all the chips. Won't have had the information coming back through about Luke's pass earlier on yet, but just going to complete the 6-5 by the looks of things. Luke, jack 8 in the big blind. Going to take this one to a flop.
Here's Queen 2.
Yeah. Check. Check and expect to see Luke check this one back. Off to a turn.
Which is the 6 of spades. Jack taking the lead.
Yeah, pretty sure Jack will be happy to come for a bet now, deny some spade equity, but does decide to check.
9. So check mark still for Jack. I'll be happy to check it down and check all more spots. Check. Back over to Millie. Jello, morning guys, morning live and chat. It is that time of the day. It is that time of the day. It is the first keyword of the day. Literally, you need to be on 888 Poker TV only for the giveaways. If you're on other channels, on Twitch. Yeah. If you are on 888 Poker TV on Twitch, that's the only place you can win the tokens, two $22 tokens. If you're on other channels and you don't want to get involved, just stay where you are. Stay where you are. But if you want to win a chance of getting into the $22 tickets, then you need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch, as that's the only place that the RGM will select 2 random people. And all you need to do for this is type in a word that we give you into the chat. As you know, it always works. And after about 2 or 3 minutes, Lime will give us a countdown, and then we finish, and then 2 people will randomly be chosen to win tickets. It's easy as that. So the first keyword of the day, as it is, keyword is early bird. Early bird. All one word. The keyword is early bird. Away you go. Get it in the chat. That's exactly what it is. Early bird. And we will randomly select 2 people for tokens to play on 888 Poker. Get yourselves in. There goes a better chance of winning, as in it is the early birds catching the worms.
Yeah, someone's going to catch the worms.
Yes. Good luck, everybody.
Well, the hungry one. I want to check your spelling there, buddy. Riley birds does not catch the worms in this one. Yeah. Put that one through. So get yourselves in on 888 TV Twitch.
There you
go. Early bird, the keyword. All one word.
Late cat.
10 seconds. 61. Raise 61.
Well, flop for Wilco. Colin decided to take the bigger sizing on the flop there, and Wilco just decided to get after it straight away with a raise.
Praying in my head, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, bang. Real, isn't it?
Everyone says it's 5:45 in Vancouver, too early to spell. Well, nice clean one here for Colin.
Beautiful.
Queens, 8 bigs. Just decide to raise, not all in. Opens to 20k from gun. We'll go out of the way. Just Yongo in the big blind. A7. We're going to be. I think we're going to be folding. Does make the call. 1 more minute is the declaration from Lime.
Nice one.
So probably around about the conclusion of this hand. The old 964 rainbow. That's an alien. Colin. Pocket queens. Once checked to, just decided to go for it there, and that's a fold. So probably about 30 seconds left on the keyword giveaway in the chat on Twitch 888 TV.
1 more minute.
Keyword is early bird. 1 word. Early bird. 222 tickets to give away. high, Jack 10, 9 of clubs. Going to come in for a raise. Wilco folding the button, going out small blind, probably 2s. Colin getting out of the way, Jack going to take that one down. We are mid countdown.
Here we go. Who's going to win the tokens? The first 2 available. 10 to give away today.
Here we go. Spin that wheel.
Congratulations, Tower 00 and 009. Oi, oi. In Brazil. Tower in Brazil. Very nice indeed.
It's me.
And Zep GG. Congratulations. Well done, Tower 009. Congratulations.
Yeah, well done, guys. Luke here, 7-6 of hearts. It's out of the way there. Young out, Queen 9 on the button. Let's decide to go for a raise, and just something to be mindful of. I think we have a tough opponent in the big blind. Well, forget the tough opponent in the big blind for the moment, because we've got a tough hand to get through in the small blind. Colin does decide to call. One of those is Colin here. I don't think there's too much we can do here. It doesn't look super strong, but it does decide to call. Jamie 5-4 in the big, getting. We have to call. What do we have to call? Doesn't decide to consider. Anyway, so Queen I are a 9-eye board here as Young out, or some kind of straight combo, and we're going to be in a spot of bother. As is, deuce 7.
Nothing for Young out.
I like this from Colin a lot. Just check. Over to our opponent, keep in flow. Check back, Young out. Probably aware there's some alarm bells ringing from that flat in the small blind. It's just difficult as Colin as to what we can really do there. I think might just prefer jam. If we're going to have some hands we do want to get through, there's a jam seems reasonable to mix aces in there as well, but he's just going to go for it on the 4 of clubs and just fold. So
in the bin they go. In the bin. Afternoon, Mr. Trotter, watching on Facebook. Hi lads, Tower House is taking for Vegas going with 7 spots left. Mr. Paul Trotter. Everybody who's agreed for the 1% will be contacted by PK once all sold, and payments will be taken down. £105 for the 1% sweat in the main event of Las Vegas. There's 7 spots left, Mr. Trotter.
yeah, if anybody in the chat at the moment wants to get involved in have a piece of the tower in the main event, you can do so. Just drop a note in the chat, drop us a note off the side.
January 7, 15 to call. We're down to 12. Busted out on the outer table. Zicheng Mao. Zicheng Miao. Busting out. We're down to 12.
Magical Jarrett on Twitch.
Magical Jarrett, we will stick you in the chat box and we will get you confirmed and contact you. Very nice indeed. Thank you very much, the Magical Jarrett. We will contact you very soon. You are in. I think PK is setting it up from today, I do believe.
Yeah, so he'll be coming after people for some cash before long, but yeah. PK will be in touch. Magical Jarrett, it's going to be a fun sweat, that one.
Yes.
Danny Evans on YouTube, good afternoon. Good luck to all. 12 of the players remaining now that Zhicheng has busted in 13th. Jack here raising small blind, Luke 8-7 of diamonds in the big blind. Looks like he's going to take a flop with this one. Jack makes it 40k. That's for 4x. Luke defending. Queen in the window. Queen 10-9, so up and down for Luke. On the lower end of it, and Jack with top pair.
Castle just under a milli, checks. Right round to Luke.
Paul, I can guarantee you would not have to worry about seeing whether or not you get to see Tower's bracelet were he to win the main. That thing would never, ever get off his wrist. Ever.
I always wonder why they just end up in broom cupboards and somewhere in your mum's.
See you walking into Timpson on the Monday morning saying, can you take one of these links out for us, please, lads?
Everybody who's bought 1% will be able to have a picture with it.
There you go. 3 of hearts turn after Jack decided to check the Queen 10-9, and Luke came in for a bet. Jack made the call with top pair, checks it over again, and what if we see Luke decide to check back now and try and realise some equity. Just with 8 high in a double barrel. Can't see Jack folding just yet. Does make the call, so we're going off to a river, and there's a $250,000 in this pot. Blind on blind confrontation. Ace of diamonds, and Jack will be aware that that should very much be his card, so when checked to again, if Luke's betting here, we are going to have to go big, and it's going to be pretty polar.
Diamonds.
175 maybe. Looks like 175.
Very nice indeed. Good shout.
A tough one now is Jack. He's essentially just got bluff catcher and just a difficult spot. Does decide to let it go. Nice bet there from Luke on the river. Sized up nicely. Got it through. 65 blinds for him now.
Second in chips on this table. 28 minutes left of the level. 12 players left. Any action on the outer tables, we'll try it and get it to you. We're on 12. There's only 6 getting paid. Bubble will be on the FT.
All I can say is, to anybody with their opinion on Tower's chances in the main, for the sake of 1%, you do not want to miss out on having had it on that one time.
I suggested buying a piece of Tower, and the reply was, it's like investing in a Betamax videotape. Oh dear. Love it.
I think you're going to smash it. I think you're going to have a great time. Nice one for Luke here. In the small blind, Wilco getting a great price in the big blind now, following Jack's button open and just a small blind call. It's almost certainly going to see him make it up here, and we're going to go 3 ways.
Next time flop, ace jack 5. Top pair for Luke.
Yeah, disguised one as well, just flattening out the small. We're not going to have a super wide range out the small, but if Jack does decide to just check it and is almost kind of falling into give up already, I think. Well, you say that, but turns a 9, I think we can see from here. Just wait for the camera to zoom in. Looks like the 9 of spades to me.
It does. We're just waiting on the action tracker to catch up. Because we're already onto the turn.
Well, Wilco is going to take the initiative, and when checked to as Luke twice. Yeah, 9 of spades confirmed there. Wilco with just 7 high says, right, we're going to start to try and get after this pot. But it's 35k, and I don't think we're going to see Luke fold. Be far too tight to fold here. He does decide to call. And I almost imagine all rivers we're just going to be checking this one over to Wilco. Jack of Hearts, not one we love as Luke, but certainly not one we're going to be leading as. And do you fancy it then?
Can we just send it?
I think it's.
I think he gives up.
I think so too, Tower.
I don't think there's any point. I think we give up. We've still got 13 bigs.
Hard to get an ace to fold. Hard. We're never getting a jack to fold. This is ambitious.
Not all in. I can't see. Ugh. It's literally a jack and nothing else.
Cycle here.
I think you're right. Especially for 58. There you go. Makes it. Yeah. This is your win. Luke. Leaving Adam with 6. Bit speculative there from Mr. Wilco. Good luck anyway, says Daz. You can't play as bad as my bubble action yesterday in the voyage. Unlucky yesterday. I think Gaz right. Afternoon lads, back up tomorrow to take down the main event. Nice one, Gaz. Just to let you know the kiwi fruits have gone. They were delicious.
Right. So someone was taking. I kind of was half listening at that point in when we were talking about kiwis, but someone was kicking off about peeling the kiwi. Was that right?
Richie Burner says, did I peel the kiwi?
Yeah.
And I said no.
You said no.
Yeah.
Just go straight in.
Absolutely.
Right.
You don't peel a kiwi. You wash it, but you don't peel it.
I don't think I've ever just gone straight in on a kiwi.
If you slice the bottom off,
yeah,
because the bottom's right,
of course,
obviously,
yeah,
because it's got core in it.
Yeah.
But the rest of it is perfect.
Same as most fruits.
Safe drive back up, and we'll see you tomorrow.
That's what I would do, Piano Cat. That's how I'd eat a kiwi.
Yeah, right. I didn't just shove it in.
Well, I imagined you didn't just full send the kiwi.
I didn't just
through
put the
and
full
deal with
kiwi
it,
in.
yeah.
I didn't just put the full kiwi in and shove it in. I did actually cut it into quarters once I'd cut the bottom off, but I don't peel them. That was the question yesterday. If Wilco was told Luke fold the top pair early, he would have jammed the river. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the all-in move would have been a lot tougher spot for Luke to call there. I don't think he was ever folding there for a not all-in. Please, Gareth. Cut them into quarters, then you can eat the flesh out of the skin. The skin's the most important piece of a kiwi.
Why is that?
If you Google the nutrients that are in the skin of kiwi fruits, everybody apparently you should eat 3 kiwi fruits per day.
You should eat 3 kiwis a day.
Well, they're small, aren't they? They're only like big. They're not like big grapes, aren't they? They're not like the big.
Some grape. Some grape. That, to be fair, mate. Fun turn here.
And they're delicious in a salad, by the way.
Yeah, agree. Agree.
Delicious.
Agree with that.
So nice turn card for Young Howe. Nut flush draw top pair. Jack with an open ender on the flop.
Yeah, and just 9 high. Feeling compelled to double barrel here. Try and get our opponent to fold some Jack X.
So just a call.
Some draws, but yeah, seems perfectly fine so far. Is that queen? Just got there as Jack. Looks like a queen from where we're sat. Checks it over. I'm pretty sure that is the Queen of Hearts. There it is. So, interesting spot now for Jack, because I think we can feel pretty good about our hand when check 2. In that Young Howe may have found some bets with King X. Just going to put him straight in the blender. Jack, max pressure on Young Howe, top pair. We do just lose to a lot now on this river. Especially holding clubs is not ideal for us.
10 seconds.
Does say fold.
We'll play Jack. Back over a milli. Back over a million. Adam Wilkinson down to 6 bigs.
Showing so much less interest. Showing so much less interest in the feature.
6 getting the money. $20 minutes to go until the end of this session.
That was so close to me.
And then a 15-minute break.
See what's going on in the main entry.
Nice Jack for Luke. Raise and take. Players out of 53. Start of the day with 22. We've lost 10 players. We're on 12. 2 tables of 6. Final table is 9. The money is 6 players.
Raise to 20. Pass.
Luke with the king queen raised into 20. Ace Jack 3 flop, 2 diamonds. Jamie flopping flush draw with 9-4.
15.
Better 15 from Luke and a call from Jamie. Luke takes a bigger lead with a king of clubs on the turn. Won't be surprised with a check back. We've got a bit of value with a king of clubs. But you think we're using a bank, there is a bet coming in. No, he decides to delay check and then using the time bank. Thank you very much as a dealer. Off to the river. And Jamie with the 4 of clubs. As he shoot down on this one. Yeah, 40 bigs he says. I think he taps the table. And the decision, Luke might come in for a bit of value with the king. And the ace of bet. Even maybe the jack might try and get a little bit of value. But I think Luke might just pop in a quarter.
10 seconds. 30.
Makes it 26. Well, 30,000, sorry. And it's good for Luke, playing well. Playing well. There's Luke Marsh. 87 bigs. Crazy Scotsman said he's got a pack of 4 kiwis in the fridge. You normally cut them in half and scoop it out with a spoon. Try the skin. Honestly, read up on what nutrients are in the skin of a kiwi fruit. You'd be amazed. Cut off the bottom bit and shovel it in.
Yeah.
I guess I never thought about it or thought about it. I guess it's useful.
Pass. Answer.
61.
61.
It's not. Just give it a quick wash.
He's all in.
Don't eat the bottom bit, the bottom core a little bit, and it's nice. It's fine. Jack with over $1 million. Chip leader on the table. Wilco is all in with the ace jack. Jack says I have to call. 51,000. So Wilco at risk, ace jack of clubs. Just 22% equity for jack, so there must be a couple of kings or a 9 in there, and there is. There's only half of his outs live. Kings and 9s needed. Wilco is looking good for a double. Half his outs are in the bin. No, the king on the river.
Grim.
Wilco departs just before the money in 12th place. Unlucky Wilco. Enjoy Vegas, and we will see you out there. Gone out of the high roller.
Grim one there for Wilco. All the best for the summer, sir. Have a fantastic time.
Cat says the beetroot pulp muffins are ready. We're in Edinburgh in 3 weeks' time. Cat,
We are.
you live in Edinburgh. Fresh beetroot pulp muffins for the team, or even just one.
Even just
Because
there's no iron team unless there's beetroot muffins.
The way PK's just looked at me, I don't think he'll want one. But if they're freshly made by the cat, I can only say they go well with a cup of tea.
That's the first time I will have been to Edinburgh. I'm looking forward to it a lot.
Excellent. Are you getting an extra day in or something like that to enjoy the city?
I'm going to be travelling up on the Tuesday, so yeah, hopefully get I need to book a fly. I need to get that sorted. Definitely going to fly.
Yeah. The earlier you book it, the cheaper it is.
That is true. It's a wise man once said. Don't forget corned beef flapjacks, says deprived king.
Ooh. Corned beef flapjacks, they were great. They might be horrible because I've never baked them before. Okay.
It's a good sale, piano cat.
And to be fair, I don't think I've ever heard of beetroot in muffins. I've only ever took muffins as blueberry or chocolate chip or...
I suppose at the end, yeah, you could have a carrot cake or an apple muffin or something like that, couldn't you?
Danny Evans says, I'm curious, how much is 1%? £105. We're selling 75 shares. And the 75 shares will equate to about $10,400, just in case the interest rates and the exchange rates differ to when we buy in. Doesn't go towards expenses or going down the piano bar. Dancing on the tables in the piano bar.
Yeah.
We all will go. Jack high flop, Jack 6, 8, 2 spades, 1 bear and win.
Good luck, everybody.
And we're heading to the break. 7 minutes to go until a 15-minute break. So to get out and stretch the legs. So 6 minutes and 50 seconds of this session to go. 22, Young out of the way. But Colin, who's not getting out of the way.
Definitely not. And from cut off with this stack size, I think this is one that we could see played as a 3-bet jam against Jack, but has decided to
Just call,
complete.
yeah, just call, getting close to the FT. 6 getting the money. We do see flop of 4, 5, 7. One that's definitely in Colin's range, coming out of the big.
Yeah, but I expect Jack's just going to come
Jack's.
for thinner here. And this is the problem when we take these ones post. To be honest, it's just really difficult to navigate here with ace high, no diamond. We know that Jack's capable of being up to it, but we're just kind of in a spot now where we almost have to fold. Just decides to go for it there as Colin, and
a snap fold.
recognising some board texture in our favour.
Yep, and action on the outer tables. We've got Dan Rudd and we've got Neil Wallace. Neil is all in with King Queen and is unfortunately up against Ace King. So off to the boards we go. King Queen needing to hit.
Jack 6-4, not much help there.
10 would be nice. It's not a 10, we're down to a queen. And a queen only for Neil Wallace. And it's a 3. So Neil busting out just before the FT, busting out in 11th. And Dan Rudd taking him out. Brammer's got chips. Chris Brammer, the silent assassin. He's got chips. Means we're down to 10. One percent of 12 million is 120k. Is that correct? Yes.
Saying that out loud.
They're optimistic, right there. They're optimistic, I will say. Oh, yeah. They're optimistic. 4 minutes to go until the end of this session. A 15-minute break on its way.
Yeah, no action has happened on the table yet.
So down to the final 10. With there not being any money involved, the break will be on time. We either hit the FT and stop, or take the next 3.5 minutes and take the break as standard. Hey, Man of Straw, how are you? See, Sinead won $15,000 over the overnight in Vegas. He has got a good style, old Jack. He does like his shirts. I think he needs one specific one for a Sunday. That's what he should have.
Sunday best. It does look a shirt, doesn't it? And I wonder what the stats are for shirt to FT conversion.
Not many. Slim. Not many, I would say.
Jack elected to raise once. Jamie just completed the small blind with the 10-5. Jamie made the call with a king 10 and flops gut shot on ace jack for 2 clubs. King of clubs in hand as well. For him, Jack's going to bet 40k. Straight in for half pot.
Fine, club's turn. Bringing the flush draws.
Interesting card this one now, Tower. Pair for Jack. Not flush draw. To accompany gutter for Jamie. But Jack does take the lead in the hand. 3-1 favourite now. With the 10 of clubs in hand, I think this one falls nicely as a check. Well, ball pairing Jack on the turn.
Tough to be the aggressor once we've check flop and check turn.
Yeah, I do think though that this Jack is probably going to be more our cards as Jamie, and he's going to really size that up. That looks like 150. Here's 150. Tough one now for Jack. Really tough one.
Tough one. Last hand of the session. Last hand of the session, ladies and gentlemen. Tough one for Jack. Can he find it?
Well, we're going to need some time.
Tough one. What did he put him on in this situation? Maybe a fourth one. 85 on the turn.
Our hand is basically a bluff catcher. It's not a great bluff catcher either at that, but it's just gets out of the way. Jack's going to be our card as Jamie, so real nice board recognition there as Jamie gives him the smile.
Up to 50 bigs. Jamie Walden 50 bigs. Back with the same table in 15 minutes. We're on 10. Final table is 9. C in 15.
The winners get a $30,000 package. It folds to the small blind who rips in on me for 30 big blinds, and I look down at ace queen suited. So ICM stands for the independent chip model. It only applies to tournaments, not cash games. Let's say you have 20 big blinds. There's 100 players left in the tournament. 50 of them are going to get paid. If you double up, if you double your stack exactly, the dollar value of your stack doesn't double. And part of the reason why is because if you get one chip over the line, you get that min cash. It's very, very complex, and it makes for some wild plays, especially on bubbles and final table bubbles. And sometimes you just have to get put in the blender and fold lots of hands, and that's just the way it is. When you have a short stack and you're getting closer and closer to the money, you've kind of got to try and assess how likely you are to get into the money based on how tight you can play. So surviving is really, really important. That doesn't mean you don't play any hands, you just have to be more selective with the hands that you do play. So can you just fold ace jack here and still get into the money? Or are you in a situation where actually, I'm gonna need more chips to be able to survive into the money and I have to play this hand? We've all seen tiny stacks multiply into huge stacks. It happens in tournaments all the time. So if you can get into the money with just a few chips and then you've got the opportunity to spin that up as well. If someone makes a silly play on the other tables, the short stack can just keep doubling and your stack can keep getting more and more precarious, and then you find you've got to constantly reassess the situation you're in. ICM for the chip leader is so different than for the short stacks. It's so much more fun because you get to play lots of hands. You've still got to be a little cautious because if you clash with like the second biggest stack, then you can find yourself as a mid stack or even a short stack. But your opponents have to be really wary of confrontations with you because you can knock them out before the money. And like we were saying earlier, if you just get one chip over the line, you get into the money and you can spin that chip up. So it's so valuable to get into the money. As the big stack, you get to apply lots of pressure. Now I see mistakes from lots of players, even really good players. They'll start adding in hands like 4-5 suited, 3-5 suited. If your opponents are at least somewhat competent, they will fight back. King deuce suited actually becomes a much more valuable hand. You've got the suitedness, so there's a bit of utility to fight post-flop with the suitedness of the hand, but the real value comes from the king. It blocks them having king-queen, it blocks them having king-jack, ace-king, pocket kings, all that kind of thing. You block their continues. Those are the hands that are really profitable for the chip leader on the bubbles. Middling stacks are probably the trickiest stacks to navigate on bubbles. If you end up in a confrontation with a short stack, you become a short stack. You're not out of the tournament, but then you've got to reassess where you are. However, you're also covered by the bigger stacks, and they can knock you out. And it really depends where you're sat in relation to all the other players at the table. So if you've got the big stacks on your right, it's a lot easier because you get to see what they do first, and you can opt into the confrontation or not. If the big stacks are on your left, your marginal hands all of a sudden become unplayable because they can 3-bet mercilessly and you are stuck with having to fold all your marginal hands. So mid stacks are probably the trickiest to play because they're so easy to fold their way into the money. It's a little frustrating because you end up having to play so few hands when there are players who cover you behind, but that's just the nature of the beast. ICM situations are rarer than your usual tournament situations. You only get to bubbles X percentage of the time, and you only get to final tables even rarer. So making ICM part of your regular study routine is really essential if you're a tournament player. When you get to a final table, you really want to be prepared. You don't see people celebrating coming 10th. It's really in the top 3 where all the money is. There's various software out there where you can do drills and practice, without any money on the line, get the reps in so you can get used to the kind of situations you're into and the kind of folds you have to make. If you really care about the game, you're fascinated by the strategy of it, make time for the ICM study because it really pays dividends. Knowing when to make a critical fold or knowing when to apply the pressure in the right spots on final tables can be worth so much money. ICM being such a difficult concept and quite a stressful concept in-game when the real money's on the line, the better prepared you are when you get into that situation, the better you'll perform. There's been some crazy spots I've been put into over the years. One that comes to mind was being on the bubble for a 30K package. It folds to the small blind. They just open rip for 30 big blinds. I looked down at ace-queen suited. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a really monster hand, blind v blind. Am I really going to fold this? But then again, we're 1 away from the money. Should I be folding this to survive? I did call. They flipped over 3-4 suited, which I'm a 60-40 against, which is a disaster in satellites being in that situation. They turn a flush draw, and I thought just the horror in my gut when they turned that flush draw with a 30K package on the line. River bricked out and I got the package. We analyzed it later and it turned out it was a fold for the exact reason of how much equity a hand like 3-4 suited has against ace-queen. Sometimes mistakes, they do work out and we learn from them. So I got the most out of that really because, I ran well and then I won't do it again.
I made many final tables in the last few years, and without these tips, I couldn't have done it. The mental game is really important for making deep runs, because if you are not well prepared mentally, you're gonna suffer a lot. At the first problem, you're gonna quit. So to be able to go through all the downswings, you need to understand that you're gonna lose more than you're gonna win, but in the long run, if you are good enough, you're gonna win. So, okay, you play bad one hand, you make one mistake, maybe you realize after that or think that could be a mistake. It's okay, everybody make mistakes. That's not what it matters. What it matters is what you do after that you made the mistake. You cannot have that hand there. Otherwise, you're gonna be on tilt because you knew what to do, but then you didn't do it for whatever reason. And then you're gonna become angry and upset at the same time, and then you're gonna be making wrong decisions, one follow to the other. So it's very important to be prepared and knowing that we all make mistakes. Reading opponents If it's not the most important, it's the second one, because the first important thing for me would be mentality, but then the second one, or at the same level, would be reading opponents, because you can get a lot of information from the players depending on the moment of the tournament, but I would say you can get the information from the start, and then you know how that person thinks, and then you can use it in moments that are very key moments, like bubble or close to the final table, because if they know experience, if they told you this, they don't play much, or if they told you that they're not gonna make another bullet if they bust. I mean, talking, even though if it's like things outside of poker, you can get a lot of information that you can use it in a crucial moments in the tournament. If you are a big stack on the bubble, for example, you can put a lot of pressure on the medium and short stacks, because the very short ones, they don't wanna bust, because it doesn't matter for them to double up that much. They're gonna have a very, very, very strong hand. So when they go all in, obviously, you need to call very, very tight, like just with the very good ones. Even though the medium stacks, they are in a good position to double up, they also need to have a very strong hand in order to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna be able to put a lot of pressure on them, because they have people shorter than them. In the opposite side, I remember once I was 7 blinds on the bubble, and I was gonna be big blind. It was no point for me to double up, because even though if I double up with 7 blinds, I'm not gonna do much more. For me, it was more important to make the money. So I ended up winning that tournament because I knew I didn't have to put on risk my tournament. I folded my big blind because I didn't have to call. And luckily, I went into the money and I won that one. It was the high roller for Portugal. Choosing the right game is very important in order to get deep runs, because if you are playing a 10,000, let's say, tournament, and you are gonna be afraid to put your chips on risk, then that's gonna make you play bad, and you're not gonna have good results. The buy-in amount that it makes you feel comfortable to play like you think it has to be played a hand. If you have to bluff for all your chips, you have to do it, then do it. Don't think, oh, but the buy-in is 2,000 and I couldn't afford to pay again, and then I'm gonna be walking around with nothing to do and I have to say to all my friends that I busted. I'm bluffing, you know? If you think about this, when you jump in a tournament, that's not your tournament. You should go down.
Do you often fire many bullets, or are you willing to?
No, I'm never willing to fire a lot of bullets, but if I have to, I do it. Every bullet is like you jump in a new tournament. Doesn't matter if it was 3 times the same one. You need to play as much as you can when you are in a festival in order to make it profitable. So if you're happy to play 1,000 tournament buy-in, that means that you are prepared to play the bullets that you need to. There is no magic formula to make a deep runs. I think every person needs their own path. And even though I tell you what to do, you need to do it yourself. So at the beginning, you're probably gonna get tilt or upset when you bust. But if you keep doing it, and if you are strong enough, mentally strong enough, and you resist, then it will get to the point that experience will matter in this. If this happened a few years before, there's no way I would deal with this situation like I'm dealing now. So I know my progress, and now I'm like surprised myself how good I take it. Sometimes I surprise myself. I'm like, wow, I don't feel what I felt when I started. It's a path, yeah. You cannot shortcut it. You have to go through that.
If you've ever struggled to calculate your equity or pot odds in a hand, you likely need to brush up on your poker math skills. That doesn't mean you need to be a genius or make complex calculations, but learning some fundamental calculations will give you an edge over your opponents. I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm gonna share 5 poker math principles you should know. Rule of 4 and 2. One of the most important poker math calculations is knowing how to figure out your equity in a hand. This is where the rule of 4 and 2 comes into play. All you need to do is calculate how many outs you have, then multiply your outs by 4 on the flop or 2 on the turn. The number you get is the approximate percentage of making your hand. So in this example, if we flop a flush draw, we would multiply our 9 outs by 4, giving us roughly 36% chance of making our hand. If the turn is a blank, our percentage drops to roughly 18%. This simple calculation alone can give you an edge by helping you avoid spots where you are a huge dog. Pot odds. Many players don't understand pot odds and fall into the trap of wanting to be right at too high of a frequency. Let's break it down with an example. Imagine the pot is 100 and your opponent bets 100. It costs you 100 to call, making the total pot 200. In this situation, you're getting 2-to-1 odds. That means you only need to be right 1 out of 3 times, or 33% of the time, to break even. But here's the exciting part. If you're right even half the time, you're not just breaking even, you're making profit. Understanding pot odds can significantly improve your decision-making and profitability at the table. Understanding blockers. A blocker refers to having a card in your hand that makes it statistically less likely for your opponent to have a strong hand. For example, having a hand like pocket tens on Queen Jack 9 5 3 board would drastically reduce the number of combinations of straights our opponent could have because we're holding.
Sam, it's still 15:30, right?
Oh, thank you. We're also doing steak sandwich, pork sandwich.
The time?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Are there any...
We're checking you, so 120.
The main menu's not actually opening until 5 o'clock today.
Okay.
Answer, advice?
The beetroot muffins are not bad. Did we get the chip cones? Oh, still there. I'm still
Honestly,
there.
How many more times today are we going to see that?
No,
photo?
no, I thought the chip cones might have been there. But obviously, with only 10 players, 9 on the final. Neil Wallace busting out with Sort. Adam Wilkinson on the feature table with Sort. Jamie Howe busting out. So Nick Eastwood busting out. Alice Sanford busting out. Start of the day with 22, we are on 10. The outer table has got Paul Nunes on it, Dan Rudd, Chris Brammer, and 2 GDPRs. So let's do it again. 10 down to 9, 9 down to 6. 6 down to a winner. That's how we roll.
Sounds like the equation of the day, Tower. And to those of you who are rejoining us after the first session, welcome back. To those who are just tuning in, welcome in to coverage of the £1,100 High Roller Day 2 at the 888 Poker Festival in Reading. Came back today with 22. Yeah,
Yep.
22. So over half the field gone already. 10 remain, as Tara said, 6 make the money, and we're on the bubble for the FT.
We'll have another giveaway this session. Stay tuned.
Yeah, and wherever you're watching from around the world, on Twitch, YouTube or Facebook, feel free to let us know in the chat box. Love to hear from you all. Plenty going on in the club. We'll have news of Tower's main event shenanigans coming up at some point, I'm sure, during this session. And anyone, we'll keep an eye on what's going on in the room as well. Then we've got the main event, day 1B, flight going on at the minute, 1C. Later this evening, cash out satellite this evening. Going to be picking up in Reading as the evening goes on, that's for sure.
Yeah, concentrating on the high roller today and back tomorrow after we've crowned a champion with flight 1, well, one of the flights for the main event and then the final day on Sunday.
Yeah, 2 of the nicest people in poker, Mr. JG. Afternoon, gents, watching whilst playing. Long old day ahead. Indeed it will be, sir. Best of luck. Going to be flicking in tomorrow. Hopefully, see you at the FT. Mr. West as well. How are you, Dan? Hope you and the family are well, mate. Good to see you in the chat box.
Good afternoon, boys.
Good to see some great numbers in Reading earlier in the week for the voyage. We had obviously met the guarantee in the high roller, which was a great effort from where the day one finished yesterday. 888 stops are really well supported by the looks of it. We had a cracking time up in Newcastle.
We did indeed, really good, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, very enjoyable.
We enjoyed it that much, they were already saying we wanted to UKBT again.
Yeah.
So, watch this space.
So Luke raising small blind with Queen 8, Young Al just calling the big blind, King 10, flop King Queen 3, which checks through, ball pairing 3 on the turn. Second spade on board, and if Luke will now decide to come for a bet but checks it back over. Probably prefers to play as a check call. Young now just decided now. I expect to see him come for a bet now. Once check 2 twice. Trying to find out some hands that have some equity, some ace highs, some smaller pairs. Get some value from those hands as well. Luke's going to play check call from the small blind with his Queen 8 hiss, second pair. Rivers the 5 of hearts and draws brick out, so could quite credibly see Luke pay on the river here, size independent. When check 2 3 times as Young Al, we are pretty confident we've got the best hand here by some distance, and just trying to work out what we're really targeting. There's going to be some Queen X in there, there's going to be some pairs in there below the Queen. When we look at the whole range of the things we want to be targeting, we probably just want to be betting on a smaller size, trying to get some prime value. Does go for just north of half with 86k into 144, and quickly called by Luke.
Called by Luke.
Yeah, shows the King 10, and Luke flicked his hand into the muck, and nice pickup for Young Al.
Just short of 40 bigs to Young Al. Afternoon, Valerie. Hope things are well. Robbie Williams is at the Murrayfield tomorrow.
It is where?
Robbie Williams is at Murrayfield tomorrow.
Is it Murrayfield? Is
he is, aye.
That'd be some gig, that, wouldn't it?
Tell you what,
Yeah,
Saturday
night.
That'll be busy.
Saturday
Robbie
night.
Williams in Edinburgh tomorrow night.
It's Preston Pixie that goes to his bands, isn't it? On a Saturday.
Aye. I don't think
he's going to be at Robbie and Murrayfield.
that's far too Monday.
Yeah.
No, I'm not having him. Who was he? Yeah, Robbie. I hope it's a great weekend, Val. May go and see your mate's band tonight. Who's on, Pixie? And where are you going? Are you going to Blackpool? Yeah, he's at Murrayfield this week and then London next week, I do believe. Pretty sure he's in London next week as well. But he's in London next week, as well as Edinburgh tomorrow night.
Yeah, so 5-handed action continues on the feature table and on the outer table, while Tower continues Robbie watch. Young out.
I'm trying to find out how much tickets for.
Gotcha. Young out with pocket tens in the small. versus Jack from the cut-off. Interesting dynamic here. Went for the 3-bet earlier to 3.5x in almost exactly the same formation, and Jack just decided to let it go in that spot, but probably see similar here.
Kat says when she was at Fountain Bridge, you used to be able to listen from there. You could hear it from, could hear Muddyfield from there. Should be a cracking gig. Oh, the Sex Pistols, they are fantastic. Caroline's fantastic as their lead singer. Caroline Lowe, fabulous, fabulous band. As you can see, they're the Sex Pistols, but an all-female band.
I did just about get that one.
An all-female band, they are fantastic.
Yeah.
And Caroline also does an unbelievable Amy Winehouse.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I mean, phenomenal.
Okay.
Really good.
Okay.
And I think that's at the Waterloo, I do believe. Because I already know that I'm working when they were on. Or else I'd have been there.
Is that Blackpool?
Yeah. Yeah, the Waterloo is a cracking music venue in Blackpool. It's about a 5-minute, 10-minute walk from the casino. Oasis and Richard Ashcroft and Cast, Friday 25th of July. Buzzing, says Razor Kev.
We're in staying in Manchester for the parade at the weekend. Staying in on just outside of the centre of Manchester, so we're going to there on Saturday night for a few drinks. In a bar called Definitely Maybe, Oasis tribute singer, Scottish fella gets up on stage. I can't, like, the look is just so good. Just like complete and utter spitting image. One fella with the guitar knew the whole charade. Brilliant night. Good night.
There's some cracking tribute acts around.
I think it was called Noel Gallagher's Fly High in Carpets, I think it was called.
Oh, the Take on the Jewel.
Yeah,
side
I think
band.
that's what it was. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, the fantastic cat. Really good. Sex Pistols. They are very, very, very good. And Caroline Lowe, the lead singer, is fabulous.
There'll be some gigs, those Oasis ones, Kev.
They will indeed.
There'll be some gigs.
If they turn up.
Well, yeah. Price to get on and make it to the end of the tour.
I hope I'm not. I'm
As long as they make it to Kev's show, we'll be alright.
yeah, I'll be pretty wary if I've got the tickets of the last gig of the tour.
Yeah. When does the tour even finish? Is it run into? It must run into August.
Absolutely no idea.
Yeah.
Why are they not doing Glasgow?
Well,
Too big?
sure. I know the answer.
Money? Imagine the last night at Glastonbury. Can you imagine? Tens for Luke, on a Jack, 8 Jack flop, 2 spades. Jack Hardcastle, just under $1 million again.
Jack raising straight away. Put Luke in a difficult spot, but I don't think we're going to be folding just yet. Eight of clubs on the turn, so double board pairing card here. I'd imagine Luke will be pretty content to check this one back once action has arrived to him. Jack deciding to slow down after going for the check raise flop. Jack retaining some 8x in there, in the way we've played here. Well, this is interesting from Luke. Luke recognising that Jack essentially has no Jack X and decides to go for a bet, get him out of the way, deny some equity, and off we go to the next hand. Pick up from Luke Marsh there, 64 blinds now for him. Still to 750,000 chips.
612. 5.3 million chips in play. Need them all to win the trophy. We're on 10. 9 FT, 6 the money. Here's 4. Makes it 25. Off to the flop was the big blind defends a 10-8. It's an 8, 8, 9, 5.
Jamie will be aware that this is a pretty good board for Luke, defending from the big blind.
So decides to check.
Yeah, against the hands that haven't improved, we've already got a bit of showdown with ace high. Nice turn for us.
2 of hearts is the turn.
Nice turn for our exact hand. Let's see Luke come in for a bet here. Decent amount of the time. Second pair. Try and deny some equity to almost exactly the kind of hand that Jamie has. Overcard containing hands with a heart. I might not be folding anyway, we don't want to give them a free river. Gut shot to a 3 as well. For Jamie. Takes the call.
Off to the river. There's the 3. Oh, drills it for Jamie.
To the 3.
Yep.
For Jamie.
Only be a check, bet, decide what to do.
Let's see, Luke on with a block of size in here. So I'm just going to check. I don't expect to see big sizing if it's any. So it's like 40k.
Into 114. Just under a third.
What's interesting here is Luke, because I don't quite know what worse hands we're going to be getting caught by. he's going to get some unfortunate news soon because I don't think we're ever taking this sizing with a flush, so we're going to be getting right after it now as Jamie. 170, and now we're just in a tough spot.
Huge. $170 here.
I don't think as Luke we could really have blamed some kind of like check call situation, because if we're checking, we're inviting all of those one single heart X hands to have a bluff as Jamie, but now we're just in a tough spot. Yeah, just lets it go. Fair enough.
Nice fall from Luke. Nice hand from Jamie. Still on 10. Got him, we can do 12 bigs.
Afternoon, Ben. How are you, buddy?
Morning, Ben.
Yeah, morning probably. Yeah.
Yeah, morning, pal.
Good to.
Hope things are well. 3 o'clock Friday afternoon.
Yeah, good
Just
to see
up.
you.
Kettle's on.
Hope your family are well, mate. Doing Easy Gamer on Twitch. Button be blind here. Jack opening the button, Young Hao big blind, King 10 suited. Seen him already find some 3-bets from the small blind against Jacks. Later position opens, but it looks like on this occasion just going to take the price and see a flop. Don't mind this, hand's going to flop well post.
No, flop 9,
Well,
7
apart
deuce.
from that one, it's not going to be domination rotation here. Jack flopping best on the 9 high board. 2 overs, backdoor clubs, backdoor straight outs for Young Out. But only 22% equity here, 4-1 dog, near enough. Checks over to Jack, that's 30k. Might see him take one off here.
Yeah. No backdoors and overcards. Very slim pickings, but wouldn't be surprised if he took one off. So he does.
Pretty standard so far. Off to a turn.
There's one of the backdoors. Queen of spades. Slightly open, 10s and jacks now in play.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those as Jack, whether we want to get a second street now. Not easy to get 3 streets of value, so we might want to get a second street now and then evaluate on rivers. Or whether we want to just navigate to river and go there. I think I prefer bet here and evaluate on rivers. Not sure how much Queen X there is that calls pre. Sorry, that calls flop. I think it'd probably be a tidy pass now as Young now, just to let this one go. We're only going to put ourselves in some tough river spots now. No, we've picked up equity, but our actual overall equity in the hand has depreciated. Let's decide to make the call, so we're going off to a river.
Ooh, sun's going to be juicy.
Well, we need a plan, but if we don't improve, let's see if that plan is going to be required.
There's the queen.
Yeah, Jack will like this card.
The only thing that's a good card for Jack.
Checks it over and on rivers that Jack does decide to try and get another one on, but wouldn't be too surprised to just see take a showdown.
Could he target a 7?
Well, it looks like
or
it.
an 8-6?
Yeah, the thing is with 8-6 that we're not. We're never going to get 8-6 to call. Oh, yeah, you're right, Towering, that we can target a 7. We can target some worse 9Xs is going to be in there as well. Just defend, just call it from the big blind. We'll have some 8-9s, some 9-10, Jack 9, all in there. And don't forget as well, we are Jack on the button, all the chips, final table bubble, that dynamic feeding into our narrative as well will make things a bit trickier, but on this occasion we're now just gonna get out the way.
There's the money for the 6. 17,600 to the winner. 6 getting the money. 7, 8, 9 and 10 not in the money.
Engineering job on that stack from Jack, adding some more chips to it, and 16 minutes left in this level. A pretty commanding position at the moment. Just adds to the opportunity to grow further north of a milli. Well,
oh, Young Howie 7s and 30 BBs.
And another Hardcastle cut off Young House small blind dynamic, and
too much to rip. Look.
Yeah.
Can we just see a flop?
I think we're going to see him fall with the call here. Wow,
oh, he's rich. He put 30 in. He's gone for the 30. I just thought it was far too many. And now Jack is right in the blender. Absolutely right in the blender. Pocket 8s. Rips. It's cold as
yeah, it does make it cool.
I thought he was going to think about that for a lot longer.
Well, Festival versus the Sticks.
Wow. We are going to see.
This is a big pot, Tower.
A big, big pot. I was very surprised at the 30 BB rip. We got them in, Young out.
Yeah, Jack for 1.4 milli if this holds, and massive spot. Going to see 5, we'll start with 3, and Young out is going to need a 7, or we are at a final table.
We will be. King, King 2.
Not a good start. Not a good start at all.
No, no draws at all. We are literally looking for a 7, and a 7 only.
2 outs once for Young out, or it is FT time in Reading.
It is FT time. The clubs would have been very handy at that stage, but unfortunately not. Young Hao Zhu busting out with the 30 BB rip with pocket 7s, and just like that, Jack Hardcastle is on 120 BBs. There's going to be a slight break, but I'm not too sure how long the break is. So we'll just put it on a break. We'll grab a cup of tea and we'll come back for the FT. Is it 10 minutes, Paul? About 10 minutes. We'll stick the timer on. We are heading to the final table of the 888 High Roller. Come join us in 10 minutes.
Because of the player pool you're playing against, mastering these things is going to have a massive impact on your results. The most important thing for people to understand when they are going to start playing low stakes tournaments is they really need to master the fundamentals. Getting a good idea of your opening pre-flop ranges is certainly a great way to start, because other people in these fields are definitely making all sorts of mistakes, and if you can get one step ahead of them with your pre-flop game, then it's going to put you in a real advantageous position. The best thing you do is study a chart, even just 10 minutes a day. 10 minutes before your session, it'll put you in a great position going into your game. Position is another really important fundamental thing to understand about poker, and not a lot of people understand it straight away because it doesn't make the most sense to a new player. If you're in position and the last to act on the flop, you get to make a choice, whether you want to bet there or do you want to take a free card. And this can really enhance our win rate. It can really improve our position in the hand itself. There's a lot to understanding your pre-flop ranges as well. There's many different positions on the table. So going around the entire table, your range will change dramatically for each position that you're in. There's also other things you have to consider as well. What if you've opened, what if you've raised, and a player has 3-bet you? You then have to think about their range and think about what your range is now. There's more things to consider than just what the chart says. You have to understand many things about where you are in the tournament, how the shape of the table is, like what the stacks are on the table around you. So that can really change the sort of hands you might open. It's important to be aggressive in low stakes tournaments, especially when you're playing against more inexperienced players. People tend to fold way too much on the flop and on the turn, on the river. It's a big problem for their game, but it could be a very big benefit for your game. If you're finding more bets on flops, on turns, on rivers, your opponents are going to find more folds and you're going to pick up more chips. For example, if you've raised and the big wind's defended and flop is 10-5-4 rainbow, that's such a dry board. All you need to do is come in there with a small bet after they've checked you from the big blind, and then you're going to fold a whole bunch. You don't want to be giving off free cards and letting them continue into the hand and catch up. Does aggression mean bluffing more? I don't think it necessarily means bluffing more, but it means bluffing more concisely and more correctly and making sure you're finding all the spots to bluff in. So if you have studied your pre-flop ranges and you understand what your hands might look like, you can use that as part of your aggression. The ranges of your opponent, when they've defended up big blind, for example, they're never going to be as strong as someone who's open from early position, mid position, especially when the board comes high. All the big cards come out, ace, king, 10, things like that. You know, that's where you get to use it to your advantage because you have all of those cards in your range. They have less. People can get a little bit carried away with aggression, especially when playing low stakes tournaments as well, because I did mention people fold far too much, but there's also other breeds of player who call way too much. And if you've identified one of those players as calling way too much and you know this, you definitely don't want to be bluffing too much. You want to put yourself in positions where you're going to win lots of chips at showdown, because if this player's never folding, then you're not going to likely get the bluff through as often. Note taking and tagging players in tournaments, all that stuff is really useful. I do it all the time because more often than not, you come against players which you have played before if you're playing in the same tournaments all the time. As poker is a game of limited information, having as much information as you can on hand is so important. So if you've seen a player make some ridiculous cooldown with bottom pair or ace high or something in a spot they should never be in, you've got to tag that so you know in future not to do it again and to bet big with all your big hands. Bankroll management in low stakes tournament poker is crucially important, especially if you've recently sort of graduated to playing small stakes tournaments from, I don't know, free rolls or play money and things like that. You want to make your money last, you want to make your bankroll last. And the way I go about it is I use 1% of my bankroll for an individual buy-in, or the top end of my buy-in, for example. So let's say I have $100 in my bankroll. I'm not going to pay higher than $1 per tournament because I want to make that last. Because in poker, it's inevitable we're going to go on streaks where we just don't win as much as we would like. We have to protect our bankroll from the streaks like that. And when we are winning, it is going to exponentially rise. I think people are quite reckless with their bankrolls, especially when playing low stakes tournaments, because it is such a small amount of money, like you said. Because if you're meant to be a $1 tournament, be like, oh, well, it's only 5. Well, you've gone from having 100 buy-ins to having 20. It changes dramatically. You can churn through your bankroll super fast. And another thing is, the higher you go, generally, the better the players are going to be. So you really need to be careful in the way you're stepping up. And if you're comfortable moving up, your bankroll is growing, usually means you're getting better and you're ready for it. But if it's not quite there yet, maybe you're rushing ahead. Strategy aside, another really important thing when playing low stakes tournaments, or any tournaments for that matter, is staying mentally sharp. It's very important to sort of keep your brain in check. Let's say, for example, you're playing a session and on your final tournament that you've been playing, took a terrible beat and you're really frustrated. Maybe you're 1 away from the final table and, you know, getting a big score or something. The worst thing you could possibly do then is say, hey, I want to play another tournament now and carry on playing. The worst thing to do is playing frustrated. Always good to take breaks, look after yourself mentally. In addition to mental breaks, take care of yourself, take care of your body, take care of, you know, your legs. You're sitting down for long stretches of a session. I like to get up every sort of break time. I always get up and walk around. Make sure you're hydrated. I'm always getting water constantly. Healthy snacks are great to have a long session as well to give you that kind of energy boost. Studying is the most important thing you do for your poker game. But it's crucial to take care of your body, take care of your mind, because without those things, we're never going to be on top of your game, and that's always going to be the best results.
Have you ever wondered whether you should play poker tournaments or cash games? How do you decide which one is right for you? I'm Ian Simpson, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 things to consider that will help you decide which form of poker is right for you. Understand the differences. Cash games and tournaments may seem similar, but there are many subtle differences that can make them feel like entirely different games. Typically, cash games tend to offer a more consistent experience. Usually you're playing with around 100 big blinds, the blinds don't go up, and there is less variety of scenarios that you'll come across. On the other hand, tournaments are much more complex, with a ton of variables. Medium.
Let's get straight into it. Final table of 9. Luke Marsh in 1. Looks down at Kings. Dan Rudd in 2.
Is that PBN?
Yeah, Vivas in seat 3. So Pivas, former champion of the UKPTs. Jack Hardcastle also. Then we've got Dean, Chris Brammer, Luke, Jamie Walden and Colin McAndrew. The final 9. 6 get the money.
Just like that, 3 hours in, and it's FT time.
Kings versus Tens. How does he play?
10 of diamonds for Dan, open +1, Jack. Just gonna call. MP 10s. Jamie out of the way in the small blind, Colin in the big blind, Queen 6. So we're gonna go in heads up. I'd imagine. Although we did see Colin complete the 9-6 in the big blind earlier. Just drops it into the bin there. Queen at 9-5 rainbow.
Tens.
Yeah, Dan opening the gut shot and decides to check this one over. Dan checks, sorry, Jack checks back in position. Kings and Jacks working as live outs for Dan.
Yes, clubs on the turn.
Yeah. And might be one that Dan decides to start betting on now, try and flush out some equity of some middling pairs. Usually going to be our card opening from early position more credibly once we check the flop. Just decide to go 35k and Jack gets out the way. So, final table time in Reading on the high roller.
Chip leader Jack, 1.4 milli. Dean in second on 67 bigs.
Some lead Jack has at the minute over the rest of the pack, almost 50 blinds ahead of everybody else. Afternoon to everybody watching on social media, whether you're watching from home or wherever you are in the world.
Exactly. Say hello.
Yeah, it'd be great to hear from you. Cindy on Twitch, afternoon, Cindy Bear 8. Simon in Luke's Corner on YouTube.
Cindy Bear. There was a comedian in Blackpool called Joey Blower.
Yeah.
And he used to be on the Merry England bar on the North Pier. Best adults afternoon out ever. Absolutely. Blue comedian, fantastic. Used to rip everybody up.
Yeah.
He used to have a song, and Cindy Bear was in it, and that's why I was just chuckling to myself. Cindy Bear, Cindy Bear, Cindy Bear, and it's just like a root song. So funny. so funny.
Well, we've got Zep watching on YouTube as well. Welcome in, one and all. If you're joining for the first time, or if you're coming back for the third session of the day, the FT session, welcome back. Chris opening this one up from the hijack. We're in the small blind, big blind for Luke, Jack 9 offsuit. And a fair few chips. I think we're going to see this one go to the streets. Does make the call. So ace, 8-3, rainbow.
Luke checks. Comes to Mr. Brammer in seat number 6.
Yeah, it should be straightforward. Check. Bet. Fold. So 9 players remain from the 22 that came back from the 53 overall entries. As Tower said earlier, we are paying the top 6. Just north of £17,000 for first place. Payouts can be popped into the chat. Min cash good for 3 times the buy
It
today.
is indeed.
£3,020 for your min cash.
Yeah, normally pay. We're just paying 10% of the field, maybe because it's a smaller field. That's the reason why.
Yeah. 3,020 for 6th. 5th gets you just over 4,000. 5,500 for 4th. Just north of 8k for the bronze medal position. Your runner-up's going to get £12,000, and your winner £17,600.
Nice to see Sam in the booth. It sure is. Doing the full stint in Portsmouth. He's already in training.
On probation this year.
And then he has 1 day off and then flies up to Edinburgh for another full stint.
He does.
That is putting him to the test. We've got the Portsmouth Summer Series. And we have the Edinburgh 888, 1 day apart.
Hamelian watching on Twitch. Welcome in. Got Neil, afternoon gents from Hot Portugal. Neil Wolfrey in out in the Algarve perhaps on YouTube. Afternoon Neil, hope you're well.
How's the recovery going from Mr. Neil Wolfrey? All things are getting better, young man. Simon's hoping for a Grimsby Scunthorpe final. What in?
Don't know.
I thought Scunthorpe would just be promoted to the National League again.
Maybe something to do with the players. Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows?
Very hot Portugal. Nice one, Neil. Hope the recovery's going well, young man.
Really looking forward to watching Jamie on this FT. We've got some quality players at this final table. It's going to be a tough march down to the final 6 for the money, and then onwards for the champion. Whoever that will be, it will be one of these 9.
It will.
See how the lane's going so far.
Race to 25.
"39 entries in the main event, Flight 1B so far. Over halfway there on the guarantee, with 2 flights to go and plenty of entry time left today on that flight as well. So, main event in good shape. Glad to hear you're recovering well, Neil. There we go. Richie shedded some light. Looks like Luke's from Scunny.
Ah, got you.
Someone's got to be from Grimsby, right?
Look,
Right.
Whoa.
Right.
It's happened.
Right.
It's only gone. Here we go
Here we
again.
go.
A flop set
Finally.
of fours.
It might not even win. We've still got outs as Chris here.
Flop set of fours.
The hand that always flops a set, that never flops a set, but on this occasion has flopped a set. For Paul. Yeah, nice spot here to come in for a bet as Paul. Hand strength is significantly disguised. Ooh. Chris with overs and gut shot. Whether we want to continue here. He does not. So Paul's flopped set does not earn him any more chips on this occasion. And an utterly dominant chip lead for Jack at this moment in time. 1.4 million chips.
See the flop set. We all knew it happens. We all knew. Happens all the time.
So it's interesting the way Brown has got his chips stacked there. See, when you have been in and around the game for a while, you see a lot of different ways people stack their chips, and you get the conventional stacks of 20 or lines one by another. But to have them sort of one in front of the other with a significant gap between, I don't know if I've ever seen that.
I'm just thinking that because we don't see him on tournament poker too much, and he plays in America at the World Series and EPTs a lot, they stack them like that in front of each other in America.
Do they?
In the US, in the World Series.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, a bit like Jack's.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Mainly the fact he's got a gap between them. That's the you know. Obsessing over the details that don't matter to anyone. King 3, deuce 2 spades here for button versus big blind. Down with the fives seems a reasonable board to come in for a bet on. Going to usually be our board anyway. And second pair. Spicy from Jack. Chip leader pressure immediately. If there was ever any doubt about how we're going to see Jack play this FT, Exhibit A comes straight in for a raise to 64k. I'm not ready to give this one up just yet, so we're going to go to a turn. And if this is a spade,
a
that
5.
is-
Oh, and a 5 for
Oh,
Dan.
God. I think this is one that Jack's going to want to bet on. It's going chunky.
Music.
132, we're just going to Geo to try and set up river here, and this is just a mandatory call spot for Dan, I think.
call.
Yeah. If this just completely bricks out, this could be a colossal pot. Like red 9 or something.
It's a red queen for Jack.
That might change things a bit. We've got a bit of showdown now. I don't know whether or not Jack's going to think it's enough. To warrant.
Does any King X ever fold to a jump?
10 seconds.
It's difficult. I think he's just having to say showdown now in check 2. And this is an interesting one now as Dan, because we've got clear, we've got clear jam for value. When it gets back over to Jack, I think he's going to recognise it.
10 seconds.
Especially with Queen of Spades in hand, is going to be a bit more weighted as Dan towards value, but Dan electing to take his time. One time bank in already.
There we go.
Let's go for it.
All of it. And you could easily see a call.
I don't think we're going to see Jack call here, but who knows? Yeah, does drop
Into
it
the
off.
bin.
Into
Nice
the
one.
bin.
Dan playing very well, Mr. Dan Rudd. 2 minutes time, we're going to do another keyword. While we are now on the FT, we'll do another keyword in a couple of minutes time. We'll get ready for it. Oh, we're just starting the FT.
Yeah, it does have a couple of bluffs in their line. I think they're going to be spade combos predominantly, at which point it's not ideal for us having the Queen of Spades as Jack if we're looking to bluff catch. But I just think the line that Dan took there is usually always going to be value driven. Especially when our check raise gets called on the flop as Jack would. It would have been really interesting to see what would have happened if like an offsuit 8 had have popped up on the river or anything like that. I think Jack probably would have gone for the jugular.
32.
Well, going to get the opportunity to recover some of those chips against Dan again with the 5s again. In this spot here, Dan cut off, making it 32k with red 5s this time, and Jack in the small blind with queens. 120, yeah, 120. Dean out of the way in the big blind with the 4 deuce, and back over to Dan now. There's some sub-dynamics at play here, and they just played a big pot with each other. We've now got first and second in chips here, and the short stacks are just looking at these battles thinking, come on then fellas,
keep
one
at
of
it.
you want to keep at it.
10 seconds.
Oh, there's going to be blood here, Tower. Just feel it.
Dan with pocket 5s. Just turn the set of 5s against Jack. Well, 9 Jack 7 flop is a good one for the hard castle.
It's a good one for Jack in terms of the fact that we've got an overpair, but a board that's going to generally connect reasonably with Dan's range as well, opening for cut-off, calling the 3-bet. Jack looks like he's going to just get straight after value here from small blind. Can't blame him for that in any sense. That looks like 83, 84. I think a spot for Dan now where we've just got to be mindful of our position at the FT in terms of chip stacks. Jack's going to be way more, should be weighted more towards value from the small blind with 3 betting second in chips. Let's just...
Tough one. 4th pair. 9-7 Jack flop.
I think this is just straightforward. Chop this one off and move on. Progress through an FT with a decent stack, and can't blame him for taking a flop, but Dan disagrees massively. In it goes.
Whoa! Look at this, the face on Jack Hardcastle. Have some of that. Three bet from Jack. Call from Dan.
Just recognising that this
So
board...
it ain't kings or aces. We 4-bet with kings or aces, don't we, Pre? We could just call.
Right. This is a board that is generally going to connect better as the cut-off opener that calls a 3-bet versus a small blind, and Dan is really leveraging that section now to his advantage, and Jack is in a world of pain here. I think we're going to see. I thought he's folding there. He took a time bank and threw it in. It's just so hard for Dan to be bluffing here in the context of this final table. And like even the hands that we can be semi-bluffing with are going to have plenty of equity. And I think having that is some jam there from Dan Rudd. A jam that gets Jack to fold the overpair and propels him into the chip lead at the final table. What a hand that was.
What's the chance of a deal at reader error? Dan had the exact same 2 cards as the hand before, says Dave. I find it really hard to believe would have ever had 2 5s there. That's actually a good point. I didn't see if I'm guessing the hand was mucked properly, and on to the next one. We might have to ask Mr. Dan Rudd, because it was a tough one with pocket 5s, wasn't it? Afternoon, Dave. That was Belgium, by the way. Hope you're having a great time. Another cracking festival in another new place for a lot of people. Belgium.
Cool. All in and a
Well,
call.
Colin going to run it with the King 9. Chris going to give him a spin with the Ace 8. All in for 7. From middle position, Chris with the Ace 8 in the big blind. Colin McAndrew going to need a King or a 9. Or we are going to be down to 8.
That's all in the call.
Well,
One of them 9s.
9, yeah.
One of them 9s.
One of those 9s indeed. Or one of them kings. Just got to dodge 3 jacks now.
To chop
and,
it. No, sorry, not to
no,
chop it.
for the
There's me thinking they're straight on the board.
Just got to dodge the jacks. 6 of clubs on the end. So Colin going to double now
Nice
to
one, Colin.
198.
Dave says it's one of his favourite stops in Belgium. I've been obviously been to Belgium once with UKPT when they did one in Blankenberg years and years and years ago. but that's not a casino anymore, or it got sold by Grosvenor Casinos back in the day. And he bagged on the opening day event last night, so got a day off today. Lovely. Enjoy wandering the streets. Yeah, imagine if the fives were right.
32.
Some move.
Yeah, straight, just bizarre hand overall. Bizarre hand. Yeah. Well, if we get to position in a few hours' time, where Dan's still there, you have to ask him. Wow.
What time? 10:77.
Jack's just stepped away from the table a minute there, and someone's just asked Dan. I think Luke just looked across at Dan and said, "Were you at it?" And he just smiled. I don't know. Don't get me wrong, guys. Technology's not perfect 100% of the time, but for the whole hand to have not reset when every other hand's reset in that formation is really unlikely with the way the tech works on the RFID. So it's possible for a card to be misread, particularly box 1 or 9 if it's going to happen there. Sometimes that does happen, but not saying it's impossible, of course it's not. But if that was pocket 5s for Dan, that is a hand to note for sure.
Luke with the 9s on a 10-7-7 flop. Green on the turn. And a 5 on the river. So Jamie Walden
10 seconds.
checks the turn, but
69.
piles the river. That's 69.
10 seconds.
Into the bin they go. Into the bin the 9s do go. So keyword time. We've got a few to give away, so we'll get them in. Seems though on the FT, and nobody has been eliminated just yet. 6 get the money. Keyword time. All you have to do is be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch, as you know. So we'll give you the keyword. You'll have 2 or 3 minutes to get it into the Twitch chat. If you're on other platforms, don't worry about it. You just can't win a token if you want to flick over. You've got plenty of time to do so. The next keyword coming in for the next one is, as we're on it, it is FT Hype. FT Hype. Get yourself into the keyword FT Hype. You've got 2 or 3 minutes. Type it in, and your chance of winning a $22 token for 888 poker. Away you go. Everybody's in. Good luck. And Ben's already had a warning from Lime. Don't give him ideas. FT Hype.
Alright, Brammer here getting after it on the button with Queen 10. Jamie defending the big blind with 8-9. Heads up to the flop of Jack 6, 2 clubs. Checks over to Chris here, who I imagine will be pretty happy to put this one into a continue. 25k. Should probably be enough to get the job done. Jamie straight out there. Chip distributions on your screen. Jack and Dan both much more condensed now as the 2 chip leaders at the final table. Then you've got 3 or 4 stacks in and around the 40 big blind mark and a couple of shorties at the bottom. So still 3 off the money.
We are on the final table. Welcome to Reading. So FT Hype for a chance of winning a $22 token on 888 Poker on 888 Poker TV on Twitch.
Action folding around here to Jamie in the small.
Tough spot with the 7s. Facing the 3-bet. Right on the cusp of 9 to call. 8s maybe. 7s out of the way.
There's your chip counts. Chip leader Dan Rudd after that huge hand with Jack Hardcastle.
Just takes over the lead.
Yeah.
Colin Candle and Lee down the bottom end of the scale. But anything can happen in this game, as we know. Quick double up, back in it.
Yeah, so the giveaway is live. We'll be going for
yes
another couple of minutes maybe on 888 TV on Twitch. Twitch only to enter. The keyword is FT Hype. Get yourself into the comp with an opportunity to win a 22 token. 2 of them to give away.
Hey Dennis, are you on 888 Poker TV? Hope you are on Twitch. If video's frozen, just keep doing a quick refresh. Stream is cutting off, says the Crazy Scotsman and Dennis. Oh no, don't like that. Hopefully it doesn't anymore. Give yourself a refresh, always helps. We are back, says Line. It buffered for a minute and then back now. If it does anything like that, give yourself a refresh. Normally works. So I'll give you another 30 seconds while there are a couple of buffering issues for the FT Hype on the keyword.
Well, this is going to be, this should be cool. I thought that's how, what are we, 10 big, small blind, blind, and blind, king, knight suited in the big. For Luke, just going to get this counted down, and we are going to be off to 5 here. Colin, Queen 3,
Queen 3 for his final 10.
So here we go. We're off to flop. Well, that's a pretty good one for Luke. Colin, just 2 queens left in the deck. 10 of spades turn, no additional help.
Same scenario. Queen needed. And it's not, it's a 7. So 9s and 10s means we lose Colin McAndrew. First out of the FT and not in the money. So we're on down to 8. 2 spots off the money. Colin busting out, and now Lee short stack with Pivas just in front of him. So here we go, FT hype is done. Who are getting the tokens?
Good game, Colin.
Congratulations to 4 Mike. MIC. And Jayurika 90. There we go for Michi. Michi? Michi. Well done. One of them.
Kev makes a great point.
Congratulations to 2 winners. We'll be doing another one round about an hour's time. Picture is frozen again, says Dennis. Okay. Yeah. Seem okay here. Round 2, 8 players left. That is our clock in the right hand side of the table. Old window. This type of tournament. It all depends on the amount of runners. If only 53 runners, you can't pay everybody. 10% of the field paid. 6 players, 53 runners. All depends on the amount of runners. Hawk window. Hawk Dino, sorry. Hawk Dino. You'd be paying like 20% of the field if you paid everybody. Just one of those, a little bit quieter than normal. A lot of people already starting to make Vegas plans.
Pass. Pass.
not enough. The Euro lottery tonight is 185 million.
So you're going to win 10% out of the summer anyway. Take down the main event, have another couple of weeks out there, flick in the 10k PLO. Go on, lad.
185 million. And Jack's just been told he was pocket fives, hasn't he?
Does the main play X number of levels today or down to win the money? I think it plays levels, doesn't it? 14 levels today? We'll have a look for you.
Yeah, it's not 15% of the field get paid anymore.
Let's have a look.
It's 15 levels of 40 minutes, I do believe.
There you go. Heard it from the man himself. Fungi Slots on Facebook.
How are we doing, Lenny? Jairika 90. Hi all, congratulations on winning the $22 ticket. Use it wisely, spend it and give it, hopefully get into the money. Let us know if you turn it into a nice return.
That was a dealer error. It has to be a dealer error. It's the same 2 5s as it was the hand.
Chip Taker 15 on Twitch as well. Loads of the AA gang. Good to have everybody with us in the chat boxes watching on social media.
Genuinely more likely to be a dealer error than that.
Running good, anyway.
Or just not revealing.
Yeah, as in not having to actually.
So he's just found out it was pocket fives, and he thinks it's the hand before that he had ace 9. I don't know why they come up as pocket fives before.
I find it hard to believe that.
Yeah, but what, the hand...
That's a weird one.
Well, it definitely had 5s in the hand where it come king 2, 3, 5, right? Or are we saying he thinks he had ace 9 in that one? Have a listen, Poirot.
Well, obviously, Jack's just found out, and Dan's now texting his mates. What did it show? Go Pivas, says Top Kicker. Another FT for Paul Vasnunes. Paul is in with Queen 10 and hitting the 10.
Yeah.
For his 10 bigs.
Not flopping Chris at this stage. Doesn't want to make his queen now.
He does not. Does not want to see 2 pair. And it's a jack, the side of it. Paul Vasnunes up to 324 and a double.
It's short stack doubles. Paul climbs up to 20 blinds.
Eight players, 6 get the money. Good day, Orwood. Darwin Classic. Good afternoon.
Hard to read those blue fonts, isn't it?
Blue on blue.
Blue on blue is
And I
hard.
can't
I've got my
read
glasses on, I'm still in trouble.
I can't read red. I can't read red on blue either.
Yeah.
I'm a bit colourblind with red and blue and red and green.
Yeah. Action folding round to Jack and the cut off 9 deuce, that's going in the bin. Dean on the button, 6-4 of hearts.
9s for Lee. Here we go. 8-5 for Chris Brammer. Lee sat there all nice and quiet.
Yeah, I assume Chris has just put him in here.
Yes, yes.
And Lee finding the 9s in the big blind, so great spot for Lee to find his double. Well,
it's never easy.
Never easy. 5 on the flop for Chris. Safe turn, 3 outs once. 8s or 5s.
It's an ace, so we get a full double for Lee in 7. Down road chip leader, Jack second. Pivas and Chris Brammer on 20 bigs. Minutes left at this level, and then one more level until the first break of the final table. We've lost one player, Colin McAndrew, not in the money yet. Yeah, only 53 this one. I've noticed that a lot of people getting ready for Vegas and already out there. Few cashes already for Brits. Chris Moorman's already cashed. Feraldo's already cashed. Sinead Priestley. Katie Swift, all cashing. Matt Davenport, and Sinead Priestley, Sinead Davenport. They were sat together in one comp. Yeah.
Chances of that in a field
know,
like
yeah.
that, crazy.
Massive
isn't
field
it?
like that, they were sat
Crazy.
together. They were sat side by side. It didn't used to be allowed, you know, years ago.
Really?
Yeah, if you were a married couple and you told them, they used to move you straight away. Obviously not a thing anymore.
Check.
So Luke opened here from gun. Dean called the cut off with King 7 suited, and Lee called out the small blind with the 10-9 suited. 7-5-3 rainbow check round to Dean. Just gonna start with a bet. 50k. Two of those yellow coloured chips. The yellow chips are the 25k's, greens are on 5k's, and you've got those sort of reddy, orangey 1k's still in play at the moment, which I believe will drop out at the next break.
That sounds about right.
So there you go, 10-20, and then from now on it's 5k increments.
Yep. And if you're not going to Vegas, and if you're not doing anything in June, and you want to know what's on, these are the events that are on next week. Coventry, Cardiff, Newcastle and Glasgow have got a 25.50. The week after, the Portsmouth Summerfest is on, which we've got the full, we get the full schedule for that as well. I don't think we've got the full schedule yet. I'll get BK to get the full schedule for that.
Okay.
In fact, the Summerfest might be here. Oh, there we go.
Happy days.
Just like that. The Summerfest, starting on Monday the 9th.
With a mystery bounty and main event satellite.
Yeah, I like them satellites.
Yeah,
I do like them
combo
satellites.
settings,
Shame
yeah.
I can't get down for that, just to get myself there. Mystery bounty day 1-8, and we'll be there on Wednesday. We'll be setting up and probably concentrating on turbo maybe? 8 PM turbo, maybe not.
On the Wednesday.
Yeah, we could do. Could do the turbo at 8 p.m. Once we get down there, mid 1 o'clock-ish. Yeah, we could do. Third, we'll let you know anyway. We will let you know. And then Thursday, the Mystery Bounty Day 2 and the High Roller Day 1. We'll concentrate on those, because the Mystery Bounty is down to a finish on Thursday. High Roller Day 2 on the Friday, and Saturday and Sunday we'll be concentrating on the main events, 150,000 guarantee. That's the Summerfest. And the rest of June, the week after, is Birmingham, Liverpool, Sheffield and Stockton for the 2550s, and then Edinburgh UKPL that we will be at. So look forward to seeing you at some events around the country. Pompey's Summer Festival is a £340, mate. Thought it was £560.
I think it's 340.
Is it?
I think it's a 340.
Has it been changed? Oh, it is. Sorry, apologies. Why would I say? I'm pretty sure I got told it was £560.
The High Roller is 560.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Apologies. Main event's £340. The High Roll is £560. Sorry, Kev.
Cup's 250. Yeah, cup's 250.
Afternoon, Steph. Hope things are good. Hope to see you soon.
Yeah, how you doing, Steph? Hope you're well. Both Jamie and Luke with King 6 offsuit here, blind on blind. Jamie raised, Luke called pre-flop. Jamie continued on the King High flop, which Luke met with a call. Check on the turn and 4 on the river. Looks like Jamie's going to target some Queen X. King of Spades, nice one to have in this situation. Just going to be cool in the chop, I think, a lot of the time. Satellites for Summerfest Wednesday and Thursday next week. All details on Poker Live. Very nicely put there. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, Pompey will no doubt be running satellites Wednesday evening. Usually they're satellite night, but it looks like they're building up to get some guys in. See what's kicking off. Yeah, so on Wednesday the 4th.
They always have a big event on a Friday, don't they?
Portsmouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll have a re-entry on the Friday, I imagine. But so in the week building up to the Summerfest, on the Wednesday there's a 2-seat guaranteed £40 satellite. I imagine that we'll get a few seats in that. And then on Thursday the 5th, Summerfest Mystery Bounty and Main Event Cash Out Satellite, 10k to 100k, 2 packages guaranteed for £65. That's next Thursday in the card room in Portsmouth. Standard Friday Frenzy, the Super Saturday. They've got a Red Tooth region on Sunday, and then into the Summerfest we go. So June is going to be a busy one.
It is.
And this hand could be a busy one as well. Paul opening King Queen from gun. Dean calling the Queen 8 suited from middle position. Interesting there. Luke finds the kings in the small blind. Bounces that one up, and Dan with ace king in the big blind.
Oi, oi, Danny boy.
Well, there's all the kings accounted for, and I think we are going to see a big one here. For just over 30 effective here, Dan with the ace king. Going to use a time bank, but I imagine we're going to see a full bet here.
This is huge.
Particularly with Dean's flat in middle position here, can just incentivise Luke to be getting after it slightly wide. Looks like Dan's just going to rip it. This is
That'll do.
perfectly
Get rid of Paul,
understandable.
get rid of Dean.
And
Luke
gonna be a
will be
snap
calling.
call from Luke, I'd imagine.
In they go. Dan Rudd, Ace King. Mr. Luke Marsh.
So,
it's a biggie.
Yeah, Luke a
40
favourite here,
bigs.
of course. All the kings accounted for. Something to bear in mind, Paul. Hoping that we are going to see 5, and we will start with 3.
So what you're saying is if there's an ace on the flop, he's drawing...
Every
bad
time
deed.
you say that, every time.
Oh,
honestly, Tower. Every time.
Every time. No, it's always happens.
You call it in.
100% of the time when you've got kings against an ace, it's always an ace on the flop.
Just grim.
Sorry, Luke. Luke Marsh. Eliminated. Ouch. That is a biggie for Dan, who takes a huge chip lead. Dan Rudd, who's been cashing poker, believe it or not, since 2007.
Really?
They don't look old enough.
No, I would agree with that.
His first ever cash was in Sheffield at Naps. I used to play there. I might have been on the same table. Probably wouldn't have been on the final table with him. Well,
That would have been a heads-up battle, wouldn't it?
I used to play. Now I used to play at Naps quite a lot.
Yeah?
I did.
Nice.
Worst card room in the world. No,
What,
no,
in terms of like the actual room itself?
No, I don't. I retract that. It was a lovely casino.
There's probably some interesting card rooms.
The problem is, in 2000, it might even be before 2000. No, it must be before 2007. They had a false ceiling,
right?
But the room was small anyway, and you could still smoke. You could still smoke, and you used to come out stinking like you'd had 80 woodbines yourself every time. Because the ceiling was that low, and I was nearly, so we'd be touching, me and you, we could do that and touch the top. And everybody used to smoke 40 caps till full strength every night. And you used to stink when he got home. But Naps. Not the worst card room in the world, I must admit. The really nice room, next to the dog track.
Okay.
Do a fortune at the dog track, try and get back at Naps, go home potless again. That was
See
us.
you next time.
That was us on a regular basis. But the old Naps in Sheffield, near the dog track, everybody who smoked, you used to stink when you come home. Oh, it's horrible. Ugh.
Here's to 85,000.
Dave Doherty, I met Dan before you, playing the Aussie Millions with him in 2009. The Aussie Millions. Why is that never coming back? What happened there? That used to be like the start of the year.
Yeah, used to
Back
be
in the
incredibly
day.
popular stock,
First 3 weeks in January used to be the Aussie Millions, and then poker would start.
So on the crown.
Nice one, Dave. Aussie Millions 2009. Wowzers. So 17,620. We are now on the bubble.
We are.
And it's a big bubble.
It is, you're right, yeah. It's come around pretty quick, isn't it?
3,000.
7 remain.
Yep.
So who's the short stacks now? Chris doesn't have too many of those yellow chips. Definitely not Dan, that's for sure. 1.8 million now for Dan. Looks like Paul short as well.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. Kind of the tax case against them. The big rumour was coming back in January next year, but I haven't seen anything since. Wish I'd not read that. Not that.
Jamie with ace jack in the hijack. And opening proceedings on this hand. Ticker in the top right hand corner now up to speed, representing 7 players remaining. 6 will cash.
Bubble time.
A big bubble, as you said, Tower. 3x, the min cash.
Ten, 4, ace flop, top pair, decent kicker for Jamie, and bottom pair for Dean.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Dean take one here, depending on Jamie's action. Just from what we've seen so far, Jamie obviously advantage on this board. It's 55. Does decide to make the call.
Off to the turn, which is a pairing up, pairs of 10.
Yeah, Jamie won't be thrilled with this one. Generally going to be Dean's card of the two. So might employ some control here. That allows us to protect a little bit. But on this occasion, looks like he's just going to go for another street here. And juicy sizing as well, 160.
Just slide him into the muck.
Yeah, Dean out the way.
The line's now at 20k, Dean on 30 BBs. 7 players left, we're on the bubble. 6 getting the money. High roller action here in Reading. 7 players left. Finish this Crown of Champion, and then tomorrow and Sunday we concentrate on the main event.
Race 40. Pass.
Just quickly going back to the Aussie Millions. Who was the English lad that came second that we don't see anymore?
Benny?
No, not Benny. No, a few years ago. Young lad came second that we don't see anymore. I can't remember now. Pretty decent resume does Dan Rudd.
Well, going to need to exercise that entire resume here to not do a few chips in this hand. Ace 7 of diamonds with a raise jack calling, flopping bottom set on an A-side board.
No, not Jimmy Frick. Nice one, Ben. No, but as soon as anybody types in the name, I would say yes, that's him.
Too much to do here. I wouldn't have thought us down other than make the call.
Great, these flop sets are with the 2s and the 3s and the 4s.
5 of spades turn.
Yeah, they're just so well disguised, aren't they, the bottom sets? Half pot.
Size up. So you're not far off there, Tower. 20? 40.
140.
Little size up. But there was a 50 yellow disc in there. Again, really seen. Wow, nice pass from there.
Not bad, getting out of the way.
Just hard to have too many bluffs on that kind of board texture as Jack, I think.
Valerie shouts, Tower. Yes, Valerie.
I think she might have suggested that you might have been the chap who came second in the Aussie Millions.
Oh, right, me, I wish it was. I wish it was.
Dave says James Keys.
James Keys. Oh, that might have been James Keys. No, it's something we don't see anymore. James Keys. That is a blast from the past, by the way. James Keys. It was a long time ago, I know that much. Aussie Millions second, 2011. Dave Doherty absolutely nailed it. Thanks, Dave. You're right, James Keys. I said it was something we don't see anymore. James Keys second in the Aussie Millions for $1 million. There we go. Good shout there. Good shout. The Purple Popper says, didn't Will and Lauren start card room in Australia? Yes, they are. They're in Sydney. Doing very well. They've just had a massive event in at Easter. Really smashed it. And quite a few of the dealers from the We Know went over to help out over there. Some stayed. They did. They really did. So we're on the bubble in the high roller. No. You know that? Tony Bloom? I want Tony Bloom. There's only one. Tony Bloom's won loads in poker before he bought Brian.
The Lizard.
Aye, commonly known as the Lizard. Tony. He won a decent one in Vegas a couple of years ago.
When was his last cash?
I don't actually know when his last cash was, but I know he won a decent one in Vegas a couple of years ago.
Yeah, all right.
2004. Tony Bloom. Kenna James. Oh, Kenna James, oh cowboy. Some blast from the past coming out here. Yeah, Jack Hardcastle and Chris Bramlett heads up would be very interesting, wouldn't it? Mr. McDonald. Jack raised 5, raising up.
Raise 40.
Just clicks it. Just wants to see it float. Could have clicked, could have raised it up again. Could have 3-bet there with the ace-4 suited. So decides just to call.
Jamie getting a price here with the Jack Deuce. to make this a three-way flop.
8, 10, queen, 2 diamonds.
Flop that for the jack deuce. Deuce of diamonds. Got a ball and a flush draw.
Check.
This is going to check through a lot.
Check. Check.
2 of spades turn.
Yeah.
After he's checked through.
Might be one that Jamie wants to stab at now. Fold out some of these kind of hands against here and begin telling the story, set the narrative for double barrel on the river if we need to. Looks like 85k, maybe slightly more, 110. Gets 2 folds.
So Dan chip leader, Jamie Walden second, Jack just behind him third. And a big gap to Dean Lee, Chris Bramman with 11. And Lee. The deprived king wants to know how the beetroot muffins were.
I think the verdict was that they were good but needed chocolate chips, if I remember.
Oh yes.
I think that
Beetroot
was,
and chocolate, that's weird, isn't it?
beetroot pulp.
Raise 40.
With some kind of fault, they've mostly evaporated. Well, just with the here we go. We're going to see an all-in and a cool here, Tower.
Chris with the jacks and the ace king.
Bremer's jacks against Jack's ace king. So a classic flip, and you got to win your flips. So can Chris double back to 20 bigs, 22 bigs, or will Jack climb back to the milli mark? Let's see. King high
King
flop.
on the flop, but we do have outs. It's an interesting flop. 9, 10, king. Chris needs jacks and queens, so his outs have increased to 5. Weirdly a 5.
Yeah, just gonna need 5 outs once for Chris. We are in the money.
We're in the money. Chris Brammer unfortunately being bubble boy. Unlucky. Jack Hardcastle takes him out. Chris just departs. Gets it quietly. Takes defeat quietly. Off he goes. Have a great summer, Chris Brammer. If you're not in Portsmouth because you're already in Vegas, have a great summer. Everybody is now in the money. And it's a chunky £3,020.
Yeah, GG's to Chris. And good luck for the summer. As Tower said, we are now playing for the cash.
Whoop, whoop. We're in the money.
All players locked up £3,000 for their top 6 finish, and we'll be playing through to crowning a champion for £17,600.
Raise 50. Pass.
In 18 minutes time there's a break. Straight after the break we'll do another keyword. Come back after the break. Yeah, 3x min cash. I think it's because of the size of the field. Because they paid 10% where they normally pay 12.5.
Yeah.
So I think they've decided that 10% of the field is enough with 53 runners paying 6. So it's a juicy 3x min cash.
Yeah, Dean with aces here in the hijack, opening pre. Jamie just calling pocket 3s on the button. blinds out of the way. Jack 8-4, 2 spades, and it's going to be bet fold here.
Called it, didn't I?
So hand number 86 of the day. Jamie going to kick this one off with a raise from the cut-off of ace-5 of hearts. Folding over to Jack in the big blind. Going to make the call. I'm going to go heads up to a flop. Ace, queen for rainbow, so a little bit of something for both players. Jamie, top pair, backdoor straight and flush draws. Jack with bottom pair. Jack checks it over to him, and Jamie just continuing. 20%, sub 20. Jack gonna make the call.
Turn cards are 3. Really the best of it.
Yeah, Jack checks, and an interesting one for Jamie whether we want to go for 3 streets here.
Yeah, do we just bet?
It's kind of hard to get 3 streets from worse too often, I think, Tower. So, in these situations so far, we've seen Jamie take the bet flop, bet turn, evaluate river line. Does elect to do the same again here. So chip counts on the screen for you. Field reasonably distributed. All Vas Nunez, the short stack, just over 6 blinds left for him.
Minutes until the end of the session. We are now in the money. Well done, one and all.
Paul has got them in here on the button with deuces. Jack King 5 in the small blind. It's not going to be calling. Being in the big. Not on this occasion.
No.
So it gets a jam through, Paul.
Oops, only a 9. Lean on 27. Lean on 31. Flop 10-6-5, 2 hearts.
A up, 10-6-5. So Jack check 2 here.
You know, it's something in your brain that triggers when somebody yawns.
Yeah, that is fact. That is genuinely fact. Yeah.
There's something in your brain that when you see somebody yawn, it makes you yawn yourself, and it's scientific fact. Sam, I'm with you on that one.
Raise 130.
6 players left. We're in the money. 53 players played the tournament. We are in the money. We have 3 more keywords to do. Mine's 10:20. We'll be coming back to 10:25 after the break, which is in 11 minutes' time. Looking like a fantastic final 6 and some good action. Dan Rudd, chip leader. Anyone know the payouts? Yeah, we'll show you the payouts straight after the hand. £3,020 is the next is the first person out in the money, which is 6th.
That's it, taking the ace 10. Well, here we go. Gonna see another all-in and call here tower. Jack with the ace king in the hijack.
Bad timing for Vivas. Just bad timing.
Call. Pass. Pass.
Guessing is an house call.
Yeah, it's one chip and it's a call. Wow, look at this.
Oh,
look
my
at this.
days.
Are you kidding me?
Wow. Wow, wow. Oh, man. If we jam, what does Jack do?
10 seconds.
I think if we jam, Jack's gonna fold tower, but
Do we just call with the kings?
no.
I don't think. I wouldn't just call with the kings.
I don't think we can just call.
I would probably pile.
Yeah, just if you raise, Jack's gonna. ICM considerations needs to be made here. Tower second in chips as Jack.
Whoa, and look, he's in the blender yet again. Oh, wow.
Such a sick spot for Jack. Such a sick spot.
The only person that can knock Jack Hardcastle out is all in. And Jack is now facing a call with ace king. The head says it all. Oh, wow.
And don't forget, at this moment, Jack still thinks
Jack's
that Dan got after him earlier with pocket fives. So, like, there's a sub-dynamic here.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can that work against him?
I think Jack will pass here, tower.
He's obviously thinking, I'm not doing this with fives. This for Jack in the blender, man. The only person that can knock you out.
10 seconds.
And that is a pass from Jack Hardcastle.
All in and a call.
Kings turned over by Daniel Rudd. Pivas ace 10.
Really trying.
Jack
Really trying.
folding.
Yeah, he's just Me?
Just you. Yeah, I meant like the gods.
Nines, jacks.
I mean, I don't know if it's high pressure. We just had it every time. but that's-
And unless you pull, every other player at the table delighted to hear that Jack passed an ace. So, wouldn't really be
I
that
don't
rude
think he's
to not
announced his hand
spot.
actually.
Is he not?
No.
He's
He's not announced his hand, which is very good.
Yeah, fair enough. I think
It's,
it's, Jack 9, 4, 2 diamonds. Not too much initial help there. Oh, dry as you like
Yeah.
on the turn.
Any barriers around?
Yeah, it's going to need to be 2 outs once for Pivas.
And it's not. So Paul Vasnunes finishing in the money in 6th. Jack Hardcastle making an absolute, and people will say, yeah, that's a definite fold. But the only person that can knock you out puts you in the blender with Ace King. So he gets out of the way. Dan stacks in the chips with pocket kings. We're down to 5 just before the break. Woo!
I think it's just some considerations for Jack there. Is Dan ever doing it with Ace Queen?
Yeah.
Probably not.
No.
Is he doing it with Queens? Maybe. He's doing it with Jacks? Probably not. I would say it's close. And he's not doing it with 10s, so how does Ace King look against that range of hands? It can have Ace King, I think, as well, so some considerations there, but just, yeah, real tough spot for Jack. And I think the right decision in the context of ICM and all that goes with it remains in the comp. 900k. We go again.
King, Queen, 3. Top pair for Jack. All spades.
Yeah. So Jack will either fall into check or one blind. Goes for the latter. And just folds out Dan's hand. So things moving along nicely now, down to 5 players, although all of them are suitably stacked at this point in time. Shortest stack north of 30 bigs. Dan, the chip leader, north of 100 bigs. The rest evenly distributed between. Four minutes 36 seconds left of this session.
Precisely.
Well, not anymore, but at the time it was accurate. So Jamie with the queens, this time Jack with pocket 7s in the small blind. Looks like we're just going to take a call, lower variance route here.
Ace 3 flop. Not the best spot for Jamie. Or Jack.
Yeah, Jamie will be, I would have thought, okay with a continue here.
Left 35.
Interesting one for Jack here. Whether we just decide to call or not. We're still ahead of quite a few hands that Jamie can have an open from the cutoff.
Nine of spades turn.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, that. At least some of the time now, we're going to see this one go check, check. Does decide to check it back, Jamie, on this occasion. Feeling that Jack is going to be flush draw, dense, and ace-x dense when we call from the small pre and then on the flop, but we'll feel pretty good about his hand when check 2 here on the river, Jamie. And it's just whether we want to take our showdown now or go for some additional value and target these kind of hands, but it might be beneficial to just take our showdown at this stage. Does decide to do so. Queens
is good.
Windmilled, Jack passes.
On to the last hand of the session. As soon as we come back, we'll do another keyword. Only a 15-minute break. We'll come back and do a keyword. We are in the money and down to 5.
Down with the 9s in the cutoff. And number 93. Likely to be the last hand before the end of the session. Especially once Dean decides to call out the small blind. King Queen suited here out the small blind. One that could maybe have fallen into a 3-bet, but Dean decided to take lower variance route and just make the call. So heads up to the flop. Pure equity flip pre-flop.
7
and a spicy one here as well. Yeah, Dean up and down over cards. Certainly going to be getting to a turn, and that is by form of check check on this flop.
Oh, that's a nice card for Dino. Yeah. Last hand of the sesh. Dean's going to take a little one off Dan, chip leader.
Check, check on the turn. Wow, what river. There it is, Tower. That is your river card. That is your river card.
Now then for Dan. That's 80 into 120. Eesh.
Yeah. I think Dan was certainly going to raise it.
We're not going to be raising here from Dan. Counting out the chips.
Oh. Dean cannot believe his luck.
You're raising into me and I've got the stones.
Oh, waste no time in going for it. And Dan will already be ill here because 3-betting rivers as bluffs just never happens, and this is purely value. When we get to this spot, what are we saying that we have here in the hands that we flat? From the small blind, King Queen is just there. I think Dan could get away from this, Tower. It'd be super impressive. I think he could get away from
just
this.
specifically King Queen.
Yeah, we're basically saying you've got like 9-10 suited or like a 8-9 suited or something like that that gets here in this fashion. But we have 9s. That is an excellent pass, Dan Rudd.
What a fold.
Brilliant pass, sir. It seems obvious, but you know, I mean, when you really break it down, it's just value all the time.
But it's those kind of hands that you don't remember.
Yeah.
That win your tournaments.
100%.
Folds like that. Fantastic performance from Dan Rudd so far. We're down to 5. We'll see you in 13 minutes and 37 seconds precisely. Dean Lyles could be getting another trophy after all these years. Is this Jack's turn?
Should be.
It is indeed. All of it, and Dean is never folding.
Yeah. Daniel should fold the 6s here. I think he knows well enough to do it. But yeah, pretty quick fold.
There's 5 out of the way as well. Back round to Dean. He'll make the call. So off we go to the races. Well, we've got 10s playing. tens, aces and jacks.
You noticed that, did you, Kev?
Two of clubs, no help, same scenario, a 10, a jack or an ace. Or we're down to 5. And it's a king. We are down to 5. Well played, Mr. Jack. Good to watch it on the stream this week. But finishing in 6th. Dean Lyle building up to 3 million. Jack Moore is no more.
This is going to be jam call, I think, as well, Clark.
Look, if somebody makes it 4x and it's a little bit off topic, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so we've got another flip to
Here
maybe
we
be
go.
like
This could be down to 4. We could be down to 4. Mine with the 8s against Dean Lyle's ace jack. And we hit the jack. Dean Lyle. All the spades are working. We need an 8 for the festival nuts or a spade to survive. Oh, we backdoor it in. We backdoor the flush with the 8 of spades. The wry smile from Dean. And Martin, whoa, gets a double to 1.5 milli.
Oh my word.
I mean, you don't need to be that good in this spot.
You do not need to be that good, and this is grim for Harry because Dean gets to attack this stack. Oh no.
Unbelievable.
Because we just 4-bet jam here and we fist pump because we just pick up this 3-bet so often from Dean. Like, he's going to have so many 3-bet folds in this spot. So as Harry here, we have to send for 30.
I mean, we don't have to. We're absolutely delighted
Yeah,
to
of
send
course,
it.
of course.
Oh goodness me! I mean, how on earth?
Jeez. That is the most ridiculous call-up, 5-handed. Second in chips, third in chips. What a setup for Harry here. Nothing you can do, sir.
I asked you at the start, how do you get down to the 5 so fast? This is sort of how you do it. Yep. And we could be down to 4 here, Jay. There's 6%, and now there's 1. It has to be running kings or running straight.
Or Jack for the chop.
Or Jack for the chop, if you're optimistic.
I am optimistic.
Could be dead on the turn. We're dead on the turn a lot, and we are dead on the turn. And Dean knocks off another one and is now a serious danger around 4 million.
Yeah, it's gonna. I don't think Dan's gonna love seeing that. Yes, he ladders, but now Dean gonna be closing the gap on first and chips and a very accomplished player.
Any hand now could be it, where Martin takes his stand. And we know that Dan would call if Martin found something here, and it's not a snap fold, and it looks like this could be it, Tower.
We find an ace in the small with 10 bigs, and in goes the triangle, and he's going to see the bad news.
Oh, Dean!
He's going to see the bad news because Dean Lyle's got 9s.
I mean, is Dean going to go for a small re-isolate here? It looks like he will, and a fold quickly from Dan, who lets go an ace, and Martin's in huge trouble here with only 2 left, Tower. 2 left of the aces in the deck. Could be 2 left in this tournament, unless there's another ace to be found. 22% equity. Can Martin find it, or are we heads up at Ace State Poker Live in Glasgow?
Jack 4-3, all hearts, no hearts playing. We need an ace. Running 6s.
Running 5-7. Running 5 deuce. There's not a lot of hope. 14% worth of hope. The turn is a 4, and now it has to be a black ace, Tower.
Barry, can we find it?
Or we will lose Martin in 3rd place and be heads up. River card.
Is an 8. We're down to 2 players and heads up at 888 Poker Live here in Glasgow. Martin, well played, sir. I'll tell you what. He made a big call yesterday with the ace 3 of hearts, and he ended up taking one out, and that was one for the books for Martin, and they turned it into 3rd place and £31,000 and change.
We just had our stakes, and now we got some pies dropped off, and Dean's got kings and Dan's got 6s.
Oh my.
Wow.
Are we too deep?
No, Tower. Like pairs heads up, I always say look at it from a mathematical standpoint. You're 17 to 1 to get dealt a pair. So in a two-handed situation,
Oh, he's gone for
there
it.
you go.
Oh, man,
there you
this
go.
could be it.
And he hates it. He sees the kings and he
Could
is
be it.
in huge trouble.
Wow.
But like 17 to 1 to get dealt a pair. So for both players to have a pair, you're looking at 289 to 1. Like it doesn't happen very often, heads up. It's very rare that both players have a pair. So Dan just sends the sixes in and Dean finds the Cowboys.
Get that
Here
t-shirt out of the way on the
we
left-hand side.
go.
This could be it for championship. We need a 6. This could be it. Dean Lyles could be getting another trophy after all these years.
Oh no, backdoor diamonds
Nope,
for the chop.
not
So
at all.
fade in 2 6s and we have a champion.
Do we have a champion? Yes,
Oh,
we
yes,
do.
we do.
Yes, good lad.
What's your leak now? Like if you have to say like, okay, I've got this.
Probably, I guess my main leak for tournaments, my main leak would maybe being too aggressive in early levels. I kind of don't have the patience like I used to in the early levels to sit there and just like grind. I'm more, which, you know, I can if it's a very important tournament, but like this summer is very long, so to sit there in the early levels, I was catching myself in this Mystery Millions tournament that everyone just was, you know, playing right now. But I'm catching myself like going for it a little too much in early levels where like if I could sit back, take a breath and just play my game, it'd probably be a little better. So I'm trying to work on that just in the early levels, approach it more serious and not make any mistakes.
That's got to be so difficult. I mean, you know, you look throughout your poker playing and, you know, whether you're a 5-10 player now or a 50-100 player or whether you're playing $300 tournaments or $30,000 tournaments, there comes a point where if you go back and you play below your stakes, it's really hard to play your game.
Yeah, it is. It's and that's, I respect a lot of really high level, solid guys because there's some of them that can just, no matter, like for instance, like a Brian Altman, who no matter what he's playing, he's always just.
Shout out to you, Brian.
Yeah, shout out to Brian Altman. He always just locked in, no matter what the stakes is, just always present and just in the flow, no matter what it is. Just takes it very serious. Where that can be one of, like I said, that can be one of my downfalls. A little bit is where some of the smaller stuff I'm not taking as serious when I really should take every moment serious when I'm at the table.
Sixes, sevens, and jacks.
Well, 9, 7, 9, so cut off big blind dynamic here. GK open the cut off, put some pressure on Ian in the big blind off a short stack. Ian defending GK with a gut shot. And 8 high, so probably a good one to start betting again. Probably go one of two ways here. It's difficult off this stack depth to peel one and then get faced with further aggression. So I wonder, it'd be interesting to see what route he does decide to take here, but he does decide to call.
Let's call once. We'll need a specific turn. 10 of clubs would be nice.
I mean, 10 of clubs would be perfect.
Oh, wow, nailed it!
I tell you what, this treble is coming sailing in today. You would not believe everything that has happened this week. This entire week. Oh, I've never been more certain in my life.
Oh, any 10 of clubs about. That keeps him involved.
You reckon? You reckon, Tara? It's interesting card, to be fair, because GK obviously picking up and down as well. No flush draw to go with it, but with 8-5 here and just 8 high, no equity, probably one that we want to keep betting on and just keep applying the pressure here and just set Ian in. And now then, Mr. Simpson, are we calling off? King 8 of clubs here? I think we are.
In they go.
Does decide to call.
He's got the equity with the 10 of clubs. Oh, that's just great.
GK drawing thin. So we need a jack or a 6 for a chop. or 5 for the outright. Otherwise, Ian Simpson is going to win a 268k pot as a day 2 buy-in, and then we're talking about really in and amongst it. Queen of spades, so king high going to hold for Ian. Big hold as well.
268,000 chips for Ian Simpson.
So GK ace 5 of hearts. This one certainly won't be being dropped off. There'll be chips coming in for an open. Turn you out the way on the button. Jerry going to fold the small blind, and this will not be folded from Mr. Simpson. Ace Jack in the big here. And one that against the range of hands that GK is going to be opening off this kind of stack size that we could see come for a 3-bet from Ian.
I don't know how you made it so far.
And I do like 3-bet. GK going to make the call. Here we go then, heads up. Cut off versus big blind on an ace 7-5 flop.
Ace 7-5.
Oh, that is less than ideal start for Mr. Simpson. So what have we got now working with us? We have Jack of spades. There's 2 spades working here, but a massive pendulum swing at the start of this hand on the flop in favour of GK. So Ian going to feel pretty comfortable coming for a smaller size here. Does 3-bet pot, top and bottom.
This is a tough spot. Tough spot for Mr. Simpson.
Yeah, well, the Jack of spades isn't great. I don't think it changes too much, but it takes a couple of sort of spade combos out that our opponent could have that could potentially be check raising flush draws. So just an ace of diamonds, maybe some backdoor stuff there. So that looks like all in, and that looks like cool. And this is going to be a huge pot.
This could be.
There's a new chip in play which is black, which is worth 100,000. So if I'm going to restart at 10,000, 25,000, 25,000, and good luck everyone. Please begin to. Mission 500, this clock will also be 30 minutes. We've not changed it yet, but we'll start on 30 minutes.
Okay, so we are back for the 4th session of the day. Our man, the Tower, is just taking a couple of extra minutes on his break, and then he will be back with us as well. 5-handed on the final table of the 888 High Roller. Let's get to it. Yeah, crazy last hand before the break. Really nice fold from Dan. Just recognising that Dean never not going to have value in that spot, I guess, and thinking that if there was ever going to be a time to find a fold with a straight there, it was there. So really nice fold from Dan. And to those of you that are rejoining from before the break, welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us throughout the day here on all the social channels that we're bringing you the coverage on, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, or 888 Poker TV on YouTube or Twitch. Welcome back, and to those of you that are joining us for the first time, welcome in. Promises to be a really good final 5 this. We've got a lot of career earnings between these 5. We've got WSOP bracelets, we've got GUKPT championships, we've got high roller titles, the lot. It's really going to be a very good final 5. So buckle in, get comfortable. It's 5 o'clock on your Friday, and we are absolutely here for it. So first hand back after the break, kicking off on stream now, and Jack straight into rhythm with Ace King in the cutoff. Afternoon, Gina. How you doing? It's a bit of an unusual combo in the booth today. We've got covering Jay. He's out swinging the sticks around, and Tower's just having a little extended break after the last session. He'll be back in shortly, but really been a great watch so far for those that have been sticking with it. Jamie defending big blind here, 7-3 of hearts to ace 5-3, so top pair for Jack, bottom pair for Jamie. Checked over to Jack. Jack 2 coming in for a c-bet here. Blinds are now at 10k, 25k with a 25k big blind ante. Jack straight in here with 90k. Big sizing on the flop. Action back over to Jamie in the big blind. Currently bottom pair working for him. Not going to fold to one bet by the looks of it. And that, is that a raise? Yeah, raise to 200k. So big hand, first hand up after the break. Action back over on Jack, and maybe Jamie just taking the higher variance route after the increased sizing from Jack. Jack just going to call now in position, and all of a sudden we've got 500,000 chip pot straight away after the break. SPRs are getting close to 1 for Jack. King of diamonds on the turn, and he'll be delighted to see that. If there's any 2-pair combos, we now beat them all as Jack. Jamie checks it over to him. Jack with King of Clubs working as well in hand, so blocking some of those flush draw combos as well. Expect we're going to see another street value here for Jack. Something around 150. That's bumped up a lot there. That's 215. And Jamie just steps aside on that occasion. Thinks it's probably a bit too adventurous to get after it there. So straight off the back of the break. Big pot for Mr. Hardcastle, climbing his way back towards the top of the leaderboard. We saw just before the break, Paul Vasnunez exited in 6th place. And, High Roller today paying 6 places. £1,100 buy-in, 53 entrants in total, 22 came back for today. We had 13 that made it through from the day 1 flight, 9 day 2 buy-ins.
I've not left.
We are now down to 5.
Woohoo! Oi, oi, oi. And a 30-minute clock.
And a 30-minute clock.
Yes.
Nicely pointed out.
30 minutes on that clock. Back tomorrow with the schedule. Pull up the rest of the schedule very shortly.
You think your coffee alright?
Very nice.
Not bad, is it?
Yeah, I tell you what, you picked the right machine there, kid.
Listen, we've spent enough reg fees in this casino over the years to find out the edge on the coffee machines.
That was nice.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? Not bad.
I might have another one.
Listen, there you go. Inside information on coffee machine rankings in Reading.
Done with the 8-6 wrapped around it.
I think we might see Dan take advantage here of some recognition that this board should be his board, and as a result, not sure what this line is necessarily going to achieve as Dean, but does decide to just make the call. 3 of spades on the turn. Dan checks over to Dean. And 8 of clubs on the river. So Dan does river the best hand on this occasion. I'll go for a blocker sizing here. Or just a pure value sizing, but I think block's nice. Yeah, like this. From Dan, who's small. $40K, sub 20% pot. Surely, well, Dean pays here with king high. Shows the 8.
Nice
And,
one, Dan.
Dan Rudd continuing to just chip away and build that stack.
Yep, rest of the schedule here in Portsmouth. Tomorrow, when we come back after the high roller today, it will be Saturday. Jay will be back. Yeah, he has gone golfing today. I told him he'd shoot 102. I think I've been being a bit optimistic. I might have to add 10 shots to that. But we'll see when he comes back tomorrow. Sam's going to be playing the main event tomorrow, day 1D, that starts at 12. And then they've got the Rumble on. And then Sunday they've got the seniors. They have got the big shot, and day 2 as we crown a champion. And I don't know if you've... but we need to slightly change this, because for some reason, and I don't know why, and I don't think anybody complained or asked, but the starting stack for the main event is now 50,000.
It's 50K.
And I don't know why. They've not changed the clock. They've just added 20,000 to every stack. And all I can think is that Sunday we could be here at 5 AM. I don't understand it, don't know the reason. You want more chips as players, you get them. I don't know why they've done it. They didn't tell us.
Hence why on the screen it still says 30.
Which is why it says 30 on the screen.
Yeah.
But the main event now is 50,000 starting stack. See how we go. But you get more value for your money. So you've got 50,000 to sit down with and wait.
Yes,
Wait.
try and find
wait,
another way.
And wait. That kind of stack I could do on a 40-minute clock. Get some practicing.
You're going to get on a 2-hour clock in summer, aren't you? Come on.
Well, there we go.
So yes. So I don't know what. So they didn't let us know. They just found out when we got here that the main event starting stake is 50K.
There we go.
So there you go. You got more value for your money, kid.
Happy days, mate.
Yes.
Happy days. Yeah, lovely stuff.
Now you got value for money. I
Lovely
might have to take 10%.
Yeah, we can chat. That's fine. No problem.
Lime says there was some event about the starting stacks actually the last event. Well, they didn't tell us. We just serve.
Bit of a hand here, Tower. All pairing 7 on the turn, and Dan checks it over to Jack. Blind on blind confrontation. Ranges widest. So Dan raised pre-flop with King 7. Jack called Queen 8 of hearts. Dan check called. Bet from Jack on the flop. And I would love him to check call this from Jack on the turn.
Jack
gets there on the river.
Jackie boy. Oh,
Wow.
here we go.
Wow, wow, wow.
This is turning into a huge one for Jack Hardcastle.
You could make a movie about these two just at the final table alone today. Some hands they have played. Dan now no option but to check and evaluate after the inevitable forthcoming jam from Jack.
Well, this is big. Dan wrote check call the flop, check call the turn. And now there's going to be a check call in the river by the looks of this. And all of it.
Well, that leaves one chip behind, I think, but absolutely essentially Talia spot on. And
there's no laddering spots. Yeah, all. That's what I'd say. Just in case. He has 8-9 or 7-6.
does make the call, gets shown the 8. Dan with a nod of recognition.
And he has to show him. Well, Jack's not all in, so he doesn't have to show him. Returns over the King 7. Turning trips.
Jack with what appeared to be a sympathetic nod.
I'll tell you what, Jamie Walden stood there on the other side of the room. He's been stood up out of that chair watching them two battle all day.
Yeah.
And that was
I think
huge.
you just found your director for the movie we were talking about before.
And action!
A Walden special.
A huge pot for Jack Hardcastle.
I think that's understatement of the session so far. 2.2 million chips now for Jack. The first man in this tournament to breach the 2 million barrier. Dealer change as Nixon comes to the table. And Dan, must say, composed as ever at this table, no matter what hand he's been involved in. But just smile of recognition there at Jack, who regains the chip lead by quite some distance. Over 1.3 million chips more than second now for Jack. Lee folds. So there's Jamie, round to Dan. On the button with the King 10 of clubs. Raise it up, Dean with a very quick defend in the big blind again with the 8-9 suited. Two hands that are going to traditionally flop pretty well post, and see how we fare up after 3, and it's Dean that races into a 4-1 lead here with the 8-9. Straight out with a bet as well. That's 50k into 135. Just lets it go on this occasion. So chip counts on the screen for you now. Jack Hardcastle 91 blinds. Second place Jamie with 37. Then Dan and Dean both on 30 and Lee on 23. And dangerous combination here. Jack with all the chips.
Yes, some battle going on.
Yeah. So on to the next one. Folded round to Jack on the button. 7-6 offsuit comes in for a raise, all the chips. Dean Dean just flattened the 8s out the small blind. Lee getting rid of the Jack 3. So we're going heads up. Well, festival nuts.
There we
Flops
go.
are set.
It happens a lot.
It's a fun one. Bottom pair for Jack. Got shot to accompany. And action starting with Dean here. And relatively quick check back from Jack. 10 of clubs on the turn, and Dean with a snap check on the turn as well after boating up. And I wonder if Jack now is going to seize the initiative to try and just flush out some equity. Does come for a delayed C-bet of 50k. Just a call from Dean like this. Wow, what a card. 9 on the end. Jack makes a straight. Dean coming in for the lead.
Dean with the house. Tell you what, there's been some big hands on
and
this
I imagine
table.
Jack's either just going to call or may even be tempted to fold here, depending on how he perceives Dean to be playing. Just because this is probably only ever value. We have a 6, and we're essentially, I guess, at this situation, calling to hope to chop maybe. As if we think Dean's ever really got a 10 here, then we could probably call and be happy with it. But it's just a bit of a grim one. Doesn't look best pleased about it, Jack. It's a really smart fold, and like it's just shows the boat.
Yep. I didn't even want to see him. No, I don't want to see him, pal. I don't want to see him, he says. What a good fold. So Dino, not getting paid off Jack Hardcastle. AJP. I was at Jamie's first sub on Twitch when he was streaming. Nice one.
My answer is generally that I'm just less shit than other people.
Flop number 1 on Twitch afternoon. How are we? Or evening now.
Flop number 1. There we go. Tell you what, there's been some hands.
There have been some hands. It's been a really good watch so far today. And talk about hitting the deck as Jack is just hand after hand. Jamie out the way in the big blind with the 4-3 of diamonds. Picks that one up onto the next one. Jack, Queen, 9 of diamonds under the gun. We're going to see some real opening here from Jack, I would imagine, with this chip distribution. Lee just calling the button with ace 8 offsuit.
Then on the way.
Yeah, so heads up to the flop.
Flop time. 7-7 Jack.
Yeah, quite reasonable of Jack here to start with a check after we've seen very little resistance to date from Lee after Jack's been in opening pots. So when we do see it, we're likely to assume that Queen 9 is not currently the best hand. King seems like a good one to start representing though. King of Hearts on the turn. 120k from Jack. Lee folds the button.
So Rivas out in 6th, 4,030 for 5th. We're still on 5. You can see the average stack is well over 40 bigs. Shows how much play we've got in this. Over 40 bigs as an average stack is fabulous for these players.
Yeah, looks like we're going to get a card change here on the feature. So maybe we can have a look at what's coming up over the weekend or something like that.
That's a little look. There we go.
Oh, here you go. Just going to do the deck.
Quick
Fair
change.
enough. Quick
There we
change. Quick change. Like a Formula 1 pit stop that was from our man Mikey. Straight in and straight out. Yeah, Dan Reed afternoon watching on YouTube. Just one of those. Depends on the magnitude of the spot you're playing in, I guess. And Dean probably just wanted to build some credibility with his raises. Just showing the table some hands. Well observed there.
Is there a free roll today? I think there is, and we're going to a keyword very soon.
Yeah, we are, you're right.
Our next free roll, we'll get Lime to send us a free roll word, and we'll do another free roll. We'll do another keyword in 10 minutes, and we'll get the password for the free roll as well, if there is one. I think it's half past 6 our time.
Yeah, 6:30.
So it's 7:30 British summer, well, 7:30 our time.
Yeah.
So in 2 hours' time. Free roll is in 2 hours' time, so we'll get a keyword and we'll do that in 10, and then we'll get the free roll password given out from 6 o'clock. We'll give you 90 minutes to check in to the free roll, and we'll do a keyword in 10 minutes time.
Well, here we go then. Ready for another acid test?
Go on then, what's that? Here we go.
The hand that always
The
flops a
falls.
set, that never
Apparently-
flops a set.
Apparently always flop a set. It's happened once in 3 years. That's Sam's odds.
It's, you know, you can look at it once in 3 years, or you can say once in the last 3 hours. You know, both factually correct.
Jack
not
8-8.
on this occasion.
Yes, as it's checked.
Yeah, not really Dean's card to be representing here. I guess we're trying to start telling the narrative that we have an 8 here, and as such, Jamie just going to make the call. We're going to have quite a convincing end to the story here. 9 of clubs, river. Dean's going to need to bet big here, Tower, if we're going to tell this 8 story.
Yeah, that's tiny. Tiny. Should just get called from Jamie, and that will be a nice little pot for Jamie. Over $1 million now. Jamie Walden, bracelet winner. Have we shown you the picture? Did we ever see you the picture of Jamie Walden winning the bracelet?
Just once or twice, mate. Just once or twice.
I didn't get the memo. Wear something grey or black was the memo, apparently.
Yeah.
Sorry. Jamie Walden last year. What a great picture that is. And he's going back to try and get himself in there. We're going to give you the password for the free roll because you can get in within 2 hours. So I'll give you the password and then we'll do a keyword in 5 minutes' time. So the password for the free roll that's in 2 hours' time at 7:30 our time, so basically 2 hours from now, is HR Reading, because we're on the high roller. It'll be uppercase HR Reading. I'm not sure if it's all uppercase or lowercase or case sensitive, but HR Reading is the password for the free roll. Get yourself in. And there we go, already in the commands. I'm so quick at them commands, it's amazing. HR Reading is the password.
We'd be updated with the main event if you were in charge of the commands, mate. Come on. Thank heavens for line.
Absolutely. you are not wrong, by the way. You are not wrong.
So Dean calling twice here, pre with the King 9 following Lee's raise, blind on blind. Flops, top pair. This 3 club texture. Lee checks back. Deuce of clubs on the turn. I imagine this is going to see another check situation. Dean did check very quick there. I wonder if Lee might take initiative on that. Not on this occasion. Check on the turn. King of spades on the river, so 2 pair now for Dean. Just going to go for a small sizing here. Yeah, actually quite like this to a certain extent. I don't think once we get checked behind twice, we're going to be up against too many club combos here as Dean, so just trying to extract a little bit. But Lee might have spicy intentions here, does go for raise. So 140, 100k more. Dean just asked him if he got a club, I think. Gets it to fold, really nice from Lee there. So 5 players remaining in the high roller. 53 entries into the comp. 22 back today. 6 paid. 5 remaining. 1 winner. And looks like the level clock just going to tick over now. We're on a half-an-hour clock now that we're 5-handed. Jack Hardcastle has all the chips. Yeah, Kev. It was blind on blind. Dan had King 7, raised 765. Jack called 765. Dan checked. Jack bet with Queen 8 suited. Dan just called 7 on the turn. Dan check called 4 on the river. Dan check called, so Jack backed into a straight chunky pot for sure. So definitely one to rewatch.
Lines up next hand. Anyway, 30k. Ace-high flop for Jack.
Dan out the way straight away. So payouts on the screen. These are what the guys are playing for. £17,600 for the winner. 4k for the next bust out. Paul Vas Nunez finished in 6th place for £3,000.
I know what, Jamie's done some steps at this FT.
Yeah.
He has, hasn't he?
He has, you're right. He has, you're right.
So I've lined up to 30k.
Yeah, I found that hand really interesting as well, Kev, actually, because I think it was one of those where he kind of felt compelled to make a decision at that point, because it's going to be difficult to fold a lot of rivers, and if we're going to fold a lot of rivers, it might be efficient to fold turn. It's just interesting hand. Probably need to look at that one later on. But I was surprised to just see clean fold there.
And also the hand that Jack folded against Dean. With the full house.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
these
think,
hands are just
yeah, I think that one was
slightly easier.
It's just difficult. It's one of those similar spots to the hand we saw with Dean and Dan before the break, in that when we get led into on that river, it feels like it's always value. And at that point as Jack, we're essentially calling for a chop in a spot where I don't know if it's ever there really. And actually, when you look at as Jack, we get shown that Dean has a boat there, it actually makes it way better that we're folding bottom straight, because if he's got boats as well as Jack X for bigger straights, then it makes our fold easier. I think Jack would have been pretty frustrated to call and be shown a boat. I think probably would, if he had called, I think he would have expected to be shown Jack X a lot of the time. Just made a lot of sense for Jacks to be in there. But
Oh, my camera's just... Oh, it's all broke.
Oh, no.
Everything's broke. Oh, no. Oh, I fixed it.
Well done, mate. Well
Keyword time. I tell you, I pressed the button, it didn't work. Keyword time. 2 chances to get yourself a $22 ticket on 888 Poker. You need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. If you want to stay on the channels that you're watching on, stay there. But you can't win the prizes because the... Line Ricky is on Twitch and the RNG is also there as well, so you need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. If not, just stay where you are and enjoy the live stream. But if you want to win one of 2 tickets, the keyword for this hour and a chance of winning one of the 2 tickets is roller. R-O-L-L-E-R as in high roller. So roller is the keyword. All you need to do is type it in the chat and away you go.
You can take so many educated guesses at these keywords, can't you?
Absolutely, of course you can. But don't be Ben.
Yeah, don't be Ben. Ben's on a first strike.
Do not be Ben.
It's tower poker again. Oh dear.
It's great that 888 gives us all these tickets for you guys.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Really good.
AJP Scott, you need to be on Twitch to enter the comp, buddy. YouTube entries won't count. Unless you just wanted to put roller in the chat, then by all means crack on, but yeah. Link in the YouTube chat if you want to come over and put roller in the Twitch 888 chat. Five-handed action continues on the feature table. Hand number 108 of today's coverage about to get underway.
So roller as a keyword.
That lime's called 1 more minute. 1 more minute
Here
to
we
enter
go.
the comp.
Jack with 86 bigs and a commanding lead. Jamie Walden now second in chips. Dan Rudd fighting on after a couple of big hands. Not going his way. And Lee just sat there, enjoying life.
Yeah. Haven't really seen him too involved in many pots, have we?
No, not at all.
But yeah, laddered nicely so far. Navigated the final table well. It's only really been, of these players, it's sort of been different stories for all of them. You've seen Jamie just chip up and chip up and chip up at a steady pace. Lee we haven't seen too much of. Dean we've seen bits and pieces of, and it's just been a bit of a heavyweight boxing match between Dan and Jack for a majority of it, of the guys that are left in terms of chip swinging. Jack came in, overwhelming chip leader, then that chip lead swung back to Dan, and then that huge hand the guys played immediately after coming back from break.
No cards this time. Very weird. Countdown is on for the last chance to type in roller for the chance of winning a $22 ticket on 888 Poker. Here we go, says Lime. Who's winning the tickets? Rick Vigiv is a winner, and so is Hermes 3103. Congratulations, Rick Vigiv and Hermes 3103.
Yeah, well done Rick, and well done Hermes, lovely stuff. 22 tickets coming into, well, £22 tickets coming into your account.
Congratulations. Don't forget you know what to do regarding your whispers. Congrats to the winners.
Entries to Flight 1B of the main event so far. Getting the numbers right up. 63k of the 100k guarantee has already been collected. 2 flights still to go. Looking in great shape to smash that guarantee.
Yep. I think you're right. I think we do need a deck change. We'll see what happens with this one. There's 10 for Lee. Jamie out of the way. See, Dan's just not putting him in the box, that's all it is. That's all it was. Five players, big chip lead for Jack. Not put the card in the box. All we need to ask them to do it. All we need to do.
All the best, guys. Have fun, mate. Thanks.
5 players left out of 53. Five players left.
Dan here with Kings under the gun. Just massive change in perspective for Dan now. Just looking down, a stack worth about 16 blinds versus where we were a while back. Just going to get a raise to take through here with the Kings. Chip distribution on the screen for you there, and Dan, Lee and Dean all quite closely condensed. Between 16 and 19 blinds, and Jack just with hammer lock at the minute. 3 times as many chips a second. Jack here with the 9s.
Moves into 60.
Jack 7 of diamonds for Jamie going into the bin. Second in chips now. Considerably Jamie. Dan ace 6 in the big. Not going to be folding this one.
King 7-5. Check from Dan.
Yeah, see that from Jack. Fold from Dan, I'd imagine.
That sounds about right.
That's what we'd expect to see, but as we've seen so far out of this FT, expect the unexpected. Been a great watch so far today.
It's been a good final. All that's known as in the money. Dan in the blender in the last hour or so, losing a biggie to Jack. After turning trip 7, says I'm all in with King Jack off.
Yeah, that's not going to get top, but we are in that territory for Dan.
Yeah, 15 and 16 bigs. Dean 16, Lee 17, and Dan 18. And then the two above.
And it's tough for Jamie as well, Tower, in this situation, because Jack will just recognise that Jamie will also recognise that the other three, being so condensed together, should be able to apply maximum pressure.
Still nearly 40 bigs, his average stack. Shows how good this structure is. One of these guys can just pick the spots. Lee not taking one with the King Jack suited. It's the way he's played. It's the way he has played as Lee. He's not taken any loose spots or any openings. Could have easily opened with ace, with King Jack of hearts. And then see Jamie raising to 80 with 80% of a royal between them. So the main event's taking place. What else is on tonight? Is there a satellite?
There is satellite tonight.
Satellite tonight, lads. And if you're going to any Grosvenor casino in the country playing your local games, good luck. If you're not going out, there is a free roll on 888 Poker in around about 90 minutes time, and the password is HR Reading. It's not case sensitive, so type in anything. HR Reading. It's Friday evening, if you fancy it, and you're not going out to your local Grosvenor casino playing your local games, whatever's on. If you are heading out and you want anything to give us a mention, let us know. Other than that, just enjoy your Friday night. If not, we have a free roll in 90 minutes on 888 Poker, and the password is HR Reading.
Yeah, why wouldn't he, Bowie?
We're doing Andy.
Why wouldn't he, Andy?
Andy Wilson. I weren't sure whether you were going to Vegas or not, which is why you weren't in my team, because your name was on my list. Maybe I should have done what Jay did and done some research and text the players. But he knows a lot more players than
I hope
me,
we didn't go through the same sort of selection process as we do for the treble.
Do you know what? Look at that. He's going. Oh,
honestly,
going.
you've had
Andrew. Andy Wilson, you were on my list, and I thought, is he going? Is he not going? How long is he going for? Oh. Because I know you play.
Scoop, isn't it? Yeah.
I know you play a lot of online, and there's obviously there's about 20 bracelets online this year.
There are a lot online.
So I know you play a lot online as well. So I just thought you wouldn't be playing too much live, which is why you were on my list, but didn't get selected. But you were there. You were on my list. Ugh. Hope you're all right, Andrew, and we'll see you soon, and hopefully see you in Vegas again like last year.
Yeah. Best of luck for the summer, Andy.
There you go. You're gonna play some live. Back to some live in Vegas. See you out there, Andy, and we'll have a catch up and a nice chat about League One football next year. Parabellum, how are we doing? Hello, you beautiful bunch of people, he says. Love it.
So 5 players remaining in the 888 Festival High Roller. £1,100 buy-in, drew 53 entries. Today we came back with 13 and 9 day 2 buy-ins. And we are now in the money, paid the top 6.
Just to mention, if ever I'm going to have a chat about playing the main event, Andy Wilson would be the man.
I mean, he'd be a good one to have in your corner, wouldn't he? I mean,
if there's a brain, if there's a brain out there that I need 10 minutes with, Andy Wilson. We need a quiet corner. We'll have a pizza and some chicken wings and a glass of pop, Main event. I need a word.
But it still doesn't really feel real saying it, does it?
Book me in.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it doesn't.
Yeah.
It does not. It really, really does not. Tower's playing the main event. That's 6 spots left. 6 spots left for 1%. If anybody wants 1% of the Tower.
6 spots left. Yeah, right. I mean, you said there's 75 spots taken.
75
yeah.
spots at 1%. Look at that. Andy Wilson
straight
says, give
in.
it straight in. Thanks, Andrew. We are off to play the main event, courtesy of Grosvenor Casino and Jay Harwood, who decided that it would be good to get us playing the main event, and we have now sold 70 spots of 75. Maybe I should speak to a former champ, Tower. Yeah, I'll speak to Phil Elmeth as well. Me and my mate Phil.
That's a pretty good effort, that.
Yeah.
4 out of 6 ain't bad, is it?
4 main event cashes in 6 efforts. That's pretty good going, Andrew. Andy Wilson, the Bowie effect. No run past day 4. They are long days.
Just to clarify, we are going to get another opportunity to run the everlasting commentary sim here, Tower.
Oh, here we go,
Yeah,
pocket
here we go,
4s.
Pocket 4s. Once again.
9, Jack 5. See, it doesn't happen.
In defence of the 4s, they have flopped a set 33% of the time today. That's a pretty good ratio for flopping sets. No, John, none of this. Get him in there with 500 bigs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get him in.
Absolutely. I can open with King, Queen, suited.
At 100, whatever it starts at 100, 100, and you make it 200, and the fella makes it 300, get out of there.
That's it. You booked in, Andy. PK will be in touch. We're going to get all the payments sorted out in the next couple of weeks. So PK's got all the names sorted out. I think there's 4 spots left. And
4 spots, that is some going.
We'll get PK will send you the message. He's got all the names down on a spreadsheet, and we'll be in touch. But thanks very much for getting involved and giving me the chance to play the best event in the entire world. Eights for Lee. Says I'm all in.
Yeah, I
17 bigs.
1C might have just kicked off in the card room as well, which is why the noise just outside the booth.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, yeah, the 30-minute
stepped
clock.
up 8 rank. Yeah, so there's another flight of the main event this evening.
Yep.
Running on a half-an-hour clock. Which has 13 in from the KO, which is good.
All right.
64 in 1B.
Mm-hmm.
Total amount collected so far, £70,000 with a full flight to go.
Yeah. We'll hit the guarantee.
2 full flights really, because 1C is about 5 seconds in, so...
JG says if we'd have won a treble this year, Tower, I'd have been able to buy it for 1%.
John, come on, fella.
We had 4 in this year.
Come on, John.
We had 4.
Get your 1% out, buddy.
What was the line this year?
I don't know, but there was some very ambitious lines for next year. Very ambitious lines for next year's treble.
I think we got 4 or 5 in this season.
Someone either had 9 or 13. I mean,
13.
It was someone. I'll dig it out. There was some absolutely wild lines going. I don't know if we do 13 trebles. Let's do 13 trebles a year or something.
13.
I mean, that's what. That's got to be. That's almost more than one every other treble.
It is. You're right. Yeah. We don't have any trebles.
At which point, Tower can put himself into the main. That's
we got 4 up, which I don't think was a bad effort.
It's a good. That's good. That.
We got a.
You reckon you'll get more?
We actually got 2 shots on target in the first half. Bet builders up.
I know. Back end of the season.
Back end of the season. JG Poker, red or black for the next block. If you win, I'll buy you 1%.
Tell him after the flop.
We'll go for a black flop. We're on the black flop. There we go. Dan with the tens.
He'll buy 1%. Anyway. He's a good old fella, John.
Maybe just open.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
60,000.
I was thinking 15. I thought maybe 15 might be on the cusp of tens being in.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, no way. Lee's just sat there all day, sitting and watching this super final table, and now he's got the boots for 15, and they're going in. And it's a snap.
Snap call.
And
There's
there
no
we go.
better feeling in poker when you get it in with aces and get snap called.
Lee has just sat there,
pretty
and
good
sat
one.
there, and he's got himself aces against tens. Here's Scarlett.
Right. Dan is in trouble and is going to need to find some immediate help.
And we need 3 black cards.
2 will do.
2 will do.
Well, we're going to see 5. We'll start with 3.
Yeah. Yes! Get in there, JG! 1% locked up, baby!
Well, on to slightly more immediate and pressing matters. Dan is going to need one of the 2 10s on the river to stay in the main event. And the chip leader, 5-handed, is on the precipice of exit.
And he's gone. Daniel Rudd. What a great game I've watched you play, sir. Great effort from Dan Rudd, but finishing 5th for £4,030. And I think one person that's going to be happy that you've been eliminated is a guy sitting to your left, Mr. Jack Hardcastle. Because you 2 guys have put up a great performance. And unfortunately, just running out of steam is Dan Rudd. Great effort.
It was a great effort, and I'll tip my hat to that fold Dan made earlier with the pocket 9s against Dean. That was a really nice fold. Great run. Finishing in 5th place. He'll be a bit disappointed, I'm sure, when we had the chip lead 5-handed to be ending up in this situation. But as you said, Tower, Jack will be pretty happy in that one. We said not long ago we hadn't seen Lee involved in too many pots. Well, all of a sudden it just takes one spark to ignite a real charge at an FT, and nice little spark there for him, that's for sure.
So we're down to 4.
So Jack going to raise a 7 under the gun. Jamie calling big blind with ace 9. Going to be taking low variance routes here now as Jamie, particularly in pots against Jack. Adjustments need to be made from ICM considerations, and Jack absolute chip boss at the moment. I don't think we're going to see Jamie fold to 1 here on 10-10-5 though. Does elect to make the call, so to the turn we go.
Four of spades on the turn.
I would typically would naturally favour Jamie's range against Jack's. If Jack didn't essentially have the license to open the deck with the chip distribution, but Jamie going to check over to Jack. Jack going to check back.
Which is the 2 of hearts on the river. Jamie with the check mark. With this better ace.
Yeah, pretty sure we'll be happy to play check here as both of these guys. What block from Jamie? Yeah, gets Paid.
Jack, just the right smile pays him off.
As it is. Piano Cat, how do you buy a piece of the tower? Just let us know if you want a piece, Piano Cat, and
just
we'll sort it out.
confirm in the chat. We'll confirm with us. We'll stick you on the spreadsheet, and then PK will be in touch. It is 1% for £105. That equates to $10,400, just in case the exchange rate goes down. And then we're all in for a nice sweat. And boy, don't like these cards. After he misread ace king for ace 10 and then flop trips. Well, I'd love these cards if I did that.
Flop trips and stacked aces. Go on,
I love it.
Go on, Andy.
And then if you want to play the free roll tonight on 888, it's on in about an hour and 20 minutes. HR Reading is the password. All in Vin hasn't been seen in the card room this year. Happy days. Not seen Alan Vinicum all year playing poker at an event that we've been. He might have played.
This is going to be close, this one, Tower.
He might have played, but we haven't seen him, and he's definitely not in Reading.
For 450 here, 11 blinds, ace 10 in the small. This is close, and I think it probably. Where are we? We're in the small yet. Probably cool.
Yeah, and
does
puts
decide
in
to
the
make
one,
the call.
The one chip.
Jack out the way, and as 5 became 4, unless we find a king, 4 could become 3.
Here's Scarlet to root for the king.
Yeah. Dean has been great value at this FT all day. He's been putting on some good show for us, but he's going to need to find the trick of all tricks to overturn this 4-1 deficit and conquer Jamie's ace 10. And that is not a great start.
It
Ace
is
6
not.
deuce 2 clubs. Going to need a pretty particular run out here for Dean. Well. Jack of clubs, 2 outs once. Queen of spades or the Queen of hearts.
Here we go. Do we
Dean.
get there? We do not. We do not. Dean, well played, sir. Finishing in 4th place. Well done, everybody. Well done, one and all. £5,540 for Dean. We're now down to 3. There we go. 1% for Cat. She's in. We'll stick it in on the spreadsheet, Cat, and PK will be in touch very soon. He'll just send you a message on social media. I'm pretty sure you're following Grosvenor Poker on Facebook and Instagram and all that malarkey. And we can also see you in Edinburgh in 2 weeks' time as well. We'll see you up there.
Yeah, so just as we think we might have 3 spots left for the Towers Summer Bonanza, we have 3 players left in the Reading High Roller. Jack Hardcastle, Lee and Jamie Walden, all playing for the 17k up top. All 3 players have now locked up £8,050.
Very nice.
Mark Gardner putting down for 1%. We have 2 spots left for the tower.
Mr. Mark Gardner. Cheers, Mark. I'm watching on Facebook. We'll get confirmation from PK of how many spots there are left. We think there's only 2. Cheers, Mark. Thank you very much indeed. PK will be in touch. And if you're in Portsmouth in 2 weeks' time, come and see us.
Yeah.
You can either. In fact, John, you could pay us then. If you've not done it before, when we get down there. And also, Kat in Edinburgh, we'll see you up there as well. So if you want to wait till then, just tell PK that's when you'll see us. And we'll confirm everything on a spreadsheet. And PK will be busy writing out the 75 names. See you in Vasers. Cheers, Mark. We'll see you there. Look forward to it. King Jack for Lee decides to raise this time. Got rid of the King Jack of Hearts last orbit. This time raising.
So that one through Jamie just going for the leg shake we've seen a few times at this table.
Three left in the high roller. Tomorrow we concentrate on the main event. Sunday we will crown a champion of the main event. And don't forget, this event, the starting stake is 50,000. We've not a change to the structure. So that's
amazing added value for the players.
Unbelievable.
Amazing.
It is unbelievable. I don't know what it's going to do to the clock. I don't know what it's going to do to the length of the final day.
Well,
we'll soon find out when
Yeah,
you're
we
when
will.
you're on the FT.
We will.
You better
We'll
get
have, we'll have a chat on Sunday
You
morning.
better get it done sharpish.
Monday morning we'll have a chat.
Monday morning when we're taking the kit down at 5 AM, you'll know that it's not worked. But looking forward to it. Good luck. Hey Karen, it's £105. We think there's only one spot left. We sort payments out. PK will be on a spreadsheet. All your names are on a spreadsheet. It was confirmed. If you've put down interest in the chat box, we have confirmed it here. And 1% will go, makes £105. It gives us $10,400 just in case there's a change in the exchange rate before we get there. PK will be in touch with payment details to everybody that's had 1%.
It'll most likely be
and
bank
I think
transfer.
this is 75 if Karen says I'm in.
We think it's bank transfer, Karen. So
Yeah, it will be.
pretty
It will be a bank transfer.
Pretty standard.
And before we set off to Vegas,
We think that we might be able to count back. We might have 2 spots left because we've had 6 pieces sold today. So,
So
it's either 1 or 2.
So if Karen says yes, I'm in, then we'll
There
stop.
we go. Karen is in.
Karen's in. So now we'll stop because we need confirmation of the numbers.
Yeah.
And I think that's 74 or 75. We'll confirm it during the next session. We're going to do another keyword in half an hour's time at 6:45. We'll do another keyword, and I think that's 4 today.
Keywords.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be the 4th one.
So we'll do another keyword at 6:45. In half an hour's time, please, Lime. Another keyword. And don't forget, if you're playing poker online, don't forget the free roll that's on in an hour and 10 minutes time as well. HR Reading is the password. Thanks, Karen. You are in. And PK has just said, let me log all these names that were just done. We think that is it. So we've paused the buying, paused reserving 1%. Karen's taken the last one. So we'll confirm that with PK sometime this evening. And then payments will start. PK will be in touch with everybody on the spreadsheet.
Well, if that is it, and hopefully not prematurely, congratulations.
Thank you.
And as one of 75, and there'll be many, many more, we all wish you the absolute best of luck in the summer, mate, because it's going to be one heck of a sweat.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So £8,050 now locked.
Gentlemen, how do we do? I'm going to distribute some cards to you and hopefully you will be happy. So that's going to go. To go, sir. Fold. Call.
There you go. You've got your instruction from John, mate.
Just
win.
win.
Just win. Why not? Give everybody 120k payday. Go on, lad.
Absolutely.
So Jamie just called the King Queen here, Jack coming in for a raise, and we're surprised to see Jamie coming for a 3-bet hit. Just goes for the lower variance route of call. It's a relatively difficult position chip distribution wise with Lee being shorter, but not drastically shorter than us. Jack 8, 4, 2 clubs. Check from Jamie over to Jack, and imagine if we've elected the 10-5. Then let's decide to check back.
Queen of clubs on the turn.
Nice one for Jamie. Obvious reasons we make top pair. Also got to think that Jack might have continued clubs on flop. Not many reasons to think that we don't have the best hand at the moment as played. Looks to switch to hunting for value. It's got 120. Jack straight out the door. So, three-handed play goes on.
And in 6 minutes' time, it is the next keyword And the keyword's a banger. I don't mean that's the keyword.
I was going to say. You've just opened the floodgates here, my friend.
Next keyword in 6 minutes' time at 6:30 BST. Stop doing it. In 6 minutes' time, we've got another keyword for two $22 tickets. And then we'll have one more to give away, so there'll be a break soon.
So Lee completing the small line with ace 7 of hearts. Jamie checking option with 8-5 offsuit and flopping gut shot on king 6-4 2 spades. Lee's checked and Jamie going to start betting on the flop. Comes for about 75,000. There's your chip distribution now. After Jamie eliminated Dean in 4th place. Jack and Jamie just a blind separating the two of them. I must say thank you to everybody who's been supporting the live stream today in the chat. It's been really good to see everybody on Twitch, YouTube and Facebook getting involved with all the keywords and keeping us going through the day. Thank you for all your support so far.
Indeedy, indeedy.
If you haven't managed to get anything in the chat yet, let us know where you're watching. We've had Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yes.
We've had Georgia in the States.
Portugal.
We've had Portugal. And
Oh yeah,
Algarve.
Georgia in the States.
We've
we
had
did.
Cumbria.
Deep south.
We've had Scarborough.
Did we?
Was it Scarborough or was it Scunthorpe? It's one of the two.
Scunthorpe.
Scunthorpe, sorry. That's a slight difference.
Scarborough. Great.
So yeah, the map of the world is being filled nicely.
A great wander around this Scarborough.
Yeah, we had Portugal earlier.
We did.
Well, Magic Cobra, are you in Portugal? Let us know.
Neil Wolf.
Yeah, Neil was in YouTube. He's on the YouTube chat.
In hot
Portugal.
Hot Portugal, he says. That's exactly what he said. Hot Portugal. So keyword after the next hand.
There we go. Magic Cobra's in Portugal as well.
Oh, awesome.
There we go.
I don't know where Neil is. Near the Algarve.
Yeah.
He's got a nice place. Plays a lot of golf, doesn't Neil? But he's in recoup at the minute.
Yeah. Said he's recovering well.
Yes.
Yeah, good news.
So after this hand, we will be doing the next keyword.
Ah, there we go. Magic Cobra's Portuguese. What do you know?
Very
Which part of Portugal are you in, Magic Cobra?
Love it. Let us know. And while you're doing that, we'll give you the rules for the next giveaway and the next keyword. Basically, you need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. If you're watching on other channels, stay there if you want to. If you don't want to get involved, if you do want to get involved, switch over. And then if you want to switch back, switch back. If you're not, stay on the 888 Twitch channel. That's the only place you can get a chance to win one of the two tokens. There are two $22 tokens to give away. And the next keyword is sweat with tower. The next keyword is Sweat with Tower. You've got about 2 or 3 minutes, and then you'll get a chance and the draw to get yourself in. But there it is, Sweat with Tower. Away you go. That's the keyword. We are heading to the final 2 giveaways. This is one of them. We'll do one in the next session. Thanks to Lime and all the 888 teams for giving us the tokens.
Donny, can I not sweat with Tower?
There we go. Thanks, Lime. There we go. Everybody's in. Main event running with 67 entries in day 1B.
Got good tens for Jack here in the small blind. Lee, just King Deuce, going to get out of the way. Lee in a real chamber here when you look at this distribution, 64, 57 and 12. Just punishment. But to be fair to Lee, he has really ground that stack, and I know we had the aces against tens to eliminate Dan, but not too much else going away on this table. I haven't really seen him have too much of a distribution at any stage, whether we've been 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, or all 3-handed so far.
So 1 more minute to get your words in. Sweat with Tower. 4. The keyword. 1 more minute, and then we'll give 2 people chances to win $22 tickets. Jack with the ace-8.
Blinds now for Lee. Blinds to 20k, 40k with a 40k big blind ante. I think we lose the ante if we get
Heads
to
up.
top.
Yes,
yeah?
we do.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Says Lime. The countdown is on.
10 seconds to go to get Sweat with Tower in the Twitch 888 TV chat box for your chance to win a 22 token. 3 seconds.
2. Stopped.
1 and ready.
Ready.
Here we go. Spin the wheel, Lime.
Here we go.
Spin that wheel.
Piano Cat.
No.
Oi, oi.
Come on, Piano Cat.
Piano Cat gets a ticket.
Go on, Piano Cat.
Very nice. Yeah. And Saquon 26. I think that's a newbie for us. Piano Cat's not a newbie. Done it before. Always in the chat is Cat. Meow, meow. Well done, Cat. And Saquon 26.
Jamie King 9 of spades here on the button.
Raise 80,000.
Pretty clean open. Just me having to fold the big again.
So well done, Saquon 26. Thanks 888. Very nice indeed. And the Cat.
pattern there. Lee just folding. 11 blind mark. Just folds the small blind.
Building his chip stack up nicely.
Yeah, it's just one of those where there is not really much incentive in getting involved with pots with Jack as Jamie, regardless of well, Lee's big blind again here. Jamie out of the way. Jack with Jack 10. I imagine this is just going to get sent for 11 effective. In goes Jack. Lee folds the King Deuce. Just not much we can do here as Lee at the moment, other than take a bit of pain and hope for a spot quickly.
Kings for Jack.
That'll work.
It will.
An open Lee out of the way. 10-7 for Jamie. Going to defend in the big blind. And Jack flopping over pair, up and down draw. Jamie with bottom pair. I'm not sure whether we're going to be looking to continue on too often. Once faced with a C-bet size independent from Jack. Just looks like it's going to go
22. Oh, sorry, 110.
Yeah, 110.
Four
Half
yellows.
pot.
110 half pot.
Against half pot, I don't think this is one that we want to be peeling as Jamie
So just get out of the
does
way.
decide to fold.
3 left.
Next hand, guys. 25, 50, and 50.
Next hand.
Go Liz, found one. Not getting involved. Jack with King 8 offsuit. I think. Oh no, decides against it.
A big smile. I think Jack knows that Lee's just been snug. 311.
9 blinds, wasn't it, at the time?
Yeah.
9 at the time.
He's been snug.
25, 50, 50. Welcome news for everyone.
So the line's up. 50k, big blind.
Manifest.
Yeah, 25k, 50k with a 50k big blind ante.
That's 8 for Jack out of the small. Is it just a send? Oh, snap call! Oh, a snap call. Lee's got King 10 for 8 bigs. Jack has the lead. Lee, big smile on his face, played pretty snug all day, and then gets the King 10 and his final 8 bigs in the middle. needs to hit king of a 10. Jack for a bit of a sweat, maybe. That's not one of them, so king of a 10 once. Oh, we're heads up. And it's an 8. It is an 8. Well played, Lee. Well done indeed. Fist bump for everybody. Boosh, boosh. There's going to be a 10-minute break as we get heads up. Jamie Walden's just going to stretch his legs. Oh yeah, he's done that all day so far.
Jack's going to go home and get a shirt as well, I guess, yeah.
The two lads that know each other so well. We are going on a 10-minute break, and Jamie Walden and Jack Hardcastle will be back to battle it out. We'll see you back here for Heads Up in 10 minutes.
See you soon. Table chip lead pot. GK out flopping Ian. Ian is going to need a jack, a 7, or some running spades.
Running spades. Does he get there?
Nixon puts off a 6 on the turn, so
six
not a terrible
now.
card. 6 is working as well, Tao. You are correct.
6s, 7s, and jacks.
A 6 running 6s.
Oh, are you kidding? Oh man.
Steve's been looking for a spot, and no, I just found one. Bullets in the hijack, Ravi, pocket 9s in the cut-off, and that is going to be music to Steve's ears. Flips him over, makes the call. 4-1 favourite to double to a really nice spot now in the high roller. Give himself a platform to kick on and take this one down. Just got to be dodging those 9s and the Ravi. Jack 10-3 is a pretty good start.
Yeah. Potential backdoors for the 9s.
Flush draws are ruled out.
They are indeed. Off to the turn.
Pretty good start. 10 on the turn.
Turn. Fading a 9.
Yeah, 2 outs once now for Ravi. Otherwise, it's going to be a real difficult clawback.
Oh, Ravi! 9 on the river. Call the police, man. Wow.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, Barnesy. And flopping a flush draw. Ace, Jack, 7. Ian. C-bets. Adrian will call. Turns it as well. Ian picks up a pair. Adrian with the flush. That's why he defends 10-3 of hearts. The race, pre we bet the flop. Louis Barrel the turn, no, he decides to check. Good time check. Oh, Ian Simpson. He's going to get himself in a bit of bother. The turn, the river is the worst river card in the deck. He's checked as well to disguise the flush. Ian's going to fire. Adrian's going to raise. Ian's got to think about it. 215,000.
Boxwork might have just set him in here, Tao, to be fair.
Yeah. Does Ian think there's any ace-X out there? After just a call from Adrian Pre?
Yeah, quite possibly. But if there is ace-X out there, we now beat ace-X.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
And he snapped him off.
Wow.
To see 2 pair, to see the really bad news.
Yeah.
That the flush has taken out Ian Simpson.
Well, hand this for Adria. Been a while since we've seen the Super Premium. Queen's certainly hand befitting of that classification, and here we go, sports fans.
This is
Let's click some
huge.
buttons, get the money in, and run for the title yet again.
How do we end up with Ace
Queens
Queen
versus
against-
Ace Queen. This is going one way and one way only.
Absolutely. The lot's going in.
Adria just working out if he needs to raise to a size that isn't all in, but
No.
we definitely don't. We just pump this.
Absolutely not.
Ace Queen of clubs plays pocket queens.
So here we go for the
Time we have
title.
opportunity for the title.
For the title.
Well, that
Where does the
is
case
almost
queen come
certainly
from?
going to do it. Barring the most ridiculous of runouts, we are about to crown a king of the high roller.
Yes, baby.
With the king of diamonds.
Eventually he's done.
There we
After
go.
4 of 5 swings and swans. Fantastic effort from Adria and also Jerry.
You brought up earlier on, you brought up risk adverse, you know, and I guess picking your spots. And there's a hand that's obviously, you know, quite infamous this morning, the pocket queen.
Oh, yeah.
And, well, I want you to talk us through that because, you know, you hear all the time playing the main event, it's like, you know, you got to kind of, you know, you're tiptoeing through landmines. But how do you tiptoe through landmines? And I guess is folding the queens part of that?
I thought it was a good idea at the time. So there was a TV production break before the final table. So they did the redraw and 10, 15 minutes for TV. I went to the bathroom, came back. Dom was already there and said, okay, he said, here's the situation. Because I'm ICM aware, but I'm not very ICM studied. So Dom was...
Dom, we know Dom at 8 of 8 pretty well.
Yeah. So he just said, okay, he said, a lot of it said, basically he told me what my stack value was. And he said, the value of doubling up isn't very much. I think at the time, it's a blur. It's like, he said, your stack's worth like 2.1 million or 2 million. He said, doubling's worth 2.6 and busting gets you to 800,000. So it's like, it has to be very tight. That a lot of spots are kings.
That's just, it's like blows your mind. You're like, wait, if I double, then no, my chip value, then I double. No, that's not how it works.
And so he said, a lot of your spots are kings plus, and he gave me 3 examples. And I kind of forget what they were, so okay, you know. But, you know, when I had the queens, that specific spot didn't come up as a kings plus spot, but I started thinking through my head, already when the open happened, if this is already a kings plus spot, I hadn't looked at my cards yet. And then I said, yeah, this is too similar to the other spots you told me. I said, okay, I guess this is a kings plus spot because it's under the gun open, and I'm 2 behind the open at a 10-handed table with the 6 big blind and like the 11 big blind stacked behind me, and I have 8, and I have like 18 or 19 big blind, whatever it was at the time. I said, yeah, this might be the kings plus. So okay, and just put it in there because now that I'm old and like a grizzled veteran, I have the mentality now where the spot's the spot. You know, who cares what the hell is going around you? The spot plays itself.
You have shown with
I don't care.
You have no issue being the bad guy.
No problem.
Right, you'll play the villain well.
Yeah, I don't care.
As far as I'm concerned, by the way, every story needs a villain.
Yeah,
So-
well, I mean, I also just think, like, in my personal opinion, I'm the hero, but whatever. Like, well, I bring the action. I bring all these players. Like, I make the creams entertaining. Like, I'm telling you, like, I fucking keep the game moving. I supply the chips. Like, you guys everyone out there is like, Nick's such a dick. It's like, dude. Last year at the $1 million game, the first day, $4 million in play were my millions. They're my $4 million. I lent the chips. You guys don't get your fucking game without me.
Depending on who the story is being told by, you have different heroes and different villains, okay? But either way, a good story needs a villain and needs heroes. We need people to cheer for, we need people to root against.
For sure.
And Phil Hellmuth has played both sides as well, which is good.
Dean Lyles could be getting another trophy after all these years. Is this Jack's turn?
Should be.
It is indeed. All of it, and Dean is never folding.
Yeah. Daniel should fold the 6s here. I think he knows well enough to do it. But, yeah, pretty quick fold.
There's 5 out of the way as well. Back round to Dean. He'll make the call. So off we go to the races. Well, we've got 10s playing. 10s, aces and jacks.
You noticed that, did you, Kev?
2 of clubs, no help, same scenario, a 10, a jack or an ace. Or we're down to 5. And it's a king. We are down to 5. Well played, Mr. Jack. Good to watch it on the stream this week. But finishing in 6th. Dean Lyle building up to 3 million. Jack Moore is no more.
This is going to be jam call, I think, as well, Clark.
Look, if somebody makes it 4x and it's a little bit off topic, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got another flip to
Here
maybe
we go. This could be down to 4. We could be down to 4. Mine with the 8s against Dean Lyle's ace jack. And we hit the jack. Dean Lyle. All the spades are working. We need an 8 for the festival nuts, or a spade to survive.
It's gonna be
1.4.
Either way, I think this guy was.
I feel like I did 5 minutes is just going to be.
I am not getting involved in.
I just want to see. So you got 1.5 milli there. And where's our friend Jamie?
Getting a beverage.
Beveragino. Jamie, if you would just peruse. That's an even trade right there.
500.
Just if you want me to just do the formalities.
That's fine.
But I know you trust me, so. Right, and that could be for you.
You got about 2.5? No.
I don't know.
I think it's about 2 point.
All-knowing screen.
I think it was like 2.3.
Okay.
I could be wrong. Maybe 2.2.
Yeah. 3.2.
Alright, so the button's going to be here, by the way. So it's going to be small blinds, big blinds. No,
3.2. You're ticked on.
Okay, cool. And then give us a moment, please, guys, and I'll get myself ready.
Here we go. Heads up on the left, Jack Hardcastle. On the right, Jamie Walden.
Just like that, within 6.5 hours, even that 6 hours of play, we are at the finale.
Why 6 hours?
Heads up. We started at 20 past 12. Yeah. Plus breaks, about 6 hours, isn't it?
6.5 hours. Breaks are part of the day.
What's the 6 hours of play?
That's like saying if I
said 6 hours of play.
So hang on, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
Here we go.
So when I play the World Series Day 1, and I
I
play
hope this
3,
this analogy is exactly the same as what I was about to use.
and I play 3 hands in the day, have I only played for 5 minutes?
I'll take the unders on 3 hands in day 1, that's for sure.
I've been told never ever 4-bet kings.
Yeah,
on day 1.
I saw that. Yeah.
On day 1. That was my only tip. Andy Wilson.
That was on level 1. That was
in level 1. Andy Wilson's going to give me tips and do's and don'ts when we're in Vegas.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to seeing Andy Wilson in Vegas. He's got 1% as well. We're now sold out. We're going to confirm that. PK is going to confirm that today and get all the spreadsheet up and ready, and then confirm and get in touch with everybody who's been confirmed, and the payments will be coming in. We're sold out. Thanks everybody for getting in touch and having a piece and making the dream come true. Jay's wild. I don't know what he came up with. He just came up with this wild idea that would sell pieces to get Tower playing the World Series. Everybody went mad, thought about it. It was a great idea. And now, 75 spots later, it's reality. And I'm having a lesson with Andy Wilson. Anybody else want to give me tips and on what to do and do's and don'ts? Well, I'll listen to anybody. I won't be going to. I won't be going to the piano bar before day 1. See you when I play. Just to let you know. So here we go. Heads up. Who's going to win it? 2 super players. Jack Hardcastle on the left. Got himself a trophy and a first place at the UKP team Luton when he won the cup back in the winners circle. Been a bit dry for the boys and all the team last year. It was a tough one last year, but this year back in the winners circle. Well done to Jack and Jamie Walden. We know bracelet winner, as we saw. So heads up to the title. Back tomorrow after this event. This could, don't forget, this could last a while because
they are deep.
The big,
they are really deep.
The big blind is 50k, and we're well over 35 bigs.
Yeah, Jamie's short with 35 bigs. And that's the situation, so he's not short by a long way. So yeah, we just decided to fall into interesting line here on the flop, with Jack coming in for a check raise and Jamie just calling. Jamie checking back on the river and handing initiative back to Jack, and see Jack come for some value here when the 8 upgrades to a 10 seems reasonable.
So Jack is a 2-1 chip lead with two great players. The starter problem started as celebratory drinkage on this late Friday, early Friday evening.
Became a bit of a tradition for day ones. A friend of mine, Ben, he always say, "Oh, last level beers." Get to the last level beers. Get to the last level on day one. You have to do obligatory beer. Must have made the last level at Goliath.
Yeah.
And ordered the beer and not been around to receive said beer multiple times. Multiple times. Valet comes back with a San Miguel or whatever, and it's not there. But no, I agree. Actually, Bowie. To be fair, I thought it might have seen some turn action there. We're Kev first level beers.
We're at the start of problem legging in 3 weeks' time.
Yeah.
In Edinburgh.
In Edinburgh.
Did one of the day ones. Were it day one or were it final day? I think it was day one, wasn't it? One of the day ones. Stand up at the end of the night. There's 7 pints of starter problem underneath the table, all empty glasses, all underneath the chair. Somebody had to come and clean up. We're like a £10 rebuy. So Jamie with the check mark. Jack turning the king. Coming in for a bet. Check call from Jamie on the flop. Can we just check calling again?
Yeah, absolutely. Tower. Just keep whatever else is in there in there. Decision point back with Jamie. Eight of diamonds on the river after Jamie just calls and send this one back over to Jack. Right, let's go for a lead here, Jamie, on the river. If you...
Jack calls.
Yeah, Jack calls. Jamie shows the ace and nice swing in his favour. Tower has just walked into the booth with a colossal bag.
Guess who's been in?
Well,
that's Sandra.
So that's Sandra.
Sandra Hardwick with the cake. Sandra Hardwick with a cake for the team. That nearly
so
went.
close to
That nearly went. Calm down, calm down. Thanks, Sandra. Thank you very much indeed. Mwah. We love you. Oh, well done, Sandra. Stick that over there, please. We'll get a knife. That looks fresh, by the way.
Yeah.
We'll have some of that. And just become grandma this morning.
Ah, congratulations.
I says congratulations. She says, yeah, it's number 8.
Ah,
Grandma
well, still
number-
congratulations. I
Grandma
guess.
number 8.
Yeah, congratulations.
Wow.
I guess still in order for.
Anybody want a piece? Come and see us.
Yeah.
Whew, that nearly went.
That cake was so close to just landslided. I tell you what, that would have been some content, that would, wouldn't it? My goodness.
That'd have been some clear up,
wouldn't it? Yeah. Who knows what button on the stream deck that would have hit? Daniel says it goes well with a caramel macchiato. Oh, that's a good one. I like it.
Dear. So, we've had confirmation. There are 2 1% spots left. PK has run through I think he's put everybody on the spreadsheet. Everybody on the spreadsheet he has put, and PK has told us there are 2 1% spots left. So hopefully by the end of this week's live stream, we'll have sold out and we'll have a sweat and a good time in Vegas. Thanks one and all. 73 spots sold to and don't forget tonight as well, because the Goliath's on its way, 8 o'clock on PokerStars. There's 12 seats guaranteed. He made 16 seats last night. As well as that, we're going 888 giveaway as well. Lime is going to be give us the password as HR Reading for the 888 giveaway. Then if you're on coming down and coming to join us at Goliath and you want to get in for free, or not free, but you want to get in for a fraction of the price, then on Stars tonight at 8 o'clock, 12 seats guaranteed for Goliath. And now, what you do is when you win a ticket, you'll go into a holding tank from there and you can choose your day. Rather than them putting you into one of the day ones, you can then choose your day which you want to play.
Makes a lot of sense, that, and nice succinct way of doing it. I assume that's going to resemble what the old format was on Grosvenor, for those who are used to qualifying there. But that's around the corner. And where we are in a minute is heads up in the high roller. 53 became 22 at the start of today. 22 is down to 2. Jack Arkastle, Jamie Rawdon. 58 plays 46. Not many comps at this stage will have 100 blinds in play heads up. It's a testament to excellent structure here of the AA high roller.
My favourite guy is that old dude, John Smith, who runs the event every single year. Have you seen him? He's like an American man in his 70s. He's only plays heads up events and he makes it to like the semi-finals every single year. The guy's a god.
You're a big fan.
Legend. The guy is my hero. That's what I want to do when I'm retired, just pump people up to 25k and stuff. Ruin someone's day.
Jamie with the Jack 4 on the button.
That's like the end goal.
Very cool. Jack with King Jack in the big blind. raise this one up. And Jamie out the way. So 155 hands into the session, and these are the prizes that these guys are playing for. £17,600 for first and £12,000 for second.
Wow, apparently he was taking some sort of...
Seems a long time ago that we lost Paul Vasnunes in 6th place, and since then we lost Dan Rudd in 5th, who was chip leading with 5 to go. Just unavoidable confrontation after confrontation it found like he found himself in. We then lost Dean in 4th, Lee in 3rd, and we're left with Jack and Jamie battling it out for the title of High Roller Champion of the 888 Festival here in Reading. Plenty going on over the rest of the week. We've got Day 1B of the main event in the club at the moment. Day 1C has also started in the club. That's on a half-an-hour clock as opposed to the 40-minute clock that 1B is on. And we've got a cash-out satellite in the card room tonight as well. So that's all happening in and around us. Jamie with the 10-5. Get that one through. So 59 plays 45. 2.9 milli plays 2.2 milli. Jack with ace queen on the button. Going to open this one up. Jamie 5-4 in the big blind. Going to take us to a flop. Nine, 3 deuce, 2 diamonds. Jamie checks it over to Jack, comes in with a C-bet, and Jamie now with up and down draw, whether or not we want to start getting after this pot here and now, or just call. Won't be folding, that's for sure, with all those outs. Corridor of them across the top of the screen, does elect to play call. Ten of diamonds on the turn. So, Jamie checking over to Jack again. And whether or not Jack decides he wants to fire a second barrel here. Difficult position for those hands that don't contain a diamond, but decides to check it back and deuce of clubs on the end. So ball pairing deuce, and Jamie just with 5 high. Incredibly represent deuce X, 3X, some 9X in there as well. So I think we have a nice candidate here.
Does he fire the river?
Has to, tower 5 high.
Yeah. He's not getting there with 5 high and not doing anything about it. Here's this one for Jamie to get some chips back. If he folds, they're going to be near levels, your devils.
Yeah, and I think this is a close one for Jack. Could certainly have like what he has and some missed straight draw combos. Diamond's obviously got there. Can have some deuce X, 3X. Don't know whether or not 3X would necessarily go for value on river. Maybe some 9X would take a smaller sizing, but when we get up there with this kind of sizing, does decide to call with the ace high. Jack gets shown the 5 high.
Beautiful.
Jamie taps the table and says, good call.
Indeed. We've got one last giveaway.
Okay.
And because we've already got it, I think Lime's ready with the keyword, so we'll do it after the next hand.
Okay.
I think it's I think it's the best keyword we've had. So
The
we'll,
last one was pretty good.
Well, the last one was really, really good. So if we get, as soon as we get the nod from Lime, we'll give you one last chance to win a $22 ticket, and then we'll concentrate on the heads-up battle between Jack and Jamie. So we will be ready. So we're just about ready, and then straight after the straight after the walk, here we go. So the final keyword, and then we're going to concentrate on the heads-up battle. The final keyword of the day, and thanks to 888 for all the tokens, is cake for comms. Cake for comms. All words, cake for comms. Get it in there. Here we got cake for comms. The last keyword, there it is, cake for comms. And we've got cake, we just need a knife and a plate. And we'll be on it.
You almost had cake on comms.
We nearly had cake all over comms.
Jay would have come back in tomorrow. What on earth has happened here?
There'd have been fresh cream everywhere. You're like, what have you been doing? Oh, amazing. So, cake for comms. So that's what it is.
Jack, just letting this go. So these guys will play to a conclusion, and then tomorrow, attention will quickly switch to the main event. Jay's back in the booth tomorrow, joining Tower for Saturday, Sunday, and
indeed. There might only be half a cake left for him tomorrow. Because that looks delicious. We do need a knife and a plate. Oh, just a knife.
I was going to say the plate's not mandatory.
Yeah, the plate's pointless, isn't it, really? Won't last very long. Only washing up to do. In fact, when we get to the break, you'll bring us one of them nice coffees. I'll bring a knife.
Okay.
Yeah?
Alright.
Deal.
When we get to the break, we'll do that, no problem.
Cake for comms. Final keyword. And we're going to be battling it out. Heads up between these two wonderful people. Mr. Jack Hardcastle and Mr. Jamie Walden. $22 tokens. Here we go. Oh, what's happened? We'll be back. What we'll be back for? What's happened here? We're not gone off, have we? Oh. We've gone off Twitch. Oh, we're back.
We are literally.
Phew!
Yeah, there we go.
Don't know what happened there. We had a quick droppage, but we're back. Whew. Last chance for cake for comms.
Jack with the ace jack here on the button, just continuing to find above average starting hands in this heads up battle, and Jamie catching the ball end of the distribution at the minute. Well, catching the raw end pre-flop, but taking the lead post-flop. 8-3 bottom pair, 3-1 favourite is Jamie now. Jack with a board that I was going to say could be doing some checking back on. Countdown's on, 4 seconds, guys, to get in. Twitch Poker, Twitch 888 TV. Cake for comms is your keyword.
Here we go.
Who's going to win them, Tower?
Who's going to win it? Last keywords. The crazy Scotsman's got one. Oi, oi. The crazy Scotsman. Again, says Tower. And the deprived king, who I know's definitely won one before.
There you go.
The deprived king, get in there. And the crazy Scotsman. Well done, you two. Get yourself a nice $22 token on 888 Poker. And don't forget the free roll that starts in 15 minutes.
Yeah. Massive shout out to 888 for giving us 10 tokens today, guys.
10
Thank you very
tokens on a
much.
free roll every day.
2888, brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
Across this whole festival. Testament, it's been really well supported in Reading this week. Even with the guys already starting to make their way out to Vegas. I mean, smash the Voyager. This has made the guarantee. The main is going to smash the guarantee. Just one of those. Always feel like these slightly smaller stops in the context of some of the bigger cities are always going to do well. Poker is booming in these areas, and the numbers support that, that's for sure. Congratulations to the winners of tokens in today's comps.
Well done, well done, well done.
Jack just starting to slightly stretch out a lead here. 67 blinds placed, 38 blinds at the moment. Everything can change very quickly, of course. We've seen it swing around over the course of the final table. Never get the opportunity to ask Dan if he really had fives in that hand, but I'm going to go with he did. We'll see. Who knows?
So well done to all the winners on the 10 tickets for the keywords. And don't forget, in 15 minutes time there's a free roll at HR Reading, and at 8 o'clock on Stars, 12 seats guaranteed for Goliath. If you want to play Goliath for a fraction of the price that's coming up at the end of July, get yourself on the Stars, 12 seats guaranteed. Only place you can get the satellites this year or is on PokeStars.
Well, just like that, Jack upgrades to a straight. 6-4 with the 7 of spades turn. Facing this bet, Jamie is probably going to relinquish activity in this hand, does decide to fold. Getting close to 2 to, it's pretty much purely at 2 to 1 now. Jack just really foot to the floor in the last 6 or 7 hands.
The card went spreading.
Yeah.
Hey. So thanks 888, it's been a great day. High Roller down to 2.
Thanks to Lime for your
Yeah,
support.
5:30 in the morning, don't forget, Lime starts work.
That is the heart we love to see on the stream, that is. 5:30 in Costa Rica.
Yeah. And there's no idea when it's going to finish. And he's always there.
My regular alarm's got an hour to go at 5:30, and Lime's in the chat box giving away tickets, so thank you very much for your ongoing support. Jack, ace 9 of diamonds here in the big blinds, just really picking up some nice hands in this heads-up battle so far. Jamie, the 8-5, Jack taking quite a big sizing here to 200k. Jamie going to take a flop here.
Will be up next hand by the looks of this. Nice flop for Jack.
Pretty happy to just barrel away now as Jack. 125 into 400. Nothing Jamie can do.
Mm, 10 minutes to get yourself into the free roll. HR Reading is the password for the 888 game. And don't forget, 12 seats guaranteed for PokeStars on at 8 o'clock. It's my job. So blinds up, 60k. Queen 4-5 flop. Up and down for Jack. Bottom pair for Jamie. Yeah. Checks over. Probably going to call one here. At least. Here we go. There's the call. Oh, bingo!
It has just been some
Bingo
heads up
for
distribution for Jack. It has been some heads up. Just drills the straight on the turn, off suit 8.
Do we find a check back?
I think it's fine.
We don't find a check back. We bet 300k.
And we've got our foot on the opponent's throat on this tower, and if we're finding spots when we're betting without it, when we've got it, we should want to bet. Just drilling it as you like. Suit 8.
Makes a call.
Yeah, can't blame this either. Shouldn't have too much 8x.
Imagine a 10 and a 4 on the river.
That would just be ridiculous.
Oh, it's a 10! 10 of diamonds!
That could well be it.
This is it.
It has to be it.
This is the river card of dreams for Jack Hardcastle. Absolute dreams.
Oh dear.
How does this not go in?
There is no way this doesn't go in. There is absolutely no way
Can't
this does
see
not go
a
in.
way we bet half pot and just leave us self. When you've rivered two
Yeah,
pair,
just
you're not going
set,
to
snap
leave
call it
yourself.
off, job
Yeah,
done.
you go. In he goes. And this is going to be a call from Jamie, and he's going to get the bad news. He's going to see the bad news because that's the worst river card you could ever see. And he's flaked it in, and we've got a champion. And there it is. The shirt's come out, and he's ended up with the title and another trophy. Jack Hardcastle gets himself another trophy. Well done, fella. I'll tell you what. What a river card. That was brutal, man.
Jack's played well today, don't get me wrong. That heads up had some real favourable distribution for him, that's for sure. But can't take anything away from him. Really, really good performance.
Absolutely.
And Jamie as well. I mean,
He's just
sublime.
like,
over
oh
the course
my
of the
word.
FT, but
Hey dear. Right, we better go and have a chat with them. Two nice lads. Let's go and have a chat.
All right, mate.
You just keep the fort, hold the fort, and just while the guys are getting ready. Fantastic. Well done, one and all. But Jack Hardcastle, he's got an empty pot. I bet he wants it filling. Of course he does. I'm off.
There we go, that's
I'm
the
off.
priority.
I'm off.
Forget the trophy. Get me some more start. Get me some more start. Well, what an FT that was, guys. Really enjoyed watching that the whole way through. Really enjoyed watching. Jack played really well, as we just said there. Jamie, a star throughout it as well. But some fantastic swings of the chip lead throughout the whole FT. Jack and Dan at it with each other from the word go. And you just see the team there. Tower's just got his way down to the table nice and quickly, ready to rock and roll with the mic. It will be Jay back in the booth tomorrow with Tower as our focus as Cardinal Direct moves on to the main event. But here is the big man. He's just coming around now with the mic, ready to catch up with Jamie.
Hello, mate.
How are you?
Very well.
Well done.
Thank you.
Great effort.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed watching it. And I'm not being funny, you've done some steps around that final table today.
Do you know what? I just get like, it's like an hour and a half drive here.
Yeah.
And then I sit down all day. I just get like antsy. Yeah. Just need to like keep moving, otherwise I'd go mental.
There's been some battles on this final table.
Yeah, it's fun.
These two down here, and I tell you what,
Yeah.
what a watch.
Yeah. I was enjoying it from the sidelines.
Yeah. On the stream today, I put the picture up from last year of you winning the bracelet. I didn't get the memo that you had to wear black.
I've got the old bright yellow T-shirt on.
I'll wear neon. I'll wear neon for you next one, okay?
But good preparation. Obviously,
yeah, it's fun.
You're going to be up to Vegas very, very soon, but he's not bad coming second, is he? It's a great effort.
No, one bullet.
Yeah.
And I'll take it all day long.
Yeah.
And a fun heads up against the guy who just kept making hands. So you know what are you going to do?
Stop that. always with a smile on your face as well. So many congratulations.
Thank you, mate.
If we don't see you before you do go to Vegas, come back with another bracelet, will you, please?
I will try my best.
Jamie.
Thanks, mate.
Fantastic, great effort. Second in the high roller, but the champ. This should be interesting.
I'm not going to disrupt it.
This should be interesting because he said, "What can I say to get barred?"
No. I mean, I can say...
Come on, hang on. Shall we start properly?
Yeah.
Shall we start properly? The shirts are back.
Yes. Well, I had a good feeling today. Probably bag and chip lead as part of that good feeling. But
he walked in last night. We had a bit of an early finish last night, and he walked in like that. He says, "Oh, what's up now?" He said, "I've only just bagged chip lead." So yesterday was a good day.
Yeah, it was. It was like shades of old Jack, where I made lots of good hands and people didn't fold to me. So the opposite of how it's been for a while.
Do we believe Dan's fives?
No. So I know he said he'd tell me what he had afterwards, and then he busted to aces and left. So I don't know. But the thing is, he had the exact same two suits of pocket fives as he had the hand before, and more importantly, I know he would just never do that. Yeah. So I don't know what he had. It's either got a lot of equity or I'm like pretty crushed. So I'm still happy with the fold.
But you did battle for a long time, and there were wry smiles here, there, and everywhere with these two.
Yeah. We were getting into big pots. Yeah. I mean, I was trying as chip leader, and then he got it for a bit, so I couldn't do too much at that point. But yeah, I got it back off him, and then got to raise every hand, so that was cool.
Second trophy in a short space of time. Jack Hardcastle's back.
God, hopefully. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not. Is this going to affect me? I'm going to have to start MPL chasing you now. The wins are worth quite a lot, aren't they?
They are indeed.
I'm going to have to hop in the main now.
They are indeed. Whatever you do over the summer, fingers crossed we'll see you. We've got Portsmouth coming up soon.
Yeah, I'll be there. It's hometown.
But many congratulations. You've got yourself another trophy. And here he is with the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for the champion of the high roller, Mr. Jack Hardcastle. Yes, indeed. Another trophy for the man. Absolutely fantastic.
Is that the full set of MPL trophies now?
I think it is. You said yesterday.
Yeah.
You said
main for GUKPT. Sorry, main high roller cup, and now here main high roller.
This is it.
That's it, right?
The Hardcastle is back. Many congratulations.
It's been a while.
Sam, please finish us off.
And Jamie there on what was the conclusion of a fantastic final table here at the High Roller. You have got some skates on you this week, haven't you?
Tell you, I've had some cake to eat.
Skates and cake. Well, at least the cake's still in the box for now.
Amazing. Well done, one and all. But like you said, he's won one of these, won one of them, he's won one of them, he's got one of these, he's now got one of these, he's now got one of that. And now, not being funny, it wouldn't surprise me if he jumped straight into the main event and try and bag up again.
Who knows? Strike while the iron's hot.
Absolutely.
That's it,
absolutely. Thanks for the raid as well. You've been amazing. Lime, you've been absolutely superb. Thanks ever so much for all your hard work. You're in at 5:20 in the morning, and you're the last one out of the chat box when we leave. So thank you very much. Just a nice 7.5 hours on the stream today. It's been a good day. Really, really enjoyed it. Thanks to you guys as well as always. Making it a lot of fun. We're going to have a lot of giveaways. And the free roll is about to start on 888 Poker. Yeah. If you want to get in, HR Reading is what it is. The password for that. And also, we've got satellites running on Stars for Goliath. If you want to play that, 12 seats guaranteed on Stars for Goliath. If you want to see us at Goliath, hopefully a lot of people who are watching the 888ers come down for Goliath. But tomorrow, we concentrate on the main event, Saturday and Sunday. Jay will be back in the seat. This guy's going to be playing day 1D. And don't forget, it's 50,000 starters stacked now, not 30. That's going to be interesting come Sunday to see how that affects it, because there's no other change apart from the 50,000 starters. So enjoy it. Sit there, don't play a hand. Don't 4-bet kings in the
Okay,
first
yeah.
hand, in the
Right,
first
yeah,
level.
good advice,
All right,
yeah.
all right.
Okay,
Don't
fine.
4-bet for king.
All right.
But Saturday and Sunday for the 888 Festival here in Reading. The Rumble's on at tea time. And then on Sunday we've got the seniors and we've got the big shot as well as crowning a champion on the Sunday. But that is just about it from us from Reading for today. And the High Roller is back again. We said he was back in Luton when he won the Cup. And now 2 trophies in 2 festivals for Jack Hardcastle.
He is back.
The shirts are back.
They are back.
All he needs to do now is iron them. We will see you for more fun and frolics tomorrow. We will see you for more. He's a good lad. And confirmed. Straight into the main.
Excellent.
You don't celebrate. You don't celebrate. You get straight into the main event.
Who's to say double glass trophy isn't on the cards?
He did iron the competition. You're not wrong.
He did indeed.
Fantastic effort from Jack Hardcastle. We will see you tomorrow from 12:20 for day 1 of the main, and then on Sunday at the same time for day 2 of the main. But tomorrow, looking forward to it. Should be a good day of poker. Good luck in the main, mate.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks for
Looking
the
forward
comps
to it.
today. Really enjoyed
pleasure,
it.
honestly. Thank you to everyone in the chat. You've been superstars today. So
And
really
we'll
appreciate
see
it.
you tomorrow back live at 12:20 for flight of the main event. Catch you then. Ta-ta.
Thank you.